Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1, Zerath. The slave pits of Cairo reek of old blood, damp stone, and something fouler. Desperation, thick as a veil, clinging to the doomed. A low hum fills the cavernous space, the susurrus of whispered wagers, muffled sobs, and the occasional crack of a whip silencing unruly flesh. I've walked these halls a dozen times, trailed by wary glances and hurried bows, my status granting me both passage and distance. The dark elves who run this trade are ruthless, their market built on generations of cruelty. They deal in flesh with the same precision as a jeweler inspects his finest gems, hunting for flaws, prizing rare specimens. I am not here for rare specimens. The heavy wooden chair beneath me creaks as I shift my coils, muscles tensed against my growing irritation. This is beneath me. A Naga noble should not need to grovel in filth, scouring through human chattel like a beggar picking bones clean. And yet, I am here. The curse gnaws at me. I have tested dozens, perhaps hundreds. Each time the process is the same. I purchase, I taste, I discard. None of them unlock my senses. None make my blood sing. They don't break my curse. I'm running out of patience. On the stage, a dark elf overseer paces, his silver hair tied in elaborate knots, his long fingers adorned with rings carved from the bones of former slaves. His voice is smooth, practiced, wrapping around the crowd like silk soaked in poison. Ah, and now, a prize unlike the rest, he drawls. A recent capture from the borderlands, small but untamed. Gentlemen, you will want shackles for this one. There is laughter from the crowd. The girl is dragged onto the stage. She stumbles but doesn't fall, her wrists bound in iron, her dark hair tangled past her shoulders, strands clinging to her sweat-damp skin. Thin but not fragile, wary but not broken. I exhale slowly. I have seen too many like her. The ones who weep, the ones who tremble, the ones who have already given up. Boring. Even the ones who fight rarely last long. Humans are fragile, and fragility doesn't interest me. But this one doesn't cry. She doesn't cower beneath the torch's flickering light, doesn't scan the crowd for a savior who will never come. Instead, she stares at the overseer's throat, watching the way his pulse flickers beneath his skin, calculating. My claws curl against my chair. The crowd murmurs as she is forced to turn, letting potential buyers examine the curve of her waist, the faint scars tracing along her arms. A fighter, then. One who has not yet been broken. The noble woman beside me titters behind her fan. So feisty. A shame. That spirit will be gone within the week. The girl lifts her chin and smiles. It is not the forced, trembling simper of a girl attempting to charm her way to softer treatment. It is the smile of a predator moments before it sinks its teeth in. Something stirs in my gut. Not the curse. Not the bond I've sought for decades. Something else. A quiet, insidious intrigue. Bidding begins. A vampire lord offers 30 gold. A dark elf merchant, his robes embroidered with the sigils of his house, raises it to 40. I wait. The overseer steps closer to her, tilting her face toward the light. When she jerks away, he strikes her, not hard enough to leave more than a faint red mark, but the action is meant to humiliate, to remind her of her place. The girl doesn't flinch. Instead, she turns her head slowly and spits blood onto his boots. The silence that ensues is suffocating. The overseer's expression flickers, only for a moment, but I see it. He had expected anger, fear, submission, not defiance. The girl exhales through her nose, storm-gray eyes like distant thunderclouds, and smiles again. I hum low in my throat, watching her more closely now. Yes, she is interesting. I let the bidding climb higher. The vampire hesitates at 50. The noblewoman raises her fan, indecisive. I speak. 60. Deafening silence follows. No one bids against me. The overseer clears his throat, recovered now, masking his irritation behind another polished smile. 60 gold to Lord Zerath Vatherin. A fine acquisition, my lord. The fine silver chain binding her wrists is thrust toward me. I take it. She doesn't bow. The dark elves glance between us, waiting for my reaction. I offer them nothing. Instead, I rise, my coil shifting over the stone floor, my presence alone enough to send the lesser noble scurrying out of my path. She doesn't step back. Interesting. The overseer's lips curl. A gift from the gods, perhaps. His gaze flickers to me, amused. Or perhaps a curse. I turn without answering. I expect the girl to resist, to jerk away, to fight, to struggle against the inevitability of her fate. She doesn't. Instead, she matches my pace, silent, watchful, every muscle coiled for an opportunity that has not yet come. I recognize that walk. It is the stride of a hunter disguised as prey. Fascinating. We leave the pit behind, the voices of the traders fading into nothing. Only once we step beyond the iron gates does she finally speak. Her voice is sharp, unbowed. If you think I'll kneel, you'll be disappointed. I glance down at her, considering. Softly, almost absently, I murmur, "Little mouse, I don't want you to kneel. I want you to run." She's so small, a prey, like a little mouse. She stiffens. I don't smile. The truth hums in my bones, in the way she watches me like an axe waiting to strike, in the way my fingers curl against the chain, though I don't pull. I have spent years searching for something that has no name. As she walks beside me, silent, storm-eyed, defiant, I realize this time I don't feel alone.
Chapter 2. Seren. The road stretches endlessly, jagged cliffs to one side, a sheer drop into mist-choked ravines on the other. Blackened trees, twisted as if writhing in their final throes, claw toward the sky. No birds, no signs of life beyond the skeletal remains of something too large to be human, ribs jutting from the earth like the spines of a fallen beast. We ride through a graveyard, not of the dead, but of the forsaken. The Naga lord walks ahead, silent, his massive form cutting through the darkness like a blade through silk. He is not a man on horseback, no steed's hooves to drum against the packed earth. Only the sinuous glide of his tail whispering over stone and the occasional stomp of his feet. A shadow-given form. I am chained to him. Literally. The thin silver links dangle from my wrists, deceptively delicate. If I tried to break them, I'd find they were anything but. He hasn't used them to drag me forward, though. Not yet. He doesn't need to. I walk at his side because running would be foolish. A hunted creature doesn't flee until escape is possible. I keep my steps light, my pace even. Not submissive, not hurried, controlled. The terrain demands careful footing, one misstep, and I'd tumble into the ravine below, joining whatever unfortunate souls never made it through this place. I doubt he would stop me, not out of cruelty, out of indifference. To him, I am a curiosity, a plaything to be studied before being discarded like all the others. I will not be discarded. You're quiet, little mouse, he muses without looking back. Something sharp digs into my gut, though I refuse to let it show. Little mouse. The nickname slithers over my skin, burrows into my spine, curls into the space where rage festers. I have been called many things in my life: property, pet, treasure, slave, but never an animal. I will not let him make me one. I let the silence stretch, let him think his words hold no weight. Then, evenly, deliberately, I say, Seren. The movement of his tail falters, a fraction of a second, barely noticeable. But I see it. I press on. If you must call me something, call me by my name. He doesn't stop moving, but I feel the change in him, a subtle tightening of his coils, a glimmer of something unreadable in the golden slits of his gaze when he finally glances my way. Seren, he repeats, as if testing the word, tasting it on his tongue. Then, no. A flick of his tail, too close to my ankle, a warning wrapped in amusement. He enjoys this. You will call me Lord Zerath, he commands, as if it is a decree etched in stone. That is how this works. I nearly laugh, as if I would ever call him that. You paid for my body, I say instead, voice steady, not my submission. His gaze sharpens. Then I'll take that as well. Dangerous, not the words themselves, but the certainty with which he speaks them. He doesn't raise his voice, doesn't bare his fangs or brandish a weapon. He simply speaks as if this is inevitable, as if I am already unravelling and he is simply waiting for me to see it. He doesn't strike. He doesn't force my knees to the dirt. He waits. I keep my expression unreadable, focusing on the road ahead. Your arrogance is exhausting, I mutter. He hums, considering. You've met worse. A statement, not a question. Something in my chest coils too tight, my fingers brushing the ring on my hand before I realise what I'm doing. A nervous habit I need to break. The road winds into steeper cliffs, the mist thickening below. Somewhere in the distance, the first glimmer of Nagaland flickers through the gloom, trees piercing the sky, the faint glow of firelight in the middle of a green forest and grasslands. I will not be taken into that place in silence. You claim ownership, I say, watching his profile, but you hesitate. A muscle ticks in his jaw. Explain. I lift my bound hands just enough to catch the dim torchlight. You haven't pulled this chain once. You bought me, but you don't treat me like property. You watch me as if waiting for something. What is it? His golden gaze shifts to me, unreadable, assessing. Then, in a voice softer than I expect, he murmurs, I am deciding what you are. The words should send ice through me, should remind me that I am at his mercy, but they only fuel the fire. Then let me make it easier for you, I say, stopping just before the bridge that leads into Nagaland, the threshold of my fate. He halts beside me. I face him fully, lifting my chin. I am not a pet. I am not a prize. I am not your little mouse. The torches flanking the gates flicker, their golden light casting jagged shadows over his obsidian scales. For a long moment, he says nothing. Slow, deliberate, his tail coils around my ankles, the pressure feather-light but undeniable. Not a threat, a reminder. You are mine, he says simply, a statement, a claim, a challenge. I stare up at him, refusing to cower, refusing to flinch. The wind howls through the ravine, but it is nothing compared to the storm between us. Then break me, Lord Zerath, I whisper, or let me go. The words hang between us, heavy, waiting to be answered. His fingers twitch, his control slipping just for an instant. And I smile. For all his power, for all his certainty, he doesn't touch me.
Chapter 3. Sirroth. The road vanishes beneath my coils as we crest the ridge, and beyond the valley, Nagaland rises from the jungle like a beast crouching in the shadows. The spires of Cario stretch skyward, each black stone tower carved with the victories of my ancestors, each battlement wreathed in coiling vines, their leaves pulsing with the unnatural blue glow of Feher's favor. The smell of rain lingers, not the aftermath of a storm, but the warning of one. Seren doesn't speak, but I can feel her watching, the way prey watches the shifting dark, wondering if it has already been seen. Good. Let her look. Let her understand what she has walked into. Cario's gates yawn open without command, guards stationed like statues, their fangs glinting beneath polished helms. They don't acknowledge Seren, but their gazes flicker over her briefly, assessing, calculating. Humans are rare here, humans with teeth rarer still. The city is alive, the streets carved into the cliffs themselves, winding paths that spiral downward into the jungle below. Market stalls offer raw meat wrapped in salt moss, fresh carcasses strung between posts. The vendors call out to passing nobility, boasting of beasts felled in the deep wood, of warriors' kills yet to be touched by fire. Seren doesn't recoil, but her fingers tighten around the chain in my grasp, as if testing its weight. A waste of effort. If she runs, I will not need to chase her. She will not make it past the gates. We pass the first of the arenas, its towering archways bathed in gold from the setting sun. The walls writhe with depictions of battles etched so deep, the blood of past champions still clings to the stone. Banners of the royal house, the crest of the twin serpent, flutter in the humid breeze. The crowd outside thickens, voices raised in feverish anticipation. A match tonight? Seren turns her head just enough to glance at the entrance. Curiosity flickers across her face, quickly hidden. You wish to see the bloodshed? I murmur, amused. Her storm-gray eyes snap to mine, but she schools her expression before I can catch what lingers beneath. No. Liar. I guide her through the city's winding paths until we reach the higher cliffs, where the jungle thins and the estates rise like monuments to those who own them. Mine stands at the deepest part of the world. The estate is built upon a sheer rock face overlooking the endless green. The main hall looms behind intricate obsidian pillars, its structure sharp, unadorned, because wealth is measured in land, not embellishments. Beyond the terraces, the garden sprawls wild vines and luminous flowers creeping along the paths like living veins. No torches mar the dark. No oil lamps flicker in the windows. We don't obstruct the sky here. The cosmos shattered once, birthing our gods, and in the silence of the open air, we honor them. The guards step aside at my approach, though their gazes never stray from Seren. Curiosity, suspicion. They will ask questions. They will wonder why I've brought this human here instead of discarding her like the rest. I don't owe them answers. I release the chain, letting it rattle against the stone floor. Inside. She doesn't move. Not in fear. Not in rebellion. She is measuring me. I watch her eyes flick to the left, to the jungle, the drop below, to the gate standing open behind us, calculating. She lifts her chin and steps forward, passing into my domain like a blade being drawn from its sheath. She should be afraid. She is not. Interesting. Inside, the grand hall stretches high, open to the evening sky. The dining space lies ahead, though the table remains untouched, as it always is. The stench of raw meat drifts from deeper within, fresh game set aside for my evening meal. Serene notices. Her brows crease, but she says nothing. I gesture toward the corridor leading toward the private wing. Your chamber is there. She doesn't move toward it. And if I refuse? I chuckle, low and deliberate. Then sleep where you stand. Her jaw tightens, but she doesn't press the challenge. Not yet. Instead, she lifts her wrists, the silver chain still wrapped between them. Remove this. No. Her shoulders tense. Then you plan to keep me bound indefinitely. I step closer, drinking in the storm beneath her skin. Her pulse doesn't quicken. She doesn't flinch. Fascinating. I will decide when you earn your hands. She exhales sharply through her nose, then mutters something under her breath. I tilt my head. Say it. Her gaze flicks up, defiance flickering like lightning. You are insufferable. My fangs glint in amusement, and you are reckless. The wind shifts through the open hall, carrying the sounds of the jungle with it, the distant calls of beasts, the rustling of unseen things beneath the leaves. I expect her to demand more, to press. Instead, she looks past me, into the darkened halls of my home, and does something unexpected. She steps inside, without another word. Without hesitation, I watch her disappear into the dim corridors, her small form swallowed by the shadows of a world that was never meant for her. Yet she walks like she belongs. A mistake. A miscalculation. She is prey. She will learn that soon enough.
Chapter 4. Seren. I have walked through the halls of palaces built for monsters before. This one feels different. Not because it is grand or dripping in wealth. It is not. Zerath's estate is built of obsidian and quiet menace, its walls clean but unadorned, its architecture carved from the bones of the cliffs themselves. No paintings, no gilded ornaments, nothing that doesn't serve a purpose. A house that doesn't entertain, a house that welcomes no one, a house that waits. I step deeper into the corridor, the silver chain still heavy on my wrists, its links glinting in the dim light filtering from the open ceiling above. No torches, no chandeliers, just endless black stone and the stars leering through jagged gaps overhead. The Naga don't obstruct their gods. Zerath's boots sound behind me, soft, deliberate. He moves like a shadow detached from its master, soundless when he chooses to be, but present enough that I can never forget he is there. Watching, calculating, the great predator and his little mouse. If he calls me that again, I might put my fists through those slitted golden eyes. You walk like you own the place, he muses, his voice thick with quiet amusement. I don't stop. I walk like I am not afraid of it. He hums, a low, curling sound that slithers up my spine, testing its strength. I wonder, he says after a moment, do you lie as easily to yourself as you do to me? I clench my teeth and keep walking. The halls widen, opening into what should be a receiving chamber, but there are no chairs, no grand table where guests might sit and sip wine. Instead, a single stone platform rises in the centre, its surface worn smooth by time, not comfort. The markings carved into the walls are old, older than this house, perhaps older than the Naga who built it. I cannot read the language, but I recognise power when I see it. Everything here serves a function, including me. Zerath gestures toward the farthest archway. Your chamber. It is not a request, but I don't move toward it, not yet. Instead, I face him fully, lifting my bound hands between us. Remove them. His gaze flickers to the chain, then back to me. No. I expect it, but my patience is threadbare. Do you enjoy keeping your pets leashed, Lord Zerath? A muscle in his jaw tightens. He steps closer, his presence stretching like a storm gathering just beyond reach. You are not a pet, he says, voice like crushed velvet over steel. No? I lift my chin. Then what am I? He watches me in silence, and for a fraction of a second, I see something raw flicker across his face. Then it is gone. You tell me, little mouse, he murmurs. Something inside me snaps. I close the distance between us before I realise I am doing it, tilting my face up to meet his, defiance crackling beneath my skin. Seren, I bite out. Say it. His golden eyes burn, but he doesn't step back. Instead, he lifts a single clawed finger, hooks it beneath the chain between my wrists, and tugs. Not hard, not violent, enough to remind me who is holding the leash. I refuse to react. But my pulse betrays me. His forked tongue flicks out, so fast I almost miss it. His pupils narrow. He smells it. Fury flashes through me, hot and consuming, but I will not let him see that he unsettles me. Seren, he says at last, low and almost thoughtful, as if tasting it. My name has never felt so much like a challenge. He releases the chain, stepping back, the moment broken. Rest. We will speak in the morning. He turns, gliding toward the corridor leading deeper into his estate. Something inside me rages at the dismissal. You paid for me, I say, louder than I mean to. His steps don't falter. I push forward. You took me from that pit, brought me here, yet you don't treat like a slave. You let me walk beside you, untouched, unbroken. Why? He reaches the archway, places one hand against the carved stone. Because I am still deciding what to do with you. A shiver races through me. Not fear. Something else. I don't let it settle. Then I will make the decision for you, I say, lifting my bound hands. His shoulders stiffen. You are not my master, Zerath. I am not your little mouse. I toss the chain at his feet and step into my chamber without another word. The door shuts behind me. I swear I can still feel his gaze on me, even through the walls.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprothika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 5. Sirroth. The chain she threw at my feet glints in the dim starlight. I should pick it up. I don't. Instead, I stand in the doorway of my chamber, staring at the closed door that separates her from me, my claws curling against my palms. The pulse of my thoughts doesn't quiet, circling in the dark, coiling like a beast caught between hunger and restraint. Seren, she doesn't behave like prey. Prey cowers. Prey submits. Prey doesn't lift its chin and demand to be seen as something more than a prize, a possession, a thing to be controlled. She is not prey. That is what makes her dangerous. I turn from her door, letting the silence of the estate settle over me as I move through the halls, past the empty dining chamber and the archways that overlook the jungle beyond. The wind drags through the open corridors, whispering through the vines that creep along the pillars, the leaves glowing faintly with the pulse of magic that hums beneath Naga land soil. Far below, the torches of Cario flicker, casting gold over the sharp lines of the city. The night is restless. I can feel it in the sky, the anticipation hanging thick between the buildings, in the distant roar of the arena where warriors bleed for the gods' amusement. I have not set foot in those sands in years, not since the curse. The taste of battle, of steel and sweat and victory, is as hollow as everything else. Seren's words still scrape against my skin. You paid for me, yet you don't treat me as a slave. She is correct. I hate that she is correct. The truth is simple. I could break her. It would be easy. A single command, a single exertion of force, and she would fall in line like the others. Humans are fragile things, their will bendable, their defiance nothing more than the last desperate sparks of a dying flame. But I don't want her broken. I want her as she is, fierce, unyielding, mine. The curse doesn't stir at the thought of claiming her. The bond remains absent, but something else does move beneath my ribs, something restless, something I don't understand. The gods are cruel in their amusements. I turn away from the balcony, gliding back into the shadows of my estate, past the walls etched with my lineage, past the door to her chamber. I hear her breathing inside. Steady, controlled, awake. She is waiting. She expects me to test her, to see how far she can push before she is punished. I don't enter. Let her wonder. Let her question. I retreat into my own chamber, the night stretching long, the jungle whispering outside. Tomorrow, she'll see what it means to stand in a world of predators. If she is not prey, then I will make her something else entirely.
Chapter 6. Seren. The walls of my chamber breathe. The architecture is ruthless. Black stone carved with sharp angles, the design more fortress than home. No useless decorations, no fragile furniture. Even the bed is built into the rock itself, as if it has always been here, waiting for whoever is foolish enough to rest within these walls. The night outside is not silent. A city of warriors doesn't sleep. The distant roar of the arena still echoes through the cliffs, a hungry sound vibrating in my bones. Below, the jungle hums, creatures slithering through the underbrush, wings beating against thick, humid air, the unseen watching from the branches above. Nothing here is tame. I pace to the window, my bare feet soundless on the polished stone, and look beyond the edge of the estate. The jungle pulses beneath the moonlight, the vines and ferns swaying despite the stillness of the wind. Some of the leaves shimmer with a faint glow, a reflection of Feha's favour, the Naga's god of land and water. I've heard of them gods. Nagas believe in them, deep, old, and uninterested in mercy. I flex my wrists against the lingering weight of the chains, but there's no resistance. He left them undone. He should not have. Zerath doesn't treat me as lesser than dirt beneath his shoe, a slave. He has not given orders to kneel, has not stripped me of the simple clothing I was given, has not touched me beyond what was necessary. Yet I feel his presence more than any master before him. The silence he left behind is worse than his words. Because he is waiting. I should have expected it. A Naga doesn't give anything freely, not land, not power, not even control. They make you take it. I will. The exit is beyond the hall, past the open balcony where I saw him disappear earlier. I slip through the doorway, pressing against the cool stone as I move, my breath steady, my heartbeat measured. If I don't leave now, I never will. Each step forward is calculated, the awareness of this fortress wrapping around me like a predator that has already caught its prey, waiting for the moment I notice. A shadow flickers across the corridor ahead. I press myself back against the carved stone, pulse quickening. The Naga guards have not been unkind, but they are still his, and I doubt Zerath would appreciate waking to find me gone. I count my breaths. 1, 2. The figure moves beyond the archway, vanishing deeper into the estate. I press forward. The open hall stretches before me, leading to the jungle beyond. I am 2 steps from freedom when his voice slithers through the night. Running so soon? I stop. Not because he has commanded it, because I refuse to give him the satisfaction of seeing me startled. Zerath leans against one of the carved pillars, bathed in moonlight, golden eyes gleaming in the darkness. His tail coils beside him, not blocking my path, but reminding me that he doesn't need to. He lets the silence drag between us, long enough to force me to acknowledge it. Perhaps you misheard me earlier, I say, turning slowly. I don't belong to you. His expression remains unreadable, but something dangerous flickers beneath it. He pushes away from the pillar, crossing the distance between us in a slow, effortless glide, his body moving with the lethal grace of something that has never been hunted. He stops just short of me, tilting his head slightly. "You're right." I blink. He steps closer. "You don't belong to me." The heat of his presence presses against me, something primal stretching between us like a rope pulled too tight. "But," he continues, his voice lower now, "you are in my kingdom. You are in my home, and you are in my way." I narrow my eyes. "Your way?" His gaze drops slightly, not in submission. He is watching the pulse at my throat, calculating, considering. "You will not survive out there," he says smoothly, nodding toward the jungle. "Not before my guards catch you. Not before something else does." I don't let him see the ripple of doubt that drags its claws down my spine. The jungle is alive in ways I don't understand, and I am not foolish enough to believe it is merciful. But staying is worse. Zerath watches me for another breath, then exhales slowly, shaking his head. "You are stubborn." "You are arrogant," I return. His amusement is sharp. "So I have been told." He moves then, slow, deliberate, his tail curling around me, not restraining, not quite touching, but caging me in place with something far more dangerous than steel. I feel the change before he speaks again. "You have one night to decide," he murmurs. My fingers tighten into fists. Decide what? His golden gaze holds mine, unwavering. "If you would rather be my guest or my prisoner." A thrill of fury laces through me. "I am not your prisoner," I bite out. Zerath leans forward just slightly, his forked tongue flickering out once, so brief, so subtle I might have imagined it. But the slight twitch of his jaw, the flicker of his pupils, he just tasted something, a lie. His smirk is slow, deliberate. "Then you have nothing to fear." I grip my teeth as he steps back, the absence of his presence more frustrating than the threat itself. "Sleep well, Seren," he murmurs, turning away. I glare after him, my entire body burning with the unspoken war building between us. This is not a cage, not yet. But he is waiting for me to trap myself.
Chapter 7. Zerath. The jungle stirs beyond the cliffs, thick vines shifting in the midnight breeze, their luminous blue veins pulsing like veins beneath darkened skin. The sky above is fractured starlight, jagged remnants of a cosmic wound the gods left behind. I don't pray to them. They have already cursed me enough. I sit at the corner of the open balcony, my coils shifting over the carved stone, as I watch the distant spires of Cario gleaming against the abyss. The city never sleeps. The Naga don't rest. Yet she does. Seren. She is not a restless thing, not tossing in fitful dreams, not gripping the sheets like a woman haunted by past terrors. She is still, controlled, even in unconsciousness, as if daring the world to see her vulnerable. A lie. Her heartbeat never slows enough to surrender fully. Her body is poised, even beneath the illusion of sleep. She is waiting. For me to break her. For me to snap the chain I have left unfastened and remind her what she is, what she was purchased for. I will not. Not yet. The thought sinks its fangs into my mind, burrowing deep, curling in my ribs like a whisper of something inevitable. She is unlike the others. The human women I tested before were soft, their spirits brittle beneath a thin veneer of defiance. They feared me. They feared the darkness of my people, the weight of my coils, the strength of my hands. Seren doesn't fear me. She fears what I will make her admit. That is why she pushes. That is why she threw the chain at my feet, as if rejecting the very idea of ownership, as if willing me to prove that my claim over her is a lie. Yet she did not run. She should have. Instead, she walked into this house, into my world, and stood before me like something untouchable. Amusing. She may think herself beyond control, but control is not about force. It is about patience. It is about knowing precisely when to let the trap close. A rustle shifts in the distance, a change in the currents threading through the jungle. Something watching. Something waiting. The beasts of the deep wood don't step too close to the city, but they sense weakness. They're drawn to the smell of defiance just as much as fear. Much like me. The wind shifts and I inhale deeply, drawing in the salt of the distant coastline, the wet stone from the carved pathways below, the sharp iron tang of steel being polished by the guards in the courtyard. Beneath it, her. Not her skin, not her sweat, not the shallow perfume of humans that often reeks of too many bodies pressed into too little space. No. Seren smells like thunder before a storm, like something about to break. My claws flex against the stone, irritation curling through me. The bond doesn't pull. The curse doesn't lift. Yet I hunger. Perhaps more cruel than any torment the gods have bestowed upon me is this. To crave something I cannot yet take. The soft scuff of bare feet against stone drags my attention back to the archway leading into the main hall. I don't turn. She has already noticed me. Already hesitated in the shadows before stepping into the open. She is learning. Good. I listen to the measured quiet of her breath, the way her pulse betrays the coolness she tries to cloak herself in. She is steady, but not unshaken. She should not have come here. Not so soon. I thought you were sleeping, I say, my voice threading through the night, slipping between us like the cool wind curling in from the jungle. I was, she murmurs, stepping closer. Then I decided I had enough of pretending. The honesty in it surprises me. I flick my gaze toward her, the slivers of silver starlight catching against her skin, painting shadows along her collarbone. She has not covered the brand on her wrist tonight. She notices where my gaze lingers. Her fingers twitch, the barest hesitation before she clenches her fist. Not shame. Rage. I lean back, resting my weight on my coils, watching her, assessing. You wear your defiance like armor, I murmur. But armor doesn't make you invincible. She lifts her chin, moonlight carving sharp lines against her jaw. You wear your patience like a leash. Tell me, does it chafe? A slow smirk graces the corner of my lips. She is sharp. She doesn't bare her throat, but she is willing to test her teeth. Intriguing. You think I'm waiting for something, I say. She folds her arms across her chest, an unconscious barrier, one she doesn't realize she has created. Are you not? The question hangs between us, pressing into the humid night. I tilt my head slightly, my forked tongue flicking out before I still it. Perhaps. Her gaze darkens. She expected a different answer. Good. She shifts, placing more weight onto one leg, the tension in her muscles barely visible beneath the soft drape of her tunic. A stance of someone prepared to move, prepared to fight. She doesn't understand. She is already fighting. Not with steel, not with fists, with every sharp word, every refusal to yield. She has not realized that I am letting her win. For now, I push off the stone, rising to my full height, the movement slow, unhurried. She doesn't step back. I expect nothing less. You have a choice to make, Seren, I say softly. Her fingers flex at her sides. If you are not my prisoner, I continue, then what are you? She doesn't answer. A lesser creature would have already begged for the illusion of freedom. But Seren Delira doesn't beg. She waits. I step past her, letting my presence drag against hers, letting the weight of what has been left unspoken press against her skin. I suggest you make your decision soon, I murmur, low enough that she feels the words rather than hears them. Suddenly I am gone, vanishing into the darkened halls, leaving her there, standing at the edge of the trap she refuses to see.
Chapter 8. Seren. I wake to rough hands dragging me from the bed. Disoriented, I lash out, twisting, snarling, only to be caught, pinned. My legs tangle in the sheets as clawed fingers tighten around my wrists, forcing my arms behind my back. 3 Naga loom over me, their golden eyes glowing like embers in the dim chamber. Warriors, stronger, faster, trained to subdue. I thrash harder. Let go of me! The largest of them chuckles, amusement slithering through his voice like something sickly sweet. Lord Zerath commands your presence in the arena, human. The arena. The words send a sharp spike of alarm through me, twisting in my chest. I still. Not in surrender, I am never that. But stillness is a weapon too, when wielded correctly. They take it as compliance. Fools. The moment their grip loosens, I strike, shoving my knee into the ribs of the nearest one, yanking against the iron strength of their holds, my breath sharp with rage. I get a single step before another coils his tail around my legs, wrenching me backward, my body colliding against the unyielding heat of his chest. A hiss, low and dark. Defiant little thing. Unhand me, I grit out. You are his, another murmurs, the words laced with something unreadable. If you were not, we would have let you run. I am not his. I open my mouth to spit the words at them, but a thick length of cloth is forced over my shoulders, covering my nightclothes. Not armour, not chains. A dress. Dark silk, woven with faint silver embroidery along the edges, soft against my skin. Fine, expensive, like a thing to be displayed. Revulsion claws up my throat. But I have no choice. They pull me through the halls, their grip firm, but not cruel, not bruising, not like my previous master's men had been. That is almost worse. It means they don't need to hurt me to make me yield, because it means they think I will. The sounds hit first, not the roar of the crowd, but the anticipation of it, the hush before the storm, the hum of 100 voices murmuring, waiting, aching for blood. I am dragged through the corridors of the Colosseum, past walls carved with stories of warriors long dead, their victories etched into the very foundation of this place. The ground beneath my feet is still warm from the battles that came before. I don't ask what I am walking toward. I don't need to. The stench of fresh blood clings to the sand of the pit, the iron tang sharp, mingling with something thicker, something heady. Desire. This is not just a battleground. This is where mates are claimed. My stomach turns, but I keep my face smooth, expressionless. I will not give them the pleasure of my fear. They shove me forward. The sun slants through the open arches above, painting the arena floor in gold and shadow. They are waiting. The Naga. Warriors, nobles, challengers. Their eyes rake over me as if assessing a prize yet to be won, their forked tongues flicking, tasting my presence. A chill slithers down my spine, but I hold myself still, chin lifted. I don't belong to them, especially not to Zerath. The murmurs rise, some amused, others interested. A few voices whisper low, mocking. A human in the arena, a human in their sacred place. Disgusting, some of them will think. A curiosity, others will murmur. An invitation, the worst of them will believe. I grit my teeth, fight the urge to fold my arms across my chest, to cover myself beneath the silks they forced me into. Zerath steps into the pit. The breath that leaves the crowd is almost a thing I can taste. Not fear, respect, anticipation, a hunger that doesn't belong to me. Zerath moves through the ground like a shadow carved from obsidian, golden eyes sharp enough to cut. The crimson streaks along his arms and tail, a brutal reminder of what he is, of what he has done. The ground trembles faintly beneath the force of his presence, not from magic, from sheer, undeniable weight. They look at me differently now, not as prey, not as an offering, but as something already claimed. My pulse hammers as he approaches, his steps slow, deliberate. The crowd leans in. He doesn't look at them. He only looks at me. I force my expression into something smooth, unbothered, even as my body rebels against the sheer weight of him, of what he is about to do. He stops just short of me, his tail shifting, circling behind me, not touching, but closing a cage I cannot see. I lift my chin. Is this some kind of game? His golden eyes flicker with something unreadable. This is a declaration. I hold his gaze, my heart hammering against my chest. Of what? His voice is quiet, yet it cuts through the arena as if spoken like a command. That you are mine. The words drag across my skin like the edge of a blade. The crowd shifts, murmurs rippling through them like waves in a storm. But I don't look away. I will not bow, not here, not to him. Zerath watches me, his patience like something ancient and waiting, something I don't understand. He doesn't touch me, but his voice settles into my bones. You wanted to see how my people fight for their mates, he murmurs, low enough that only I can hear it now. The murmuring around us is deafening. He smiles, slow and dangerous. You will have your answer soon enough.
Chapter 9. Sirroth. Seren stands before me, her expression carved from stone, but I see the tension in her throat, the taut set of her shoulders. She doesn't speak, doesn't break, but her body tells its own story. She understands what this is now, what I have done. The other Naga don't look at her the same way anymore. The moment I stepped into the pit, they saw her as mine. The shift was instant, absolute. Some in the crowd had considered her a curiosity, a spectacle. Now they see a challenge. The fight will begin soon. Not for her, they would never dare. Not after I have claimed her. But the other warriors, they will want to see if I am still worthy of holding what I take. I will remind them. Seren is watching me. She thinks I will use force, that I will grab her, make her bow, shatter her into something pliable and obedient. That is not my way. Control is not brute strength. It is patience. It is knowing when to strike and when to wait. I'm very, very good at waiting. Step back, I murmur. Her breath hitches. Small, nearly imperceptible, but there. She doesn't step back. Instead, she lifts her chin. I did not ask to be here. A slow smirk pulls at my mouth. She is angry. Good. It doesn't matter what you asked for, I say, voice even low. It matters what you are. The muscles in her jaw tighten. And what am I? I let the question hang between us, let it sink into her bones. I step closer, slow, deliberate, ensuring she feels it before I even reach her. I don't touch. I don't have to. The arena hums with anticipation, the gathered warriors murmuring, waiting. The fight has not yet begun, but their attention is already locked here. On us. They're watching how she stands, watching how she doesn't bow. Some are amused, some impressed, some hungry. I drag my gaze over the faces around us, their slitted eyes gleaming, their tongues flicking out, tasting the defiance still burning in her blood. She doesn't see it, but I do. I tilt my head slightly, my tail curling lazily behind me. You are being watched. Her storm-gray eyes don't waver. I'm always being watched. I chuckle. Not like this. I allow a slow glance around the gathered Naga, ensuring she follows. She does. Her gaze flickers over them, registering their attention, the way their shoulders are squared, the way they weigh her presence. Consider it. Judge it. Some of them think they could take her. She doesn't belong here. That is what they believe. They are waiting to see if I agree. A murmur rises through the arena. The warriors waiting for the first match are moving forward, stepping into the pit. The challenge is beginning. The arena master, a Naga, older than most, his scales dulled with age, but his presence as sharp as ever, lifts a clawed hand. The trial of blood begins, he intones, voice deep enough to shake the stone. A roar rises from the crowd. Seren flinches at the sound before she can stop herself. They see it. The shift in them is immediate, subtle. But I feel it. The moment prey is scented, I exhale. Enough. I step forward, closing the space between us, until she has no choice but to tip her head to keep her glare locked on mine. My voice drops low. You don't want them looking at you. A muscle in her jaw ticks. I don't care. I hum, letting my forked tongue flick out for the barest second, not at her, but around her. Testing. Measuring. I smile. Then allow me to be clear, little mouse. I reach for her, not to grab, to claim. The moment my fingers brush her throat, the crowd stills. The attention shifts. No longer a challenge to be won, no longer a curiosity to be weighed. She is mine. I feel the way her pulse pounds beneath my palm, the way her breath stills in her throat, caught between rage and something else. I say it again for all to hear. Mine! The arena erupts. Seren jerks back, but I don't let her go. Not harsh, not cruel, but firm. You don't want them looking at you, I say again, softer now, just for her. She doesn't deny it this time, but she doesn't accept it either. I release her. She doesn't run. The first challenger steps into the pit, his tail coiled, his fangs gleaming. The fight begins, but I don't watch him. I watch her. She is not afraid of the blood. I like it. It will be beautiful watching her drink the blood of her enemies, ain't it?
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 10. Seren. The clash of steel rings through the arena, a sound sharper than any scream, louder than the roar of the crowd. I should be horrified. I should look away, but I don't. The first warrior lunges, his blade slicing the humid air between him and his challenger. The impact shudders through my bones, vibrating in my ribs like a second heartbeat. The sand beneath them is already dark with spilled blood. The way they move, it's not just brutality, not just carnage. It's something else entirely. It is not a mindless brawl. There is grace in it, a rhythm to the way the fighters strike, retreat, weave through each other's defences with the kind of ease that only comes from years of war. It is muscle memory turned into art, a deadly dance of precision and force. It is beautiful. The realization should unsettle me. I should be sickened by the way one of the fighters twists his opponent's wrist until bone snaps, should flinch as his fangs sink into the tender space between neck and shoulder. Instead, I find myself watching, my breathing controlled, my pulse steady. This is not like the violence I have suffered before. That had been cruel. That had been something inflicted upon me. This question mark. This is power. Naga don't fight to destroy. They fight to prove. Strength is not just for winning. It is for claiming. A body that falls here doesn't fall in disgrace. It falls in worth. I tear my gaze from the pit, from the bodies writhing in combat, and shift my focus to Zerath. He doesn't watch me. Not directly. But I can feel his attention like an unspoken weight against my skin, pressing without force, assessing without demand. He is waiting. For what? I don't know. To see if I will turn away. To see if I will weep at the bloodshed. I hold his gaze for a breath before looking back at the fight. Let him wait. A warrior lunges, his blade carving through the space where his challenger had been only seconds before. The dodge is seamless, as if the second fighter had already predicted the movement before it happened. A counter-strike, quick, decisive. Blood splatters the sand and the crowd roars. I exhale. This is their way. This is how they decide who is worthy. I should not belong here, but I do. The thought slithers through me, cold and unwelcome, but I don't push it away. I have spent my life running from cages, escaping from hands that would brand me as theirs. Yet Zerath has not tried to break me. He has not thrown me to these fighters, has not demanded my obedience, has not forced me to my knees. He only waits. That is worse. I don't understand what I am supposed to do with that. Another warrior falls, his body crashing against the blood-drenched sand. A victor stands above him, tail coiled, muscles thrumming with the euphoria of conquest. He doesn't kill his fallen opponent. He bares his fangs in respect. The defeated warrior kneels, pressing a hand to the sand, acknowledging his loss. There is no shame here, only the knowledge that he will fight again. I let my fingers curl against my sides, pressing into my palms. I had expected something else entirely from this world. From this Naga standing beside me, the one who has declared me his without chains, without force. The crowd stills. A new challenger steps forward. He is larger than the others, his black scales streaked with silver, his eyes older, sharper. The murmurs ripple through the stands, a name whispered like a warning. Veyron. I shift slightly, but Zerath's tail flicks, a fraction of a movement, so slight I almost miss it. A warning. Veyron tilts his head toward me, his gaze assessing, weighing. Something in my stomach twists. I have seen that look before. Zerath doesn't turn his head, but his voice is steel when he speaks. You will not challenge me today, Veyron. The larger Naga considers this. He smiles. It is not you I challenge. The world narrows to a singular point, to the way Zerath's body goes completely still, not in fear, in calculated, measured restraint. Veyron shifts his weight, the sand shifting beneath his tail. The human. She doesn't belong here. Something cold slithers down my spine, but I don't let it show. I have heard these words before. From men who believed they were owed something. From masters who thought possession was the same as devotion. From Jalith. Zerath doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he lifts his head slightly, a predator deciding whether to strike. Veyron doesn't wait. He moves. Fast. Too fast. I don't even see the moment Zerath reacts. 1 second, Veyron is lunging. The next, Zerath has him pinned, his tail wrapped so tightly around Veyron's neck that the larger Naga cannot move. The crowd falls utterly silent. Zerath leans in, his fangs bared, his voice cold enough to freeze bone. You will not challenge me today, he repeats, slower this time, letting each word carve itself into the stillness. Veyron doesn't struggle. Zerath releases him, shoving him back with effortless strength. Veyron doesn't try again. Instead, He touches a hand to his throat, where the scales have been marked by the ghost of Zerath's hold. A warning and a promise. Zerath finally looks at me, not asking, not forcing, just waiting for my reaction, and I don't look away. Chapter 11. Seren. The jungle presses close, humid and thick, vines hanging low as if listening. The pulsing glow of the flora casts a ghostly shimmer against my skin, marking my passage like a trail for unseen things. I should be afraid. I am not. I move deeper, the weight of Nagaland at my back, its great stronghold now a distant shape against the cliffs. I do not run. Running means desperation, means fear, and I refuse to be hunted. Not by him. Not by this place. This is not about escape. This is about proving I still can, that my body does not belong to Zerath, that his claim over me in the arena was only words, spoken to protect me from his kind, from their laws, from whatever rules dictate this world of beasts. But words do not make me his. The jungle shifts around me, alive in a way I have never felt before. The vines hum softly, charged with magic that does not belong to me, but does not reject me either. A sharp pulse in my ribs tells me I am not alone. I stop. Listen. Something moves. Not a beast, something bigger. The sound is subtle, a presence shifting through the dense foliage, careful, deliberate. Predators. My fingers tighten around the dagger hidden at my hip. The glow of the jungle is not enough to reveal them yet, but I can feel them drawing closer, waiting, testing me. A prickle runs along the base of my spine, a whisper of instinct screaming run. I do not listen. The shadows break. Figures step into the glow of the vines, tall, broad, their bodies armoured in thick leather and plated steel. Minotaurs, Jalith's mercenaries. The breath in my throat locks into place, my pulse a hammering thing inside my ribs. I take a slow step back, my grip tightening on the blade. The largest one, a brute of blackened horns and jagged scars across his chest, tilts his head as he studies me. "He was right," he rumbles, his voice like crushed stone. I do not let the words settle. "Where is your master, little human?" he continues, taking a step forward, the weight of him shifting the very earth. I bare my teeth. I don't have one. The second one laughs, a low grinding sound that sets my skin crawling. "No?" He flicks his gaze along my body, not with lust, but with something worse. Calculation. They are deciding if I am worth the trouble of dragging back. They are deciding how much fight I have in me. I let the silence stretch, let the tension tighten between us. Then I strike. The blade flashes, aiming for the throat of the closest one. But he is faster than he looks. A brutal block of his arm knocks me sideways, my feet skidding over damp moss as I twist, barely managing to dodge the next blow. I move again, fast, precise, but they are stronger, bigger. There are 3 of them. The first one lunges, his massive arms swinging like a club. I duck, spinning beneath him, but the second grabs my wrist before I can land the next strike. The dagger is wrenched from my grip, sent spinning into the jungle. My ribs explode in pain as the third mercenary slams an elbow into my side, sending me staggering backward, breath ragged. Still I do not fall. Still I do not break. But my chances of surviving this are shrinking. I need to run. They are not interested in killing me. They want to take me back. I will not go back. I force my body to move, twisting free just as the first one lunges again. This time I do not fight. I run. The jungle stretches before me, vast and endless, a tangled thing of darkened paths and glowing trails. I sprint, dodging thick roots, leaping over broken logs. The ground shifts beneath me, unsteady, as if the jungle itself is warning me of every wrong step. The mercenaries are close. A roar erupts behind me. They have lost patience. They will not chase forever. They will bring me down. A snarl rips from my throat as I push harder, my body a thing of burning muscle and raw will. I will not be taken, I will not be caged. But the jungle is a cruel thing. The moment my foot catches on an unseen root, my body collides with the ground. The impact knocks the air out of me, my vision swimming from the force of it. The first one is already on me. His massive hand grabs my arm, yanking me up, his grip tight like iron. His mouth curls into something amused, something victorious. Done running? A flicker of white-hot fury slams through me. I twist, throwing my full weight into a vicious kick straight to his knee. It lands. He staggers, a growl ripping from him, and I use the moment to wrench myself free. But the second one is already there. A fist catches my stomach, sending me gasping to my knees. The jungle seems to pulse, as if holding its breath. I claw at the ground, forcing my body to rise, but they are done playing. The first mercenary steps closer, rolling his shoulders, looming like a titan over a broken thing. He reaches down, hand closing around my throat. Is this the end for me?
Chapter 12. Sirroth. The moment I step into her empty chambers, I know what she has done. The sheets are still warm. The faint scent of her skin lingers in the stillness, salt, something crisp and sharp like rain against stone. She has fled. Not far, not to escape me. If she had meant to run, she would have taken provisions, weapons, something more than just the blade she always keeps hidden. No. This is a test. A defiant, reckless act to prove that she is not bound to me. She will learn soon enough. I move through the halls, past the sleeping guards, past the corridors lined with etched stone and unlit torches. The stronghold breathes in quiet anticipation, but the jungle beyond is awake. She does not understand what she has stepped into. Nagaland is not forgiving to the fragile. The creatures lurking in the shadows do not hesitate. The vines that curl from the trees are more than decoration. She thinks she's free. She thinks she is alone. I will show her how wrong she is. The moment I step beyond the gates, the trail is fresh. A trail of dampened footsteps over thick vines, broken twigs bent at angles no beast would have disturbed. She moves carefully, but not like prey. Not stumbling, not frantic. She's walking into the jungle as if it is hers to challenge. I follow without sound, my tail coiling and uncoiling over the thick roots, claws barely grazing the damp soil. The night swallows unnecessary noise, the vines above pulsing faintly with light as if feeding from the tension between predator and prey. I let her have the illusion of distance. Let her think she has won this round. Something shifts. Not her. Something else. A new scent drifts through the tangled undergrowth. Not animal, not Naga. Something more dangerous. Something ancient and cold. Dark elves. I lower myself slightly, moving more carefully. Gaze scanning the jungle until I see them. 3 of them, partially hidden. Their lean figures barely noticeable among the shifting foliage. They move like hunters, precise and soundless, their crimson eyes gleaming as they scan the darkness. They are searching for someone. A low hum curls in my chest, something close to amusement. Are they here for me? Unlikely. A bounty, perhaps. A target in Cario, some foolish noble who crossed Jalith's kind once too often. I consider passing them by, until the nearest one turns, his voice low, deliberate. She was here. I still. A breath's hesitation before my muscles coil, my claws flexing in the thick undergrowth. Not for me. For a she. A woman. The cold realization settles in my spine before I allow it to reach my mind. They cannot mean her. It is coincidence. But I do not believe in coincidences. The first elf gestures toward the path Seren walked not long ago. The magic lingers. She carries something old. The artifact. I bare my fangs. Magic. They are tracking magic. She's wearing the ring, a dark elf says. I freeze as I recall Seren wearing an inconspicuous ring. What's going on? A nagging sensation that they're looking for her grows on me. A slow, dangerous heat burns through my veins, my tail flicking behind me as I straighten. They do not know who she is, not yet. They are still searching. They will not get the chance. The elf closest to me barely has time to turn his head before my blade is in his heart. His gasp is swallowed by the jungle, the wet sound of steel meeting flesh lost beneath the hiss of shifting vines. The other two react swiftly, but not fast enough. One lunges, dagger flashing in the dim glow, quick and merciless. I shift, catching the blade with my clawed hand before it reaches my throat. He struggles, but I am stronger. I let him see it. Let him feel the inevitability of his death. Then I crush his wrist, bones snapping like dry branches. His scream does not come, because my fangs are already at his throat. Blood bursts over my tongue, hot and metallic, thick with the magic that hums beneath elven skin. The last one tries to run. He does not make it 3 steps before my tail snakes around his legs, yanking him back into the dirt. I crouch over him, pressing a single claw against his ribs, just enough to dig into the fabric of his armor. "Who are you hunting?" I murmur. The elf struggles. "No one of importance." I press harder. "Wrong answer." His lips curl in something close to a smirk. "You have no idea what you are protecting, Naga." A slow, dangerous thing uncoils inside me. I do not need his words to tell me what I already suspect. This was not coincidence. This was a warning. A test to see if they could find her. My claws sink deeper. "You will tell me who sent you." The elf's smirk does not falter. "You already know." The jungle swallows his final breath. I do not let him suffer. It is not worth my time. But the truth lingers, coiling through me like a slow-burning fire. Seren has been marked. Not by my kind, by something far worse. She has no idea what she has walked into. I rise, shaking the blood from my claws, eyes already tracking her path through the trees. If the dark elves are already looking for her, she has lost the right to walk this jungle alone. She wanted freedom. She will not have it now. Chapter 13. Zerath. The jungle is too still. The moment I step beyond the glowing vines, something is wrong. The natural pulse of the forest, chirping insects, the distant rustling of unseen creatures has vanished. The silence is not emptiness, it is anticipation. She is close. Her trail is fresh, disturbed earth where her feet skimmed too quickly, the faint imprint of her fingers against the thick trunks where she steadied herself. She has been running, not aimless, not in fear, but because something has forced her to. Now, something forces me. A low murmur filters through the trees, words spoken in a guttural tongue, thick with the accent of a species that should not be on Naga soil. Minotaur. I shift my weight forward, my tail flicking against the damp moss, my claws flexing in controlled restraint. It takes no effort to remain unseen. Another voice, deeper than the first, rumbles low. "She's got some fight. I'll give her that." A growl ripples through my chest, restrained, controlled. They are speaking of her. I move soundlessly through the undergrowth, my senses narrowing as I see them. 3 mercenaries stand beneath the thickest part of the canopy, where the vines pulse faintly with bioluminescent light, revealing the ragged state of their captive. Seren is on her knees, one arm bent at an unnatural angle as she struggles against the bruising grip of the largest one. His hand is clamped around her throat, forcing her still. Her mouth is parted, breath hard, but her eyes, they burn. No fear, only fury. She shifts, testing his hold, her body coiled like she's waiting for the moment to strike. The Minotaur holding her chuckles. The bounty said nothing about her putting up this much of a fight. Bounty. The word strikes through me, a sharp and unwelcome truth. Zerath has begun to pay for her return. Seren growls something I can't hear, but it makes the second mercenary laugh, nudging the third with his elbow. Shall we tire her out before taking her back? That sentence seals their fate. My blade is unsheathed before my body even acknowledges the movement. The steel hums against the thick jungle air, a whisper before the storm. The first mercenary, the one pinning Seren, doesn't even have time to react before my sword buries deep into his ribs. His breath catches in a gurgled choke, shock flickering in his dull eyes before I twist the blade, wrenching it upward through muscle and bone. The release of blood is instant, warm and sickly as it spills over my wrist. Seren collapses to the ground as his grip on her fails, coughing, gasping, but she does not hesitate. Her hand snaps to the dagger hidden at her hip, her body already shifting into a defensive stance as the other two react. The second Monitor lunges, swinging a crude axe toward my skull. He's too slow. I sidestep, tail whipping around in a sharp, precise strike that sends him crashing into a thick tree trunk. The force shakes the canopy, leaves and vines raining down like shattered glass. He groans, dazed but not dead. A mistake. I do not let mistakes linger. I move before he can recover, blade slicing cleanly through the thick muscle of his exposed throat. His body slumps, blood pooling beneath his massive form. The third hesitates. A terrible choice. His instinct tells him to run. My instincts do not allow it. I am on him before his foot leaves the ground. My claws sink deep into his chest, piercing through the weak protection of his armor, feeling the frantic, stuttering beat of his heart beneath my palm. He gasps, his mouth forming around a plea, but I don't let him finish. A sharp twist and the beat stops. The body collapses at my feet. Only the jungle remains, only the thick, wet silence of death. Suddenly the sound of breathing. I turn. Seren is watching me. She is still on the ground where she landed after I killed the first one, her hands braced against the dirt, her chest rising and falling in sharp, measured breaths. She should be trembling. She should be afraid. She is not. Her gaze locks onto mine, the moonlight slipping between the vines, illuminating the blood on my hands, the carnage at my feet. She does not recoil, does not cower. Her lips part, and I almost expect a challenge, another sharp remark that will remind me of why I do not break her. But she says nothing, only watches, only sees. I step forward, closing the space between us. She does not move away. My claws graze the edge of her chin, tilting her head just enough to assess the bruises along her throat. The mercenary had held too tightly, had dared to mar what belongs to me. A cold pulse of rage snakes through me, but I don't allow it to control me. You should not have left, I murmur. Seren's fingers flex at her sides, but she does not pull away from my touch. You should have let me. The words are sharp, but not reckless. She is testing me again. It is a foolish game. You are mine, I say, voice steady. That means no one else touches you, no one else takes you. Her breath does not hitch. She does not tremble. She only lifts her chin higher, as if daring me to see the truth in her eyes. I already do. She does not hate me. She hates what I make her feel, but it is too late for either of us. I turn from her, stepping over the bodies, my tail flicking behind me. Walk, little mouse. She does not hesitate. She steps through the blood, past the bodies of the men who would have taken her. She walks behind me, back toward my stronghold. There is no need for chains. She already understands. She belongs to no one, but she is not free. Not anymore.
Chapter 14. Seren. The weight of sleep clings to me like a second skin, heavy and stubborn, resisting my return to consciousness. The softness beneath me is deceptive, a cruel contrast to the cold stone floors I've been tossed onto in past cages. My fingers twitch against silk, the fabric foreign beneath my rough, calloused fingertips. My body remains still, pretending to still be lost in sleep, as I take in the unfamiliar surroundings. The room is too warm, the space too quiet, too vast to belong anywhere but a Naga stronghold. A slow breath slips through my parted lips, and the stench of burning oils, rich, spiced, edged with something earthy and old coils into my lungs. Zerath. My jaw tightens as memory slams back into me, the Minotaur mercenaries, the blood, the way he had stood over their bodies like a god of death. And then, the long walk back to him, back here. My eyes snap open. The first thing I see is the ceiling, vaulted stone, lined with carved etchings that gleam with old magic. The walls are just as imposing, designed not for comfort, but for strength. I am not alone. He is watching. Zerath stands near the edge of the bed, arms folded across his broad chest, golden eyes locked onto me with quiet expectation. He doesn't speak. Neither do I. My fingers curl into the sheets, a sharp contrast to the bruises shadowing my wrist, evidence of the hands that had tried to drag me back to Jalith. I should kill you for bringing me here, I murmur, voice hoarse from disuse. Zerath tilts his head, the faintest flick of his forked tongue flickering between his lips before disappearing. Should you? I push myself up onto my elbows, the ache in my ribs protesting the sudden movement. You seem awfully fond of deciding where I belong. His tail coils slightly against the stone floor, the movement almost lazy. You belong where you are safest. A sharp laugh escapes me before I can swallow it down. Safest, I repeat, rolling the word over my tongue as if testing its absurdity. You think I'm safe here? The space between us shortens in 3 slow, deliberate steps. I know you are safer here than in the hands of those who would see you broken. A flicker of something unfamiliar slides through my chest, not gratitude. Never that. But the weight of truth in his words settles deep, unwanted, but undeniable. The world outside his walls does not want to keep me. It wants to own me. You think I should thank you? I force my voice into something sharp, something bitter. Is that what you're waiting for? Zerath's lips twitch, just barely. You would rather bleed in the dirt than sleep in my bed. Sleep in your bed? My laugh lacks humour, my fingers twitching against the silk sheets. You must have carried me here then. Was I supposed to wake up on the floor? His tail flicks against the rock again, that damnable restraint of his a blade's edge from snapping. If I wanted you on the floor, little mouse, you would be there. Heat blooms in my chest, not desire, but fury. Do not call me that. He exhales slowly, as if weighing whether the argument is worth entertaining. His hand moves, too fast for me to react. I jolt back as his fingers wrap around my wrist, firm but not cruel, unyielding but not punishing. My breath stills as his thumb brushes over the inside of my wrist, the movement precise, deliberate. A sharp sting burns against my skin. I try to jerk away, but his grip is unshakable. What are you doing? My voice is quiet, but the demand lingers beneath it. Zerath says nothing at first, his gaze fixed on the spot where his clawed fingers press against my wrist. A slow, spreading heat builds beneath his touch, a faint glow seeping through my skin. Magic. I snarl and pull back, but he releases me before I can fully wrench away. A mark remains, faint, barely more than a shadow beneath my skin, but it is there. I press my fingers to the spot, pulse hammering beneath my touch. You branded me. His golden gaze remains steady. I marked you. There is no apology in his voice, no hesitation. I want to rip the mark from my skin, to scrape it off and throw it in his face. You had no right. His head tilts slightly, the way it always does when he is deciding how much truth to give me. Then you should not have been weak enough to need it. The words sink in deep, cutting like a dagger slipping through unguarded ribs. Not cruel, just true. A breath hitches in my throat, rage and humiliation twisting together, tangled into something ugly. "I was not weak," I grind out. Zerath steps forward again, and I force myself not to move back. "If I had not arrived when I did," he murmurs, each word sharp, precise. "What would have happened, Seren?" I hate that he uses my name. I hate that he is right. My teeth clench as I shift my wrist slightly, staring at the sigil seared into my skin, a crest I do not yet understand, magic that does not yet belong to me. He watches me watching it. Softly, dangerously, he says, "It is not a collar." I lift my chin, defiant. "Then what is it?" His voice lowers, the restraint in it a thing that coils and tightens. Protection. The word scrapes against something raw inside me, because I should reject it. Should tear it from my skin, spit in his face, remind him I belong to no one. I do not. That terrifies me.
Chapter 15. Zerath. The stench of arrogance enters before the emissary does. I'm still thinking of Seren running away, and is in a bad mood. The emissary seems to be a good way to release my fury. I do not rise from my throne as the dark elf strides into the chamber, his silver robes flowing behind him in a display meant to impress. The fabric glimmers with enchantment, embroidered sigils glowing faintly against the obsidian weave. His hair, sleek and bound in braids too intricate for a soldier, marks him as one of the chosen lapdogs. A disappointment. I had expected someone worth killing. The Naga escort flanks him on either side, their grips tight on their spears. Their expressions remain unreadable, but their tails coil slightly, a silent warning to the dark elf that he stands among predators. He does not seem to care. His crimson eyes flick lazily over my warriors, over the walls of my stronghold, and finally, over me. His smirk is slow, deliberate. Is this what passes for a throne in this backwater nest? His voice is silk-drenched venom, the accent of his kind a lilting mockery of true power. I had expected something more civilized. The two Naga guards shift, but I do not signal them. He's testing me. How far can he press before I rip his tongue from his throat? I lean back slightly, tilting my head. You have traveled far to insult your betters. The elf's smile widens, flashing sharp teeth. Ah, so the Naga still cling to their old delusions of grandeur. He takes a slow step forward, his boots clicking against the polished black stone. I was sent with a simple message, but I must admit, I did not expect the infamous Zerath to look so. His eyes flick down the length of my coiled tail, lips twitching. Domesticated. A low rumble of displeasure stirs in my chest, but my face remains impassive. He expected a reaction. He will not get it. I imagine your master sent you to deliver more than an attempt at provocation, I say, voice cutting through the chamber like a blade. Speak your message before I grow bored. The emissary grins. He enjoys this, enjoys the belief that he stands untouchable in my halls. The fool. His hands clasp behind his back, spine impossibly straight. Lord Zerath wishes to be merciful. He rolls the words out slowly, savoring them. He understands that you have taken in a runaway, a piece of property that does not belong to you. He's willing to forgive this transgression. I arch a brow. Forgive. The elf nods, lips curving into something smug. In his generosity, he will even allow you to send her back intact. He tilts his head, feigning thoughtfulness. Though, of course, if she is damaged, we will have to renegotiate. Zerath does not take kindly to having his belongings mishandled. My claws dig into the armrest of my throne, the scrape of talons against stone the only sound in the vast chamber. I had anticipated an envoy, had known that word would reach Zerath eventually. What I had not anticipated was this level of idiocy. The dark elf's grin grows. Or if returning her is too difficult a task, I suppose my master could come himself, burn this place to its foundations, take back what is his from the ashes. The room sharpens. The warriors in the chamber do not move, but the air shifts, tension coiling like a struck cord. I rise slowly, my tail unfurling, the weight of my presence filling the space between us. The elf has the good sense to step back. Just slightly. His expression falters for half a breath. "Tell your master," I say, voice a quiet promise of ruin, "that he will not need to waste his magic on a fire." The emissary's smirk begins to return. "Ah, so you will—" I move before the words can finish. The dark elf barely registers the strike, claws flashing, slicing through the fragile flesh of his throat in one clean motion. He staggers, eyes wide. The smirk has not yet left his lips as his body collapses onto the stone, blood spilling in an expanding pool beneath him. His head remains in my grasp. The chamber is silent. I turn it slightly, letting the still shocked expression face the remaining guards. The two Naga warriors who escorted him do not look away. They had known this was coming. I flick my tail in dismissal. "Send his body back to Zerroth." One of the warriors inclines his head. "And the head, Lord Zerath?" I glance at the lifeless face, the arrogant smirk still lingering, frozen in time. The perfect message. The perfect warning. "Mounted on the gates." The warrior bows. The body is dragged away, leaving only the crimson stain of a fool who had thought himself untouchable. Zerroth will receive his answer. He will come. I welcome it.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 books from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion. Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 books for the price of 10.
400 hours of reading where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Prothika are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance. Prothika's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 16. Seren. Sweat trickles down my spine, muscles taut and burning from exertion. The training ground sprawls before me, its stone floor polished smooth from centuries of warriors honing their craft. The sky above is bruised with the last remnants of twilight, deep purple bleeding into black, the first stars winking between the shifting clouds. Zerath watches from the edge of the ring, arms folded, expression unreadable. I resist the urge to glare at him, though it takes every ounce of control I have. "Again," he commands, voice as even as if he were discussing the weather. My fingers tighten around the short sword he'd tossed me earlier, the weight still unfamiliar. The grip is rough against my palm, the balance slightly off, or maybe it's just me. I lunge, aiming for the straw target at the ring. The blade slices through the humid night, but the angle is wrong, too shallow. The edge barely nicks the target's side, the force behind my strike dissipating before it can do real damage. A slow clap echoes behind me. "You strike like a human." Zerath's tail flicks against the hard stone, the sound a deliberate mockery. And a poorly trained one at that. Teeth grinding, I turn to face him. "Apologies, my lord, for not being a centuries-old snake with a fetish for violence," His lips twitch, not quite a smirk, but close enough to make my irritation curdle into something sharper. I do not expect centuries of skill, he muses. I expect you to learn. And what exactly do you expect me to learn? The sword spins once in my hand, grip adjusting as I step back into a ready stance. How to serve as a more entertaining toy in your pit of bloodshed. Golden eyes narrow slightly, gleaming in the dim torchlight. If you prefer the alternative, I could simply toss you back to the next pack of mercenaries that comes sniffing. My fingers twitch against the hilt. He wouldn't. Would he? Zerath steps forward, and despite every instinct screaming at me to stand my ground, my muscles tighten in wary anticipation. The arena is not merely bloodshed, he says, voice dropping just enough to demand my attention. It is discipline. It is strategy. It is knowing when to strike and when to bait. His hand flicks toward my grip on the sword. And it is not whatever that is. I roll my eyes but shift my stance as he moves to circle me, his presence pressing against me like a closing snare. There are only two outcomes in a fight, little mouse, he continues, pacing slowly, measuring. You win or you die. A short laugh escapes me. Dramatic. He moves fast. One moment, he stands an arm's length away. The next, his tail coils around my ankle, yanking my balance from beneath me. The sword clatters against the stone as I crash onto my back, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. Zerath crouches above me, his face calm, almost bored. Was that dramatic? Fury surges, white-hot and relentless. I lash out, knee aiming for his ribs, but he's already gone, already back on his feet before I can land a strike. The tail releases me just as quickly, but the message lingers. I shove myself upright, grabbing the discarded sword with a sharp motion. I wasn't ready. Your enemy won't wait for readiness. Gritting my teeth, I step back into stance. Again. This time, when he moves, I anticipate the strike, not perfectly, not gracefully, but enough that when his tail flicks toward my legs, I pivot instead of stumbling, steel flashing in retaliation. A hum of approval, so faint I almost miss it, vibrates through the humid night. Better. Sweat beads along my brow as we continue, the movements shifting into something less punishment, more practice. I adjust to the weight of the sword, to the tension in my limbs as I react instead of merely enduring. Zerath is merciless, relentless, but not careless. He tests, he watches, he waits to see what I do with the lesson. The more we fight, the more I understand. The sword is not just an extension of my body. It is a promise, a way to say, I am not prey. The thrill of it licks against my ribs, dangerous and unfamiliar. I am not afraid. I am alive. The realization makes me reckless. I lunge harder, my swing aimed for his exposed ribs. He catches my wrist before the blade can land, claws pressing enough to show me the difference between our strengths. My breath comes hard, my body humming with exertion. But I do not look away from him. Neither does he. You enjoyed that, he murmurs. I should deny it. Instead, I twist my arm free, stepping back with a slow smile curling my lips. Maybe. Zerath's gaze darkens, unreadable. Good. My pulse kicks against my ribs, but I lift the sword again. Again, I say, voice steady. His smirk is a quiet, dangerous thing. This time he does not hold back.
Chapter 17. Sirroth. The stench of blood thickens the training grounds, iron and sweat mixing in the humid night. Torches burn high on the stone pillars that surround the pit, their golden light flickering against the gathered warriors. The crowd hums with quiet anticipation, Naga watching from the raised platforms, their scaled tails coiled in observation. Their curiosity is warranted. A human fights tonight. They challenge her hours ago, saying she has no right to stand by my side. That I'm going weaker because I'm protecting a human. My human. Seren stands in the center of the pit, breath steady, muscles taut beneath her skin. Her grip on the sword remains firm, the bruises from yesterday's training still dark along her forearms. She's small among us, fragile in comparison. Yet she does not look fragile now. The Naga standing across from her looms tall, muscle and scale, his tail coiling against the dirt like a whip ready to strike. Orith is not the strongest warrior in my ranks, but he is lethal. His strikes precise, his speed unmatched by most. He bares his fangs at her. I expected you to run. Seren lifts her blade, rolling her shoulders like she is shaking off his words. I expected you to be taller. The gathered warriors hiss with amusement. Orith snarls. Good. Let him be angry. Let him underestimate her. The fight begins with a blur of movement. Orith strikes first, tail whipping forward, meant to take her legs out from beneath her. She moves before impact, sidestepping with sharp agility, blade already arcing toward his ribs. Steel clashes against scales, the impact reverberating through the pit. She moves fast, faster than she should, adjusting mid-strike, blade shifting to meet his claws as he lunges. Her instinct is good, her footwork still clumsy. Orith sees the opening before she does. A brutal backhand sends her skidding across the sand. The gathered warriors laugh, hissing their amusement. Seren's body stills where she lands, her dark hair falling across her face, the blade still gripped tight in her fist. She should stay down. She does not. She presses her hand into the dirt, pushing herself upright, spitting blood onto the stone. Her tongue flicks over her lip where his strike split it open. She smiles. It is not sweet. It is feral. Something cold curdles inside me, something sharp and unfamiliar. She enjoys this. Orith sees it too. He sneers, but there's hesitation in the way his tail flicks behind him, uncertainty curling beneath his bravado. Seren wipes the blood from her chin with the back of her hand and raises the sword again. Is that it? Orith growls, lunging forward, claws out. She lets him get close. Too close. She shifts at the last second, twisting her body low, bringing her blade up in a sharp arc, not to kill, but to wound. The sword slices clean through the flesh of his bicep. A sharp, violent spray of red bursts against the sand. The gathered warriors go silent. Orith reels back, clutching his arm, hissing through his fangs. He looks at the wound like he cannot believe it exists. She cut him. She bled him. Seren straightens, blood dripping from the tip of her sword. You should have hit me harder. My pulse is no longer steady. Something deep in my chest, a hunger, a pull that should not exist, coils tighter. She's not destined for me. I've tested her. I've touched her. I've waited for the bond to spark, for my curse to break, for my body to accept her as fate demands. It never has. She moves through the fight, like she belongs to it, like she belongs to me. Orith lunges again, tail snapping toward her like a coiled whip, but she's already there, blade meeting his strike with a brutal, unforgiving precision. The fight is not elegant. It is not calculated. It is raw, ruthless, violent. Blood streaks her cheek, not her own. Her lips part, breath heavy, but her eyes shine. The bloodlust hums beneath her skin, a quiet, dangerous thrill she cannot hide. I have seen humans fight to survive. I have seen them beg, bargain, crawl to escape their fates. Seren does not beg. She does not bargain. She does not want to escape. She wants more. Orith snarls, but his movements slow, his wounds weakening his strikes. She sees it. She smells it. I see the exact moment she decides to end it. A quick sidestep, a calculated pivot, and she is behind him, blade pressing against his exposed throat. A heartbeat of silence. Her voice, soft and sharp at the same time. Yield. The gathered warriors watch, waiting. Orith's claws twitch, hesitation pulsing between them like a tether waiting to snap. His jaw clenches, his tail thrashing once before he releases a sharp, bitter hiss. He steps back. He yields. Seren lowers the blade, but she does not look relieved. She looks hungry. My throat is dry, the edges of my thoughts fraying, unraveling into something I don't delve deeper in. She should not make me feel this way. But I want her to be mine anyway.
Chapter 18. Seren. The crowd still watches. Heat lingers in my limbs, muscles vibrating with the aftermath of the fight. Blood, still wet, clings to my knuckles, streaking my forearm where I wiped it away. My pulse pounds, not from exertion, but from exhilaration. Orith's sharp breaths fill the space behind me, his stance still rigid with defeat. I do not look back. His loss is his own burden to carry. Naga warriors murmur from the raised platforms, their gazes locked onto me not as prey, but as something else, something they cannot categorize. Zerath stands apart from the others, his golden gaze locked onto mine with a quiet intensity that settles like a hook beneath my skin. I won. I step over Orith's still kneeling form, uncaring if it is an insult. Let them feel it. Let them see that I am no longer the fragile thing they thought I was. Zerath's tail twitches against the stone floor, a subtle, sharp movement. He felt it too, the shift. The moment where I stopped fighting to survive and started fighting to dominate. I refuse to be owned. I want to be feared. The gathered warriors part as I pass through them, my steps slow, measured. Their whispers press against my back, the smell of iron thick in my lungs. The night hums with the remnants of the battle, and I relish it. Zerath waits at the entrance to the stronghold, arms folded across his broad chest, expression unreadable. But his eyes have not left me. He is seeing me differently now. I do not hate it. Flames flicker against the stone walls, casting long, shifting shadows. The smell of roasted meat and spiced broth hangs in the air, thick, cloying. I should be ravenous. I am not. Zerath sits across from me, his expression carved from stone and silence. A plate rests between us, fresh meat sliced into bite-sized pieces, a steaming bowl of thick broth beside it. I'm surprised that he eats human food. Some Naga have developed a penchant for it, but from the knowledge I glean, they have their own diet. I remain still. He watches. He waits. Eat, he commands, voice edged with impatience. A slow exhale slips through my lips. I'm not hungry. The muscle in his jaw flexes. You will eat, he repeats, this time softer, more dangerous. Tension coils between us, silent but sharp, stretching across the space like a taut rope waiting to snap. I lean back against the chair, deliberately casual. What happens if I don't? Zerath doesn't move at first. A calculated pause. In a fluid, unnervingly graceful motion, he picks up a piece of the meat, turning it between his fingers before lifting it toward me. Then I will feed you myself. My breath catches in my throat, a sharp betrayal. Heat licks against my ribs, not from anger. I force a smirk, tilting my chin higher. You wouldn't. Golden eyes darken, a slow, deliberate promise. His tail coils behind him. I do not react in time. The sudden shift of movement is too quick to counter, too precise to evade. His tail snakes around my ankle, yanking me forward just enough to unbalance me. My back presses against the solid warmth of his chest, his breath a whisper against my cheek. The smell of him, smoke, spice, something dark and ancient invades my senses, sinking deep. The piece of meat hovers just before my lips. Open! The word is a command, a taunt. Heat flares in my stomach, curling, twisting. I clamp my lips shut. A low chuckle vibrates from his chest, the sound sliding over my skin like silk and steel. "You are stubborn," he muses, voice a quiet amusement laced with challenge. His free hand presses beneath my chin, thumb tracing along my jawline. "But you are not stronger than me." I still beneath his touch, every nerve in my body taut, waiting. His grip remains firm, but not cruel. Not yet. The food presses against my lips, warm, rich. His palm keeps me still. I should push away. I should fight. I do neither. My lips part, just enough for his fingers to brush against them, for the taste of fire-roasted meat to spread over my tongue. He exhales, slow, controlled, but I feel the shift in him. The tension no longer belongs solely to me. His fingers linger for a moment longer than necessary, the faintest press of skin against skin. Then they withdraw. Victory flickers in his gaze. But so does something else. Something dangerous. I swallow, throat tight, pulse thrumming in my ears. I refuse to be the one to break first. I lean back, gaze steady, fingers tapping lightly against the corner of the table. Happy now? His lips curve into something unreadable. For now? A slow, measured breath leaves my chest, but the fire still lingers, smouldering beneath my heart. This game is not over.
Chapter 19. Zerath. The quiet between us is not peace. Flames crackle low in the iron brazier, their flickering light casting long, predatory shadows against the stone walls. The aroma of spiced meat and wood smoke lingers, mingling with something more potent, the charged weight of Serene's presence across from me, her lips still parted from the food I forced her to take. Her body remains still, yet tension coils in her muscles, coiled and waiting, a blade that has only begun to sharpen. The shift in her during the fight had not been a fleeting thing. The taste of victory still lingers in her bones. She had enjoyed it, reveled in it. I cannot stop thinking about it. The human should not affect me like this. She's not mine, not my mate. The curse has not lifted, the bond has not formed. Yet my focus remains on her, drawn despite logic, despite reason. A sharp bang reverberates against the heavy doors. The deep, guttural voices of my warriors spill into the chamber before I grant them entry. The doors swing open, revealing two Naga guards, their bodies slick with sweat, their eyes gleaming with urgency. The one in front, Vanar, one of my most trusted lieutenants, bows sharply. "My lord, the western watchtower burns. Minotaur war bands have breached the outer perimeter." Seren shifts beside me, the flicker of movement immediate, instinctive. The clatter of my cup against the table cuts through the room. Minotaurs. The timing is too perfect to be anything but deliberate. Jalith is behind this. His influence lingers in the shadows of this war. I rise from my seat, my tail unfurling in a slow, lethal motion. The warriors standing before me do not flinch, but their tension is palpable. "How many?" Vanar's throat works as he speaks. 3 legions. They move fast, better armed than expected. This is not a raid, my lord. It is an invasion. A calculated strike. Minotaurs are strong, but they do not think in strategy. They are pawns, muscle wielded by something sharper, something crueler. Seren shifts in her seat, her attention sharp as glass. "Do you think they're coming for me?" I do not answer immediately. Her fingers tighten against the wood of the chair, knuckles whitening. She already understands the truth. Jalith is testing me. He is waiting to see if I falter, if I hesitate. He will be disappointed. I turn back to my warriors. "Gather the commanders. We reinforce the northern and eastern gates, but our main defense will be at the western cliffs. If they breach it, they reach the stronghold." Vanar bows again. "Understood, my lord." The warriors turn to leave, but I do not miss the way their eyes flicker toward Seren before they disappear beyond the doors. They're waiting to see what I will do with her. They do not trust her. Neither do I, but I do not need trust to use her as a weapon. The moment the door shut, she rises from her seat, the movement calm, deliberate. I'm going with you. Amusement curves through my chest, sharp and unexpected. You will stay here. She crosses her arms, jaw tight. You've spent the last few days training me, throwing me into fights, forcing me to learn how to wield a sword. And now you want to leave me behind? The defiance does not surprise me. What does is the fire beneath it. She does not want to fight out of survival. She wants to fight because it thrills her, just as it thrills me. The realization should disturb me more than it does. I step forward, my presence pressing against hers. This is not a game, little mouse. Her chin lifts, unafraid. It never was. The response is so quick, so unwavering, that I feel something coil deep in my gut, something dangerous. Her breath is measured, controlled. I watch as she forces herself not to step back, not to yield. A slow exhale leaves me, deliberate, precise. You will stay. Her fingers twitch as if itching to reach for a weapon she does not have. I can fight, she presses. You saw it yourself. I did. My head tilts slightly, studying the frustration sharpening her features. And you think one victory means you are ready for war? She does not blink. I think I can kill. The words slip from her lips like a truth she has already accepted it, settling between us. She means it. She means every damn word. My fingers flex at my sides, the urge to drag her forward, to press her against the stone and make her understand what she's becoming, claws against my restraint. Not a human learning to survive, a human learning to wield violence. The shift in her is happening too fast, too naturally. I am letting it. You will not fight. My voice does not rise. You will not leave the stronghold. Her lips part, a protest rising, but I step closer, cutting it off before it begins. Stay, or I will have you chained to this chamber myself. A flicker of rage sparks in her storm-gray eyes. She believes me. She should. I turn away before I let this pull between us consume me. The war is my focus, not her, not the way she makes my body react, not the way I crave the fight in her. She does not belong to me. Fate doesn't dictate for her to be mine. But the thought of her on that battlefield, torn apart by minotaur hands, is unacceptable. I walk to the doors, casting one last look over my shoulder. Stay alive, Seren. The way her fingers curl against the chair, the way her jaw tightens in anger, tells me she wants to defy me. But she doesn't. Not yet. The door slams shut behind me, sealing her inside, and I march to war.
Chapter 20. Seren. The chamber is too still, too quiet. Pacing along the stone floor, my fingers play over the smooth silver band circling my finger, twisting it absent-mindedly, pressing the cool metal into my skin. The ring had been my salvation, my shield, my only protection against Jalith's magic. But it is also a tether. The moment Zerath left, the silence became unbearable. Every muscle in my body screams for movement. Pacing isn't enough, but staying still is worse. The ring catches the flickering firelight, glinting ominously, its presence both a comfort and a curse. Had this been the reason Jalith found me so quickly? Had it left a trail, a mark of ancient magic that allowed him to track me across lands I thought I'd escaped? Removing it should be the obvious solution, but I can't. If it slips from my hand, his magic will latch onto me in an instant. The ring is the only thing keeping me free. A low, distant tremor shudders through the ground. I freeze, fingers tightening around the band. Distant sounds seep through the thick walls of the stronghold, clashing metal, the dull roar of fire, the unmistakable echo of something breaking. Another explosion shakes the chamber. Dust sifts from the ceiling, drifting in pale, eerie wisps. The stronghold is under siege. I should have left with Zerath. A rapid knock raps against the heavy doors. My body tenses as I reach for the dagger strapped to my thigh. Lady Seren. The voice is sharp, urgent. Lord Zerath has ordered your evacuation. You must follow me quickly. My breath catches, uncertainty clawing against instinct. Zerath would not order me to flee, but the stone beneath me trembles again, and I have no time to question it. The door creaks open. A Naga soldier stands before me, his scales a deep onyx, his slitted golden eyes burning in the dim torchlight. We must go. The stronghold is compromised. Smoke curls into the hallway behind him, creeping in thick ribbons, carrying with it the stench of battle. His expression remains impassive, but his tail flicks sharply against the ground. Move, human. I do. The stronghold is a maze of stone corridors, but the Naga leads me through without hesitation, weaving through darkened paths away from the sounds of battle. The deeper we go, the thicker the heat grows, the walls vibrating with the distant echoes of war. Ahead, an iron grate looms at the end of a narrow passage. The soldier pulls it open, revealing a hidden tunnel carved into the rock. Faint torchlight glows along the curved ceiling, the aroma of damp earth curling through the tight space. Hurry! His voice is clipped, too firm. My pulse stutters. Zerath had not mentioned an escape route. Why wouldn't he have told me about this? A sharp crack booms through the stronghold. Stone splinters behind us. The soldier grips my wrist, yanking me forward. No time. Move. The tunnel swallows us whole. The exit spills into the dense jungle beyond the stronghold walls. Moonlight slants through the treetops, illuminating the clearing just enough to reveal figures waiting in the shadows. Too many figures. The Naga steps forward, dragging me beside him. He does not let go. A dark elf stands at the front of the gathered warriors, his silvered hair gleaming under the night sky, his red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. My heart slams against my ribs. No. The soldier's grip tightens. You're late, the dark elf muses, examining his nails with a look of exaggerated boredom. The Naga grunts, unbothered. Wasn't easy getting her alone. The High Lord doesn't let his pet out of sight. Pet. The word curdles like poison in my gut. The realization strikes hard, brutal, inevitable. Betrayed. A sharp inhale presses against my ribs, but I force my muscles to stay still. If I move too soon, I die. The dark elf steps forward, gaze flickering over me in lazy assessment. Jalith will be pleased. I twist violently, ripping against the Naga's grip, kicking against his tail. He doesn't loosen his hold. The dark elf's smirk grows. Ah, he hums. She fights. The Naga extends his hand, palm up. Give me my payment. A flicker of steel, too fast to track. Blood sprays across my arm. The Naga collapses forward, his head rolling in the opposite direction. A scream nearly rips from my throat, but a sharp fist tangles into my hair, yanking my head back. Panic surges, my hands scrabbling for the dagger at my hip. Cold steel presses against my throat. The dark elf hums, clicking his tongue as he watches me struggle. Tsk. You should have been grateful to come home so easily. I lunge, kicking out, twisting, anything to break free, but the grip in my hair only tightens. The ring digs into my finger, burning with an unseen pulse of magic. Jalith cannot reach me while I wear it, but if they get me back to him... No, I refuse. The dark elf leans close, his breath a whisper against my ear. Your master waits, little thief. They drag me into the dark.
Chapter 21. Sirroth. Blood slicks the battlefield, thick and steaming under the rising moon. The earth itself drinks greedily, dark soil glutted with the remains of the fallen. Bodies litter the ground, Minotaur and Naga alike, limbs twisted, throats gaping. The clash of steel and the raw sounds of dying warriors reverberate through the canyon walls. The Minotaurs fight like animals, brute strength their only strategy. They charge, swing, crush. But my warriors cut them down with precision, their movements honed by centuries of warfare. A blade slashes toward my sides. I sidestep, tail snapping out, knocking my attacker off balance. My claws tear through flesh, parting tendon and bone. The Minotaur lets out a strangled bellow before crumpling, his massive body sending tremors through the ground. Something is wrong. The Minotaurs were relentless, pushing hard against our defenses, forcing their way through the lower ridges. And now, they falter. The shift is subtle, a hesitation in their footwork, a flicker of uncertainty in their beady eyes. Warriors who moments ago fought with reckless abandon begin falling back, hooves crunching over the mangled remains of their kin, retreating. This was never about conquering Nagaland. This was a distraction. I snarl, ripping my sword free from the last body before turning toward my commanders. Fall back to the stronghold. Kill any who remain. Vaynar steps forward, wiping his blade against his armored forearm. They're retreating. His slitted eyes narrow with suspicion. They wouldn't leave unless... My heart slams against my ribs. Seren. The stronghold was never their target. She was it. Heat flares beneath my skin, a sharp, coiling burn that has nothing to do with battle rage. My legs move before I make the decision, sprinting toward the war steed still waiting along the ridge. Vaynar curses, following at my heels. My lord, if we do not regroup, the other lords... A sharp snap of my tail against the stone silences him. If we do not regroup, I growl, Nagaland will survive. But if Seren is gone... The thought does not finish, cannot finish. I vault onto my steed, claws digging into the thick saddle leather. The beast shudders beneath me, sensing the fury rippling through my body. Vaynar's breath is sharp, measured. This is reckless! So was taking her, I snap. His tail lashes once, a flicker of irritation before his voice evens out. If you abandon the field for a human, don't speak to me of politics. Vaynar's hands clench at his sides. The other lords will see this as weakness, he presses, gaze dark. Leaving now. My orders stand. The words slice through the space between us, sharp as any blade. Restore order, hunt any Minotaur still within our borders. Hold the stronghold. Vaynar does not lower his head in submission immediately. The silence between us stretches. He exhales. You're breaking every expectation placed upon you. A cold, sharp smile curves my lips. Good. His jaw tightens, but he does not argue. A flick of my rein sends the steed forward, hooves kicking up mud as I launch into the night. Smoke clogs the tunnels leading to the chamber. The once orderly corridors now resemble a battlefield, splintered stone and shattered doors strewn across the floors. Guards lie motionless, their bodies slumped against the walls, throats gaping, eyes unseeing. Heat pulses through my veins, burning hot and unrelenting. Seren, she should be here. She should be pacing the chamber, biting off sharp words, rolling her shoulders like a caged beast ready to strike. But the space is empty. The realization slams into like a blade to the ribs. She is gone. Something feral uncoils inside my chest. A monstrous, seething thing that I do not care to name. The remnants of her presence linger. A tipped-over chair, a dagger missing from the weapons rack. She fought and lost. A strangled growl rips from my throat. A figure steps into the ruined chamber. One of my lower officers, chest heaving with exertion. My lord! I do not wait. Claws sink into his armor as I yank him forward. Where is she? His breath stutters, but he does not struggle. The guards were found outside the secret tunnel. One body, the Naga assigned to escort her. His head was missing. My grip tightens. Where is she? The officer winces but does not falter. We believe the dark elves took her. The words crack like a whip. My vision blurs, but not with fear, with rage. Shalith's reach finally closes around her. A slow breath pushes past my lips, controlled, measured. Ready the warbands. The officer hesitates. My lord! You will gather the strongest, I command, voice low, lethal. Prepare the riders. I leave within the hour. A second hesitation, reluctant acceptance. He bows and vanishes into the hall. Vaynar stands at the doorway, arms folded. And what exactly do you plan to do? Steel slides into my tone. What I should have done when she first arrived. The older warrior does not move, does not argue, but his voice is tired, resigned. You swore not to be reckless over a human. A slow tilt of my head. And I lied. Vaynar exhales long and deep before he steps aside. No one stops me as I stride toward war.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 22. Seren. The ropes bite into my wrists, rough fibres scraping against torn skin. My shoulders burn from their forced position, arms wrenched back as the dark elves haul me forward. The jungle closes in around us, vines slithering across ancient trunks, the pulse of hidden creatures watching from the thick canopy above. Heat presses against my back, thick, cloying, suffocating. Each breath tastes of damp earth and something fouler, the stench of dark elf steel, of magic tainted with cruelty. Jalith's soldiers move with eerie precision, their crimson eyes glinting in the half-light. They don't talk to me, only to each other, murmured elvish slipping between them like the slithering of serpents. They do not see me as a threat. They are not yet prepared for the fight I will give them. The one gripping my arm tightens his hold, his claws pressing into my skin, a silent warning, a reminder that I am theirs now. I do not flinch. Ahead, their leader, a dark elf with a scar running from temple to jaw, his expression eternally bored glances back. His lips curl in a mockery of a smile. Tense, little human? I meet his gaze, letting silence sharpen my defiance. The warriors surrounding us chuckle, dark amusement twisting their features. Perhaps she misses her master, another muses, his voice coated in syrupy condescension. The great Naga lord, what a tragedy. The leader hums in agreement. Abandoned so quickly, maybe he was tired of his pet. The words sink their claws into my ribs, scraping against something raw. Zerath would not abandon me. Would he? No, he would come. A sharp tug yanks me from my thoughts. Hope is a fool's curse, little thief. The leader murmurs, his grin widening. You won't escape this time. They underestimate me. Their arrogance is a gift, one I do not intend to waste. Each step counts. Every shift in the jungle's terrain, every loose stone beneath my feet, Every twisted route, I memorize them all. Waiting. Timing. We reach a narrow pass where the jungle thickens, shadows swallowing the path, the undergrowth rising in tangled walls. A perfect place to disappear. The leader gestures to his men. We camp here. Their mistake. The moment their grips loosen, I move. A sharp twist, a well-placed kick to the side of a knee. The dark elf gripping me staggers, a curse slipping from his lips. I wrench my hands up, ropes snapping under the force of my pull. The jungle erupts into chaos. I dive forward, fingers snatching the dagger from the belt of the nearest elf before he can react. The blade is foreign in my grip, but my intent is not. Steel sinks into flesh. A gurgled sound shudders from the warrior's throat as blood spills hot over my hand. They will not hesitate now. Neither will I. I bolt. The jungle devours me, vines whipping against my arms as I plunge into the dark. Branches tear at my skin, but I do not stop, feet barely touching the ground as I leap over fallen logs, ducking under twisting limbs. The night sings with pursuit, shouts rising behind me, elvish curses slicing through the thick air. They are faster, I am smaller, more desperate. Leaves blur past, shadows twisting, the pulse of the jungle a living thing pressing against my back. The chase tightens, sharp as a noose. One of them gains on me, his breath a rasp just behind my ear. A sharp pivot sends me sliding down a slope, rocks tumbling with me. My body collides with the earth, pain flashing through my ribs, but I use the momentum, rolling back onto my feet. No time, no hesitation. A hand snatches for me. I spin, dagger flashing. The warrior grunts as steel carves across his arm, his grip faltering. I tear away, legs screaming as I push forward. They are still coming. The jungle narrows, walls of thick stone rising on either side. A gorge. Trapped. The realization shudders through my bones. I slow, breath ragged, burning. The elves emerge from the dark, their figures cutting sharp against the silver-streaked night. A ring of hunters. I am the prey. The leader steps forward, lips curling as he wipes a splatter of blood from his cheek. A good chase, he muses. You run well for something so breakable. My grip on the dagger tightens. A low chuckle rumbles from another elf. Did you truly think he would come for you? They circle closer, predators scenting finality. Another scoffs. A Naga lord risking himself for a human. He clicks his tongue. How tragic. The words press deep, twisting. Zerath would come. Wouldn't he? A flash of memory, his eyes locked on mine in the arena, the press of his hand beneath my chin, his presence against my back, the way he refused to let me go. But would it be enough? Would he be too late? The leader sighs, tilting his head. Let's end this, shall we? The jungle closes in.
Chapter 23, Sirroth. The trail is fresh, woven into the jungle like a wound that has yet to clot. Broken branches, uneven footprints pressed into damp soil, the faintest shimmer of blood where a body had dragged against the undergrowth. The dark elves had taken her this way. A slow breath steadies my grip on the hilt of my blade, claws flexing around the worn leather. Killing them will not be enough. They need to suffer. The hunt begins with silence. Not mine, the jungle's. The usual calls of nocturnal creatures have faded, as if the world itself waits, holding its breath in quiet anticipation. The stench of magic lingers, something old and rotted, woven through the fabric of the night. Dark elf sorcery designed to deceive, to shroud. They think they can hide. Fools. A shadow shifts ahead, movement barely perceptible against the moonlit branches. The familiar outline of an elven figure glides through the trees, his back to me, hands resting lightly against the hilt of his twin daggers. He moves with confidence, with ease, too unaware of the death following in his wake. One strike is all it takes. The snap of his spine reverberates through my palm as I wrench his body backward, claws slicing deep through the sinew of his throat. Blood sprays in a fine arc, hot against my forearm. His body crumples before he can make a sound, a lifeless heap swallowed by the earth. The jungle absorbs his death without protest. More are ahead. I can feel them, sense their presence threading through the trees. The dull murmur of voices drifts on the wind, careless, unguarded. They are speaking of her. The leader's voice stands out, low and sharp, laced with amusement. She ran fast. I'll give her that. A chuckle follows. But it's always more fun when they try. My muscles coil. Another voice, more derisive. Pity the Naga didn't come. Guess she wasn't worth much after all. Idiots. I came. A branch snaps beneath my weight as I step forward, allowing them to hear. The voices cease. Tension coils through the clearing, thick and sudden. The leader's shadow shifts, eyes narrowing toward the darkened trees. They sense something now. Too late. The first of them turns. His dagger never makes it from its sheath. My claws rip through his side, parting ribs as if they were nothing more than wet parchment. The gasp that leaves him is brief, choked off by the blood that floods his lungs before he hits the ground. The others move, but they're slow. Steel sings through the night as my blade finds its mark, carving through flesh and tendon with merciless precision. One staggers backward, staring at me, disbelief widening his crimson eyes. He had not expected this. Not so soon. Not like this. His lips part, a spell, a curse, something desperate. My tail snaps forward, slamming him against a tree with a sickening crunch. His body slides to the ground, movement stuttering, eyes vacant. The leader remains standing, blood splattered across his armor, hands lifted, magic flickering between his fingertips. Amusement lingers in his expression, but it is forced. Thin. You're quicker than I thought, he muses, voice lilting between curiosity and calculation. She must mean something, for you to come this far. My blade angles lower, but the promise of violence thrums beneath my skin. He steps closer, cautiously. A human, he continues, head tilting. Is she worth the war you're about to start? The muscles in my jaw tighten. It was never about worth. She is mine. The dark elf sees the answer before I speak it. His magic surges, a last, desperate attempt. The blade in my hand finds his throat before the spell leaves his lips. A single stroke silences him. His body slumps forward, head lolling at an unnatural angle, red soaking the ground beneath him. Silence reigns once more. The bodies around me remain motionless, limbs twisted, expressions frozen in disbelief. None of them had truly thought this would happen. They had stolen what was mine. I had come for them. Blood drips from my fingers, slow, warm. The jungle swallows the sound as if satisfied by the offering. A sharp gust of wind shifts the leaves overhead, stirring the unnatural quiet. She is near. The smell of her struggle lingers. The chase had ended somewhere ahead. The hunt is not over, not until she is back where she belongs.
Chapter 24. Seren. The ground is slick beneath me, damp with blood. Some of it mine, some of it theirs. My body shudders against the effort to stay upright, knees trembling, ribs aching from the last blow. Laughter drips from the lips of the dark elves, circling like jackals, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. They have been toying with me for what felt like hours. They captured me earlier from my first escape, bringing me to another camp. A fresh boot connects with my stomach, sending me sprawling onto my side. Pain lances through my ribs, sharp and relentless. Dust and sweat coat my skin, turning the warmth of my own blood sticky against my back. Still not broken. One of them muses, crouching near my head. His fingers dig into my jaw, forcing my chin up, making me meet his crimson gaze. You really are a stubborn little thing. Another voice, this one taunting. Shall we see how long that lasts? Fingers tighten in my hair, wrenching my head back, exposing my throat. My heartbeat thrums against my ribs, a frantic, wild rhythm that refuses to slow. I will not beg, not for them, not for mercy. A fist collides with my cheek, sending my head snapping sideways, the iron taste of blood coating my tongue. Darkness flirts at the edges of my vision, beckoning, whispering, no, not like this. The elf at my side clicks his tongue, amused. She's fading. A different one kneels beside me, cold fingers tracing along the bruises blossoming across my ribs. A shame, he murmurs. I was just beginning to enjoy this. The ring on my finger throbs heavy and suffocating. Jalith's magic cannot touch me. But these monsters? They do not need spells to break flesh. They only need time. They have all the time in the world. A blade presses against my stomach, just above the waistband of my ruined tunic. Not deep enough to cut, just enough to warn. The elf's breath ghosts against my ear. You could make this easier, you know. I do not answer. The pressure increases, teasing. Your master is not coming for you. The words slither into my mind, wrapping around the fragile hope I have held on to since they dragged me into this hell. Zerath. He had fought for me once, claimed me in front of his people. Had I been wrong to believe he would come again? Something inside my chest coils, pressing against the ache of my ribs, against the bruises, against the exhaustion trying to drag me under. I refuse to die here. A slow breath fills my burning lungs. My fingers inch toward the blade hidden beneath the folds of my tattered tunic. They think I am too weak to fight back. They think this is already over. Idiots. The dagger slips free. A flash of steel. A twist of my wrist. The nearest dark elf jerks backward, a sharp, startled cry bursting from his lips. His fingers clutch at his thigh, blood spilling through his grip. I lunge, driving the blade into the side of another before he can react. A roar of fury erupts through the camp. Hands grab at me, clawing, restraining. A sharp elbow to the gut, a desperate wrench of my arm. I tear free, sprinting toward the tree line. The world narrows into a singular, brutal focus. Run. Branches lash against my face as I push forward, lungs burning. Behind me, the elves curse, their voices sharp and furious. Catch her. Break her legs this time. Laughter, cruel and eager. The jungle stretches before me, thick and endless, but not empty. Something thrums in the distance, something just beyond my reach. A predator. Not them. Something worse. The shadows shift. A figure emerges from the darkness, golden eyes burning like embers against the night. Zerath. The elves do not see him yet, but I do. My step falters. Hope and terror slam through my ribs at once. His focus is not on me, it is on them. I barely have time to brace before he moves. A shadow ripping through the dark, too fast, too precise. The first elf barely has time to scream before claws slice through his ribs, a spray of blood painting the jungle floor. The second stumbles backward, panic widening his eyes. It's him! The words never finish. Zerath's tail lashes out, wrapping around the elf's leg, yanking him from his feet. His skull shatters against the rock. The remaining elves turn, their expressions shifting from confidence to fear. Zerath steps forward, blood dripping from his claws, his fangs bared in a slow, deadly grin. You should have run, he murmurs, voice low and thick with promise. The jungle explodes into chaos. I stumble, pressing a shaking hand to my ribs, my body screaming in protest. One of the elves reaches for me, desperation in his movements. Zerath moves faster. A crack of bone, a sharp, choked scream, another body falls. The last dark elf turns to flee. Zerath lets him get 3 steps. His tail snaps forward, coiling around the fleeing elf's throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Panic flashes through the elf's eyes. Zerath does not grant him mercy. The sound of his neck breaking is quiet, almost delicate. His body drops, lifeless. Silence descends, heavy, suffocating. Zerath turns toward me, golden eyes burning, chest heaving. The jungle stills. Neither of us speaks. I want to say something, but nothing comes. His gaze traces over me, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he steps forward. The space between us shrinks, the air thick with something I cannot name. His hand lifts, fingers ghosting over the bruises on my cheek, a flicker of something dangerous passing through his expression. His voice is low, sharp as a blade. Who did this? The bodies littering the jungle floor already answer for me. He does not wait for a response. His fingers press beneath my chin, tilting my face up, forcing me to meet his gaze. You ran, he murmurs. I swallow. I had to. A slow, deliberate exhale. He does not let me go. Next time, he says, voice dark, possessive, absolute. He continues, his voice going lower. Wait for me.
Chapter 25. Sirroth. The jungle closes around us, thick with the remnants of violence. Blood stains my claws, the iron tang still sharp on my tongue, but I do not care. The bodies left behind will rot beneath the trees, their deaths insignificant compared to what they dared to take from me. Seren barely stirs in my arms. Her weight presses against my chest, lighter than it should be. Too much blood lost. Too many bruises blooming along the fragile human skin. A muscle tenses in my jaw, the rage still a living thing inside me, coiling tight, refusing to release. The wounds covering her body should not exist. No one should have been able to touch her like this. A sharp exhale hisses through my teeth. Anger will not mend broken bones. The steady rhythm of my tail guides us forward, a predator's gait slow and deliberate, despite the urgency burning through my veins. Each step carries us closer to the stronghold, but it does not feel close enough. She shifts against me, breath rasping. My grip tightens. The thought of putting her down is unthinkable. The stronghold looms in the distance, its high walls still standing, its warriors still guarding the gates. The smell of lingering battle clings to the stone, a reminder of the chaos that had distracted me, that had given those filthy elves the opening to steal her away. We pass through the gates. The gathered warriors halt in place. Some stare. Others whisper. The sight of their lord returning blood-stained, carrying a half-broken human, is not something they expected. Their gazes settle on the bruises along her throat, the swollen cut at her temple, the fragile way her body rests against mine. They see. They understand. No one speaks. One step after another, I ascend toward my chambers. Fenar waits at the entrance, his expression unreadable. Golden eyes flick between me and the unconscious figure in my arms. A slow inhale, measured. The dark elves? I do not break stride as I pass him. Dead. Fenar exhales, a quiet sound of approval. And the human? The sharp flick of my tail is the only answer I give. His voice follows me. You cannot keep her forever. The words grind against my patience, but I do not stop. Do not acknowledge the truth in them. She is something else. Something I refuse to lose. The door closes behind us, shutting out the rest of the world. Dim torchlight flickers against the stone, the room silent except for the unsteady sound of her breathing. Gently, I lower her onto the bed. Her lashes flutter, body shifting, but she does not wake. Fingers curl slightly at her side, twitching, fighting even now. A slow exhale presses through my chest. I turn toward the basin, filling it with water, grabbing a cloth before returning to her side. The injuries need tending. The wounds left by those who thought they could take what was mine will not linger on her skin. The damp cloth presses against her brow, wiping away blood and dirt. Her breath hitches, just slightly. Even unconscious, she does not submit easily. I smirk. Of course she doesn't. As I clean her wounds, the truth digs deeper beneath my ribs. This should not matter. She is human. She's temporary. The curse has not lifted. Yet my body burns with a possessiveness that has nothing to do with fate. She is mine, but not because of some celestial bond. Because I want her. The realization is sharp, unwelcome. My grip tightens around the cloth. If she were my mate, it would be simple, expected, a connection ordained by the gods, something written into my very existence. But this is worse. This is choosing. I do not choose. Not since the day I was cursed, not since I lost control of my own fate, not since I learned that longing was a weakness. Yet here she is, a fragile human, a survivor, a storm wrapped in trembling limbs and bloodied fists. I cannot let her go. Her breath shifts, a small unconscious murmur escaping her lips. My gaze drops to her hand. Fingers twitch slightly, curling around nothing. A small motion, but it locks something deep in my chest. She fights even in her sleep. She fights even after everything. A slow breath drags into my lungs. I cannot let her go, but I will never say it aloud. Instead, I press the cloth against the final wound, lingering just long enough that my fingers brush against hers. She does not wake, but her body relaxes just slightly. I allow myself to believe that she knows she is safe.
Chapter 26. Seren. Warmth wraps around me, thick, cloying. Not the jungle, not the damp, blood-stained earth of the dark elf encampment. The texture beneath my fingertips is smooth, familiar. Silk sheets, impossibly soft against my battered skin. I am back. The realization rips through me, dragging me up from the fog of unconsciousness. My breath hitches as pain laces through my ribs, deep bruises pulsing with every shift of my muscles. They beat me badly, left their marks. Yet, I am alive. My fingers twitch, testing the boundaries of movement. A dull ache hums along my limbs, a reminder of my failure, my escape cut short. The room stretches around me in flickering torchlight. Dark stone walls, high vaulted ceilings, Zerath's chambers. The weight pressing against my chest has nothing to do with my injuries. He brought me back. The sound of shifting movement echoes near the hearth. My pulse stutters, a violent contrast to the dull throbbing of my body. Zerath stands with his back to me, shoulders tense, the rigid posture of someone barely holding himself in check. His tail flicks once, slow and deliberate. The beast is restless. The realization sends something sharp through me. I force myself upright, biting back a grimace. The sheets pool around my waist, the loose fabric of a fresh tunic brushing against my bruised arms. Someone, he had tended to my wounds. Anger and confusion coil beneath my ribs, a wildfire waiting to consume. You should have left me there. His head lifts slightly, but he does not turn. Silence thickens between us, heavy and suffocating. Then his voice. Foolish thing to say, considering you would be dead. Better than being here. That does it. Zerath faces me, molten gold eyes burning with something unreadable. His gaze sweeps over me, lingering on the bruises dotting my collarbone, the torn knuckles resting against the sheets. You think I should have let them have you? The words slip from him like a blade drawn too slowly, too dangerously. A muscle in my jaw tightens. I think you should stop pretending you care. His silence is worse than his anger. His shoulders draw tighter, the sharp ridges of his scales shifting under the dim light. The flickering flames play along the length of his tail, a deadly coiled thing against the stone floor. His voice drops, low and deliberate. I do not pretend. Laughter slips past my lips, bitter and sharp. No? What am I then, Zerath? A pet? A piece of property you refuse to lose? The question lands between us, heavy with something I cannot name. His expression does not shift, but something in the air does. You are under my protection, he says, and the way he says it feels like a cage closing around my ribs. The words ignite something violent inside me, something that refuses to stay silent. Then why am I really here? My voice rises, hoarse but unyielding. He does not answer. Heat licks along my spine, fury mixing with something deeper, something more dangerous. You could have let me run. You could have let me die in that jungle, but you didn't. Why? Zerath's eyes flicker, jaw locking. The golden depths shift, something hidden beneath the surface. Tell me, I demand, fingers curling into fists. What am I to you? His tail lashes against the stone, the sound sharp. You would not understand. Try me. His chest rises and falls in one slow, measured breath. A decision teeters on his tongue, a battle waged behind his gaze. He speaks. I am searching for my mate to free me from my curse. The words slam into me, stealing my breath away. The weight of them settles, unfamiliar and cruel. Mate, of course. My fingers loosen, a hollow laugh spilling past my lips. Is that what this is? I whisper, voice edged with something sharp, something I can't name. You're keeping me here to what? Test me, see if I fit the mould. He does not deny it. He does not confirm it. I push off the bed, ignoring the pain lancing through my ribs. Is that why you brought me back? Not because you wanted to, but because you still needed to check if I was... You are not my mate. The words should not sting. They should mean freedom. Then why do they feel like chains? I exhale sharply, forcing the tightness in my throat to unravel. So what happens when you find her? Silence. Do you let me go? I press, stepping closer. Or do I remain caged in your grasp, just another failed attempt at breaking your curse? The flash of something dark in his expression makes my breath catch. He does not answer. He does not need to. My heart pounds against my ribs, the space between us thick with something neither of us understand. Let me go, Zerath. A low growl slips from his throat, vibrating through the room. You are not leaving. Something inside me snaps. Then tell me why. Golden eyes burn through me, rage crackling beneath his skin. The tension between us swells, thick and suffocating. Then his hands are on me. The shift happens too quickly, the heat of his palms branding my skin as he yanks me forward. His grip is firm, unrelenting, but his touch does not bruise. My breath stalls, heart smashing against my ribs. The space between us vanishes. The growl rumbling in his chest sends a shudder through my bones. Do you truly wish to test me, little mouse? Something shatters between us. His mouth crashes against mine, brutal, demanding, unyielding. Flames lick along my spine, heat pooling deep in my core. The kiss is not gentle, not sweet. It is a battle, a war of teeth and breath and unspoken fury. I hate him. I hate how his touch sets me on fire, how his grip tightens when I push against him. I hate that I do not pull away. His lips part, sharp fangs grazing my bottom lip. The taste of blood lingers, but I do not flinch. His breath is ragged when he finally pulls away, forehead pressing against mine. You are mine, he whispers, voice torn between a promise and a threat. I am drowning.
Chapter 27. Sirroth. The taste of her still lingers. Days have passed, but it remains, a phantom imprinted on my lips, in my thoughts, in the spaces I cannot reach. She avoids me. I avoid her. It is easier this way. The War Council convenes in the Grand Hall, their presence a growing storm, pressing down with unspoken accusations. The attack on my stronghold had been a test, a warning, a power play from Zerath and his kind. The other Naga lords are not pleased. I expected this confrontation, but my patience wears thin. Torches cast long shadows across the chamber walls, flickering over the impassive faces of those seated around me. The heavy scent of old parchment, of wax-sealed decrees and spiced wine, mingles with the tension woven thick into the room. Across the long table, Baron Ethros leans forward, his scaled hands folding together with careful precision. His golden eyes gleam with calculated disdain. "You jeopardized our standing," he states, his voice smooth as polished steel. "Our defenses were compromised because you abandoned them in favor of a single human." The word is spat like an insult, as if she were nothing more than a scrap of refuse to be discarded. A slow exhale forces through my chest. "Our defenses were compromised long before I left," I reply, voice even, edged with warning. Duke Veltrin, an older Naga with ridged crimson scales, narrows his eyes. "The attack on the stronghold was not an act of war. It was a consequence of your recklessness." Recklessness. The word grates against me, settling like a barbed hook beneath my ribs. Veltrin's lip curls, revealing the tips of his fangs. "We have tolerated your obsession with the human because it seemed insignificant. But this," he gestures toward the remnants of the battlefield beyond our gates, "has made it our problem." A low growl builds in my chest, but I do not allow it to slip free. Ethros watches me, waiting, weighing. "This cannot continue," he murmurs. "The human must be dealt with." My muscles coil beneath my skin, a deadly tension threading through my spine. "Dealt with?" Veltrin inclines his head, deliberate. "Send her away. Remove the distraction." Silence thickens, stretching, smothering. Something old and dangerous stirs in my blood. Send her away. It is an option I should consider, a rational choice. Yet, my grip tightens against the carved wood of my chair, claws pressing into the grain. Veltrin watches me too closely. Ethros speaks again, voice patient as if explaining to a stubborn child. "You risk war, Viscount. Zerath will not let this go unanswered." The name burns through me, coiling deep, a venomous promise. Zerath. His filth-tainted hands had dared to reach for what was mine, had dared to steal from me. A slow inhale forces down the urge to rise from my seat and silence them all. She's not supposed to matter. Yet, the thought of letting her go settles like a jagged blade in my ribs, twisting, relentless. I push back from the table, the scrape of wood against stone cutting through the heavy silence. "The human stays," I say. Veltrin's eyes darken. "This is not a request." My tail snaps against the floor, the impact sharp. Neither was my answer. The tension fractures, thin and splintering. Ethros watches me for a while longer, then sighs, shaking his head. "Then be prepared for the war that follows." I welcome it. Night stretches over the stronghold, drowning the stone walls in flickering firelight. Her presence lingers, even when she's not near. She does not come to me. I do not seek her out. I'm not sure I can handle being near her. I might commit an act that will damn both of us. She drifts like a ghost through my halls, slipping past warriors, refusing to engage with the world around her. The fight has not left her, but something in her eyes has changed. The kiss remains an unspoken thing between us, a wound neither of us dares to touch. I do not regret it. I regret that it was not enough. The need to claim her, to mark her as mine, has only grown sharper, crueler. I do not know what to do with it.
Chapter 28. Seren. The halls of Zerath's stronghold have turned into a prison, one I pace through like a restless beast. Days have passed, but the walls still hold his presence, his power woven into the stone, the shadows, the silence that lingers in his absence. I do not seek him out. I do not need to. His presence is everywhere, and that alone should be enough to drive me to madness. The kiss, our kiss, should have been the end of it. It should have severed whatever invisible chain has been tying me to him, burned through the fragile thing inside me that refuses to die. Instead, it has poisoned me. I feel him in my skin, in my blood, in the spaces he has never touched but somehow still claims. This is insanity. This is not who I am. Yet my feet drag me toward him like a blade drawn to a battle it has no chance of surviving. The door to his chambers looms ahead, shut, unyielding. I could turn around, walk away, pretend this sickness festering inside me will burn itself out. I should leave. Instead, I push inside. Zerath stands near the hearth, his back to me, broad shoulders rigid with tension. Firelight casts his scales in hues of gold and crimson, the ridges along his spine catching the glow like molten metal. He does not turn, but he knows I am here. Something in the room shifts, thickens, as if the space between us has just become smaller, hotter. You've been avoiding me, I say, voice sharp, cutting. His head lifts slightly, but he does not speak. A slow, deliberate breath fills my lungs, the weight of my anger pressing hard against my ribs. You cannot just... He moves, not toward me, away. A sharp laugh slips from my throat, bitter and edged with something dangerously close to desperation. Is this how it is, then? I step forward, refusing to let him dismiss me, refusing to let this tension fester between us like a wound left to rot. You kiss me, and now you can't even look at me. His shoulders tighten. You claim I belong to you, I press, voice rising. But you won't even face me. A flick of his tail, the barely restrained force of it enough to send dust scattering along the floor. Enough, he growls, finally turning. Golden eyes burn through me, searing in their intensity. The force of it hits like a blow to the chest. You think this is a game? His voice is quiet, but there is nothing soft in it. A slow shake of my head. I think you don't know what you want. A dangerous stillness settles over him, the kind that precedes violence, the kind that makes something low in my stomach twist. You think I do not want you? His voice drops, a hushed thing laced with something brutal, something that wraps around my throat and tightens. You tell me, I say, breath ragged, too aware of the way he is looking at me, the way his body coils as if he is fighting himself. I am not your mate, I remind him. I need to remind him. He takes a step forward. Something inside me bucks against the instinct to move back. You are not, he agrees. Another step. But I want you anyway. My pulse hammers against my ribs, a caged thing. Heat licks along my spine, unwelcome, undeniable. Then why? My voice falters as his fingers trace the tip of my jaw, light, deliberate, dangerous. Because if I take you, little mouse, he murmurs, voice like smoke curling around my skin, I will never let you go. A breath shudders from my lips. This is not fate. This is not magic. This is him, Zerath, his presence, his hunger, his undeniable, unshakable desire. I cannot fight it. His lips crush against mine, a collision of rage and restraint snapping all at once. A sharp gasp gets lost between us, swallowed by the force of his mouth, the way he claims every inch of space between us. My hands clench against his chest, not to push him away, but to pull him closer. He growls against my lips, the sound reverberating through my bones. Fingers tighten at my waist, a possessive grip that leaves no space between us. Heat flares through my veins, dangerous and intoxicating. This is not soft, this is war. My teeth graze his lower lip, sharp and taunting. He snarls at the challenge, pressing me back against the stone wall, his body a wall of heat and strength. The taste of him is fire and ruin, a brand I will never wash away. His grip shifts, tilting my head back, forcing me to feel his dominance. You drive me mad, he mutters against my skin. The words should not send a shudder through me, but they do. My lips part, but whatever retort I planned dies as his mouth claims mine again. Deeper this time, more deliberate. I do not resist, I burn.
Chapter 29. Zerath. The taste of her is still on my tongue, a lingering reminder that restraint is a fragile, crumbling thing. The fire between us has burned unchecked for too long. I have fought against it, denied the pull, convinced myself that control was something unshakable. But control shattered the moment her lips met mine. She is not my mate. Yet, the way she looks at me, as if she is just as ruined by this as I am, makes the word meaningless. The room is heavy with silence, with the weight of what has just happened. She does not pull away, does not flee like she should. The golden glow of the hearth flickers over her skin, painting her in hues of fire and shadow. Her breathing is uneven, her hands still curled against my chest, as if she does not trust herself to let go. I press my forehead against hers, my own breath a tattered thing. Every fiber in my body screams to take, to claim, to ruin. But I will not force her. Even now, when my blood burns and my self-control frays at the edges, I wait. She is the one who moves first. Her fingers slide up, slow and tentative, tracing the sharp edge of my jaw. You said you'd never let me go, she murmurs, voice unsteady. The words settle deep in my core, a binding far stronger than fate. I meant it. Her lashes lower, a war waging behind those storm-filled eyes. Fear and defiance, hesitation and need. I should hate you, she whispers, a slow exhale. I should let you go. Neither of us does what we should. Her lips part and whatever restraint remains in me snaps. The kiss is not gentle. It is fury and longing tangled together, an inevitable destruction. Her hands thread into my hair, gripping as if she fears I might pull away. I will not. She meets my desperation with her own, rising to meet the storm of my hunger. There is no hesitation, no room for uncertainty. The space between us vanishes, the final barrier between us obliterated. Her breath hitches as I lift her, carrying her to the bed. But she does not resist. The air between us crackles with tension, a palpable energy that threatens to consume us both. Her body arches instinctively as I settle over her, my twin lengths pressing against her thigh, the barbs catching lightly on her soft skin. She gasps, her eyes widening as she feels the unique texture of me for the first time. I can see the flicker of apprehension in her gaze, but it's quickly drowned out by something darker, something hungry. Zerath, she breathes, her voice trembling. Her hands slide down my chest, fingers trembling as they explore the ridges of my scales, the heat of my skin. She's curious, hesitant, but there's a fire in her that refuses to be extinguished. I can feel it in the way her hips shift beneath me, the way her breath quickens when my lower hemipenis brushes against her core. I lean down, my lips grazing the shell of her ear. Tell me to stop, I growl, my voice rough with need. Tell me, and I will. She doesn't. Instead, her hands grip my shoulders, her nails digging into my scales as she pulls me closer. Don't you dare, she whispers, her voice fierce despite its softness. Her defiance ignites something primal in me, a hunger that I can no longer suppress. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 30. Seren. The warmth is the first thing I notice. Not from the fire in the hearth, nor the silken sheets tangled around my limbs. This heat is something deeper, something that lingers in the spaces between my skin and my bones, as if he is still there, pressing into every inch of me. The room is too quiet. No voices, no movement beyond the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of his breath beside me. He hasn't left. A part of me expected him to be gone when I woke. A part of me wanted him to be. That same part, the part that has always fought, always resisted, always run, does not pull away. Zerath lies next to me, half propped against the pillows, his golden eyes heavy-lidded, watching me. A slow exhale slips from my lips, but it does nothing to steady the chaos unravelling in my chest. His expression remains unreadable, but the tension in his shoulders tells me what he will not. This has changed something. Everything. The truth presses down on me, suffocating. I should speak. Say something, anything to break the thick silence coiling around us. Yet my throat tightens when I attempt it, as if the words refuse to take shape. Zerath shifts beside me, the sheets pulling lower, exposing the carved planes of his chest, the streaks of crimson along his obsidian scales. Memories of his touch flash like wildfire across my skin. Heat rushes to my cheeks and I force my gaze away. A mistake. My body betrays me, aching, remembering. This was not supposed to happen. His fingers brush against my arm. A slow, deliberate touch, a tether, a reminder, a warning. "You're thinking too much," he murmurs. My jaw tightens, muscles coiling with resistance. I'm thinking exactly as much as I should be. The ghost of a smirk tugs at the corner of his lips, as if he expected my reaction. He is too calm, too collected, too steady, as if last night has not ruined him the same way it has ruined me. "You regret it." The statement is flat, unbothered, yet there is something beneath it. Something he is not saying. I pull the sheet higher over my chest, fingers curling into the fabric. I don't know what I feel. A lie. He catches it immediately. Golden eyes narrow, sharp and assessing. "You hate being trapped, but you keep coming back to me." His words scrape too close to the truth. The tension thickens to the point of suffocation. I push myself up, forcing distance between us. His gaze follows every movement, unreadable yet too knowing. "Don't make this something it's not," I snap, hating the way my voice wavers. Zerath does not look away. His fingers skim my wrist, slow and unyielding. "Tell me what it is then." I cannot. There is no name for what burns between us. No rational explanation for the way my body responds to him, not as a prisoner, not as a possession, but as something else. Something I don't know what to name or what it even means. A sharp inhale stings my lungs, but the words slip free before I can stop them. This changes nothing. A dangerous humour darkens his expression. Then why are you trembling? I snatch my wrist from his grasp, ignoring the way his touch lingers beneath my skin. Panic claws at my ribs, rising, rising, rising. I am losing myself. I am losing the fight. Zerath sees it. He sees everything. The truth sits between us, unspoken but suffocating. I do not hate this. I do not hate him. But if I admit that even for a moment there will be nothing left to protect me from the ruin waiting at the end of this path, he lets me go. He does not stop me when I stand, does not pull me back into the gravity of his presence. But I feel him watching, a predator biding his time, a ruler waiting for me to decide what I am willing to surrender. The decision is not his to make, it is mine. I do not have an answer yet.
Chapter 31. Sirroth. The taste of her is haunting me. It is a ghost on my lips, in my breath, in the very spaces between thought and restraint, a poison, a need, a ruin I cannot undo. She fled from me this morning, left my chambers, left the weight of what we did behind her, as if it could be outrun. But it follows her just as it follows me. My fingers tighten against the war table, the surface already bearing the faint grooves of my claws. Reports of Jaleth's movements lie scattered before me, messages from spies confirming that the dark elf has not forgotten what is his or what he thinks is his. Seren is in danger. She should have been far from my reach by now, a lingering memory, a temptation never tasted. Instead, she is here, still mine, and I cannot bring myself to let her go. The chamber door swings open, the heavy iron hinges groaning in protest. Footsteps, unhurried, familiar stride across the stone floor. Of all things, I never thought I would witness my brother enslaved to a human. The voice cuts through the silence, low and taunting, thick with the noble's arrogance. My claws press deeper into the table as I lift my gaze. Vezar stands in the doorway, his arms folded over his broad chest, his own obsidian black scales shimmering beneath the torchlight. The ridges along his tail mark him as noble-born, just as mine do. But where I bear crimson streaks, his gleam with silver. He is my blood, my brother by the same mother, another son of the noble house of Vatheren. He is here for one reason. He steps forward, surveying me as if I am something he does not quite recognize. You look like hell. Get out. A smirk tugs at his mouth. Not yet. I remain still as he circles the table, his gaze flicking across the war maps, the spilled ink of unfinished letters. He knows why I have called no council today. He knows what I have been doing instead. You should have killed her already, he mutters, voice like crushed stone, or given her back to the dark elves where she belongs. A growl builds in my chest, low and unbidden. Vezar leans against the table, unbothered. I've seen the way you watch her, the way you fight for her, and worse, the way you didn't let her go after you had her. Heat lashes through my veins, a warning edged in fire. You are obsessed, he continues. You are acting like a beast that's caught something it doesn't understand, something it should have discarded long ago, and yet... My hand slams against the table, the force rattling the entire structure. His smirk only widens. You should leave before you say something you cannot take back, I warn, voice edged with venom. You should listen before you make a mistake you cannot undo. His words carry an edge of steel, but there is no mockery in them now, only cold, measured truth. She is not your mate, Zerath. She will never be. The words strike something deep, something raw, something I have refused to face. Then why can't I let her go? The question escapes before I can stop it. Silence. Vezar's amusement fades, his jaw tightening. That is exactly why you must. A sharp exhale, a shift of weight. He straightens, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the weight of this conversation. She is not one of us, he says, slower this time. And this path you are walking leads nowhere but destruction. He gestures vaguely, his golden eyes burning into mine. The words should make sense. They should be rational, but nothing about her has ever been rational. You think I do not see it? He presses. The way you hesitate. The way you let her speak to you as no human should. You will ruin yourself over this, brother. You will ruin us all. A sharp crack echoes through the room before I register that I've moved. Vezar stumbles back, a thin line of crimson forming along his cheek where my claws grazed him. Golden eyes flash with something feral. He lunges, tail snapping behind him, claws slashing toward my throat. I parry the blow, grabbing his wrist before it can strike true. His growl vibrates through the space between us. "You're already lost, aren't you?" A snarl rips from my throat as I shove him back, muscles coiled, teeth bared. He does not attack again. He watches me, and something in his gaze shifts. Not pity, not fear, but understanding. Vezar has always been ruthless, but he has always understood me best. His stance relaxes first. Then his voice follows. "Do it before it's too late," he says, quieter this time. "Before there's nothing left of you but the ruin she leaves behind." Without another word, he turns and leaves. The door slams shut behind him. The silence after it is unbearable. My hands tremble, not with rage, not with exhaustion, with the truth. I should let her go, but I won't.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 32. Seren. The rumours slither through the stronghold like a slow spreading rot, curling into dark corners and whispered conversations. She's seducing him. She's making him weak. She is his death. They do not speak these words in my presence, but I hear them anyway. I see it in the way they look at me. The Naga warriors have always been indifferent at best, hostile at worst. I am human, a creature beneath their notice, a fragile thing to be used, discarded. But this is something else. Disdain sharpens in their stares, suspicion woven into their movements. They believe I have corrupted him. They believe I have tainted their leader with my presence, turned him reckless, driven him to a path of destruction. Perhaps they are not wrong. Zerath has been different these past days, his absence stretching longer, his eyes darker, the tension a tightening noose between us. Something is breaking inside him, and they see it. They see me as the cause. They are not entirely wrong, but they are mistaken if they think I will apologise for it. The training ground is alive with steel and blood. Naga soldiers clash in sparring rings, sharpening their brutality, moving with the kind of elegance only warriors bred for war possess. I push through the tension in my limbs, ignoring the ache in my ribs from an earlier match. Training has become my anchor, a way to silence the storm in my mind. Until he steps in front of me. His presence is imposing, a warrior whose scars tell more stories than his words ever will. Joran, a high-ranking commander, ruthless and loyal to his people, loyal to Zerath. He is furious. Golden reptilian eyes burn into me, unreadable yet unmistakable in their intent. You should not be here. I roll the stiffness from my shoulders, ignoring the sharp pull of bruised muscle. And yet, here I am. His upper lip curls. You are poison. The words hit harder than they should. You think he does not see it? Joran continues, stepping closer. You think we do not see it? The training yard is silent now, eyes shifting toward us. You have no place here, human. You have no right to walk among us. Something cold and ugly unfurls inside me. If that's true, then why hasn't he gotten rid of me? A sharp hiss escapes him, his tail coiling tightly against the dirt, the ridges flexing. Because he is blind. A blade is placed in my hand. A challenge, the only answer he will accept. It settles deep, but I do not hesitate. I do not run. If they want a fight, they will have one. The strike comes fast. Steel flashes, a deadly arc meant to cripple, not kill. I barely dodge in time, pivoting out of reach, the force of his swing carving deep into the ground where I stood moments ago. Joran is not holding back. He wants to break me. A second strike comes at my ribs, a feint before his tail whips around, catching me across the back and sending me sprawling. Dirt grinds into my hands as I brace against the impact, breath punching from my lungs. Pain is a dull roar, but it does not stop me. I push up, roll to my feet, blade still in my grasp. You should stay down, he warns, voice sharp. I spit blood to the side and lift my chin. Not happening. A slow exhale. Then he moves. Faster this time. The impact sends me to my knees, blade ripped from my grasp, a foot pressing against my chest, pinning me to the dirt. The world tilts, the weight of him crushing, immovable. Joran stares down, his expression unreadable. You are nothing, a parasite feeding off a power you do not deserve. Fingers tighten around my throat. Pressure builds. You should not be breathing. The world darkens. A snarl cuts through the silence, sharp as a blade. Joran is ripped away, thrown like a discarded ragdoll. Zerath stands between us. His tail lashes once against the ground, claws extended, molten gold eyes brimming with something lethal. His fury presses down on everyone. Enough. The single word is not shouted. It does not need to be. It is a sentence. A warning. A promise of violence waiting at the edges of his restraint. Joran rises from where he was thrown, his own fury crackling. She is your undoing. Zerath's hand clenches into a fist, claws cutting into his own palm. Leave. Joran hesitates. Without another word, he steps back, tail flicking once before he turns and disappears into the crowd. Silence stretches. Eyes are still watching. Waiting. Zerath's gaze never leaves mine. Are you hurt? The question is quiet. I wipe blood from my mouth and shrug. I'm always hurt. His jaw flexes. I expect him to say something else. Instead, he walks away. The ache that settles in my chest has nothing to do with the fight.
Chapter 33. Sirroth. Power is an illusion when bound by the will of others. I've spent years commanding warriors, leading my people with an iron grip. Every decision I've made has been dictated by strength, by the certainty that my word was law. But the lords of Nagaland remind me today, power is not absolute. The council chamber looms before me, a vast cavern of carved obsidian and gilded banners displaying the sigils of the ruling houses. Torches line the high walls, casting flickering shadows that stretch like silent sentinels bearing witness to what is about to unfold. Duke Athir sits at the raised dais, a predator at ease in his throne, watching me with that insufferable mix of amusement and condescension. His cobalt blue scales gleam under the torchlight, his golden eyes unreadable yet piercing, waiting for my next move. He doesn't have to wait long. You will take in the new batch, including a group of female Naga, he says, his voice carrying through the chamber like the final toll of a war drum. And you will do your duty, Sirroth. The words are spoken as if I have not spent years doing exactly that, Testing, searching, failing. A muscle in my jaw tightens, but I don't let the irritation show on my face. You speak as if I have not already entertained this farce enough. The lords seated around him exchange glances, their expressions ranging from detached amusement to calculated neutrality. None of them speak, not yet. They are waiting. Watching. Measuring the weight of my defiance. Aether leans forward slightly, fingers steepling beneath his chin. You have spent too long chasing shadows, Vatherin. Years wasted, testing weak-blooded humans for a mate that does not exist. Your curse remains, and so does your problem. My claws flex at my sides, the sharp points digging into my palms as I exhale through my nose. The problem. They mean her. Seren. They are growing impatient, and my refusal to rid myself of her has not gone unnoticed. Aether continues, his voice taking on the careful edge of a blade pressing against fragile flesh. We tolerated your indulgence because we believed it was temporary, a passing curiosity, but you do not seem eager to correct your mistake. My head lifts, golden eyes locking onto his. Is that what you believe? My voice is even, calm, lethal. Aether does not flinch. Your position is not untouchable, another lord interjects. Vezar stands beside him, arms crossed over his chest, watching me with the familiar weight of brotherly disappointment. We have allowed your games long enough. The council's patience is thinning. You will welcome the new females. You will do your duty. You dare dictate my decisions? My voice is a slow drag of steel against stone, the room growing heavier with my rage. Aether meets my glare with an expression too sure of himself. Do it before it is too late. He does not need to elaborate. The threat is clear. Comply or be replaced. The air between us thickens. The weight of my name, my reputation, my rule, it is not enough. Not against them. Not against the law they wield like a blade against my throat. I have two choices. Bend or break. The corridors feel smaller as I leave the chamber, the walls pressing in as though I have walked into a cage I did not see, closing around me. My steps echo in the silence, but my thoughts are louder. The noble lords have forced my hand, backed me into a corner where my only escape is through the destruction of everything I have tried to avoid. Another batch of humans will arrive within days. Another endless line of hopeful offerings, each one believing they might be chosen by fate itself. I have done this ritual too many times to count. The process is cold, detached, a duty I have fulfilled with indifference. But it is different now, because Seren is still here. When she hears of this, she will not be indifferent. She will see it for what it is, a betrayal, a reminder of exactly what she is to me in their eyes, nothing more than a temporary possession. The thought alone is enough to send frustration clawing up my spine. I rake a hand through my hair, tail flicking sharply behind me as I push into my private wing of the stronghold. She is nearby, moving within my walls, breathing within my reach, and yet I have never felt further from her than I do now. I stop outside my chambers, palm pressed against the cold stone of the door. I do not enter. Instead, I turn and leave. I cannot face her.
Chapter 34. Seren. The stronghold whispers, and this time I am not deaf to it. Their voices slither through the corridors, through the training grounds, wrapping around me like the tightening coils of a snake waiting for the perfect moment to crush. They converse to each other, but they know I can hear them, and they want me to. Their amusement is in the way they don't bother lowering their voices, how their words are spoken loud enough to reach me, but not directed at me, as if I am not even worth acknowledging. The new batch arrives in 2 days. A voice, rough with satisfaction, carries across the training yard. Another chuckles. He'll have to make his choice this time. He cannot afford to ignore his duty forever. Steel clangs against steel as warriors spar. Movements fluid, effortless, as though my entire existence isn't being dissected in the open. I keep my focus on my own training, gripping the wooden blade in my hands, but my arms tremble slightly, betraying me. A third voice, louder, more mocking. Imagine it. Lord Zerath taking a proper mate at last. One of our own. Not some human who doesn't even belong here. Laughter follows. My grip tightens until my knuckles ache, but I do not turn. I do not give them the satisfaction of my anger. But I am listening. They know it. 5 noble daughters. One of them continues, his voice edged with smug amusement. Gifted to him to undo the mistake he's been toying with. A coldness curls through me. 5 Naga females. Not just human offerings, not just a batch of disposable women meant to serve as test subjects for a bond that will never form. 5 noble-born Naga women. Warriors, heiresses, daughters of powerful houses. Not just meant for testing, meant for claiming, meant for bearing heirs. The truth sinks in, sharp and unforgiving. Zerath did not tell me. Not a word, not a warning, not even the decency of a lie. The breath in my lungs turns to stone. I want to pretend it doesn't matter, that I never cared what he did, what choices he made. But this is different. This is final. I feel it crack something deep inside me. She's awfully quiet today. The voice, closer this time, dripping with amusement. I glance up in time to see Joran step into my line of vision, arms crossed over his broad chest, golden reptilian eyes gleaming with something too knowing. The crowd shifts, tension thickening. "You look like you're about to break, rat," he murmurs, tilting his head. "Shall I help?" My stomach knots. They do not want me here. They never have. Now, with the noble daughters on their way, they are ready to watch me fall. The wooden blade is a solid weight in my grip. "You want a fight, Joran," I say, forcing my voice to remain steady. "Then fight me." He barks a laugh, head tilting back slightly. "Fight you? You would not last 2 minutes." I am so tired of being underestimated. The fury in my chest builds, hot and consuming, my heart slamming against my ribcage. I don't want to fight him. I don't want to fight any of them. I want to fight him. Zerath. The rage is boiling over, my vision sharpening, a single unshakable thought forming amidst the whirlwind of emotions. If he wants a mate, if he wants to claim one of them, he can face me first. I will challenge Zerath. The words are out before I can take them back. Silence crashes through the yard. Joran blinks, stunned, and then he grins. "Oh, this will be good," he muses. I stand before his door, muscles thrumming with the aftermath of too much emotion, too much rage curling like wildfire in my veins. The training yard had erupted the moment my challenge left my lips. Naga warriors had gathered, murmuring, whispering, laughing. They think this is amusing, but this is not a game. It is not a petty tantrum. This is me choosing, before he can choose anyone else. The doors swing open before I can knock. Zerath stands there, golden eyes burning into me, his broad frame filling the entire threshold. The silence is thick, suffocating. His gaze scans me, not with hunger, not with amusement, with something unreadable, something dangerous. I force my chin up. "Fight me." A slow exhale through his nose. His tail flicks once, the ridges flexing. "You want to fight me?" His voice is low, steady, deadly. The challenge is a slow drag of steel between us. I do not waver. "You fight them every day," I say, voice sharp. "You train them. You bleed with them. So fight me." "You are not one of them." My chest tightens, but I do not falter. "No," I say, "I'm not." Those words settles heavily in me like shackles. His fingers curl at his sides, claws flexing just enough to scrape against the stone. "This is what you want." His voice is quiet, dangerous. "No," I whisper, but I do not take it back. If I do not fight, if I do not stand before him, make him see what he is choosing to leave behind, I will have already lost. He exhales, slow, controlled, and then steps back, motioning for me to enter. The door closes behind me and we move to his private training area. Chapter 35. Seren. The private arena is nothing like the grand battle pits of the city, but it feels just as suffocating. It's just them with no other witnesses to this challenge. High stone walls curve around us, torches mounted at intervals, their glow flickering against the polished black floor. This space was carved for one thing: combat. No audience, no distractions, just warriors and the fight between them. Zerath stands across from me, broad shoulders set, golden eyes unreadable. His tail coils slightly, the ridged muscles shifting beneath his scaled skin, a sign of his barely leashed patience. I roll my shoulders, flexing my fingers around the twin daggers I'd grabbed before leaving my chambers. He has no weapon. He doesn't need one. "Last chance," he murmurs, voice like dark silk. "Walk away, little mouse." My lips curl into something close to a snarl. "Make me." He moves before I can breathe. A blur of speed, a shadow streaking across the arena. I barely lift my daggers in time to block the strike, his clawed hand colliding with the crossed blades, the force of it rattling through my bones. My feet skid across the stone. The impact jolts, but I recover quickly, twisting into a counter-strike. My dagger slashes for his ribs, but he dodges, moving with that unnatural, inhuman grace. Then he's behind me, faster than thought, a solid presence pressing into my back. "Sloppy," he murmurs against my ear. I snarl and drive my elbow back, but he's already moving again, stepping away before I can land a blow. Heat rushes through my veins. This is not training. This is not some lesson in restraint. I want to hurt him. He let them speak about me like I was nothing. He let them call me his mistake. The anger fuels me, sharpens my strikes. I lunge, sweeping low, aiming to cut across his thigh. He catches my wrist mid-strike. The world tilts as he spins me, forcing me off balance. My back hits the stone floor with a sharp smack, but I don't stay down. I roll, kicking up, slashing again. He blocks, our arms lock, our faces inches apart. And everything shifts. The fury remains, but it is tangled with something darker, something more dangerous. My breath hitches, chest rising and falling too fast as his golden gaze burns into mine. This close, I can see the tension in his jaw, the flicker of restraint behind his eyes. His claws flex against my skin, the grip tight, but not painful. We are both breathing too hard. We are both holding too much back. His head dips slightly, golden eyes locked onto my lips. The tension shatters. I slam my mouth against his, all teeth and fire, and he responds instantly. It is not a kiss. It is a battle, a claiming. Our bodies collide, my back pressed into the stone, his weight bracing above me. Claws graze my hips, pressing just enough to send a shiver through my body. I arch against him, refusing to be still, refusing to simply take. His growl vibrates through me. I flip us. A surge of movement, a twist of limbs, and I am straddling him, knees locked against his sides. His laughter is low, rough, bold, he murmurs, voice thick. I press my dagger against his throat, the blade teasing against his skin. His chest rises beneath me, golden eyes watching me like I am the only thing in this world. Still think I should walk away? My voice is a whisper, breathless and unsteady. His claws trail up my thighs, a slow, deliberate touch. His gaze drops to my lips again. His answer is in the way he shifts beneath me, the way his tail coils, tightening around my ankle. I lean down, ready to close the distance again, but a voice shatters the moment. Zerath? The single word freezes everything. I jerk upright, heart pounding. Sirroth goes still beneath me. Footsteps approach, slow and deliberate. I turn my head. A Naga female stands in the entrance of the arena, her long, iridescent green tail shifting behind her. She is stunning. Dark hair cascading over her shoulders, noble robes too fine for a mere visitor. She belongs here. My stomach clenches. Zerath doesn't look at me as he gently shifts me off him, standing in one smooth motion. I sit there, still catching my breath, still burning from his touch, as he steps toward her. The female's gaze flicks to me, her expression unreadable before she turns back to him. "You're early," Zerath says, voice steady, unreadable. She smiles. "I couldn't wait to see you." Something in me snaps. I push to my feet, fists clenched at my sides. He does not look back at me. He does not acknowledge what just happened. The kiss still lingers on my lips, but this moment is already slipping away. Maybe that's for the best.
Chapter 36. Zerroth! The heat from Seren's body consumes me, even as I step away from her, even as I force every fiber of control back into place. The kiss still burns on my lips, searing through the wall of restraint I've spent decades building. But I do not look back. I do not let myself glance at the human woman standing in the private arena, the one who just tried to kill me, then tried to claim me. Instead, I turn to the Naga woman waiting at the entrance, the one who has every right to be here. Talira stands with her arms crossed, one elegant brow arched, emerald green scales shimmering under the torchlight. Her tail flicks once against the stone floor, the movement slow, measured. It's not anger in her eyes, not judgment, just curiosity. She doesn't speak right away, waiting for me to close the distance between us, waiting for me to be the first to acknowledge what just happened. I sigh through my nose, flexing my fingers, trying to rid them of the memory of Seren's skin beneath them. Talira tilts her head. That's the human, then. There is no need to ask which human. I run a hand down my face. You have no idea how little patience I have for this conversation right now. She lets out a soft huff of amusement and falls into step beside me as I lead her down the corridor, away from the arena. You don't have patience for any conversation, she says dryly, which is why it's fortunate that I'm the one here first instead of the others. The others. The noble daughters. The women I'm expected to choose from. I roll my shoulders, but the tension remains knotted deep between them. How many are coming? I ask. 4 more, she says, keeping her gaze on me. But we both know the others are here just to fill the numbers. I glance at her, but she's already watching me, reading me too easily. We have known each other since childhood, long before my name carried weight, before my title made me a bargaining chip in the Naga courts. If there is one person in this realm who understands me, who has always understood me, it is her. She is the only one who has ever spoken of my curse without fear, without cruelty, without using it against me. I slow my steps, bracing myself. Just say what you came to say. She exhales through her nose, shaking her head. I came because it was expected of me. The lords think we're the best match. They believe I should bear your heirs. Her voice is calm, measured. It does not wound the way it should. It does not spark anger, because she is not here to claim me. She is here because they sent her. I stop walking. She halts beside me, lifting a brow. You don't need to look so alarmed, Sirroth. I have no intention of mating with you. Some of the tension eases from my chest. She laughs softly. Is that relief? I narrow my eyes. You think I enjoy the idea of my fate being decided by a council of self-important lords? I think you enjoy defying them too much to ever let them win, she counters smoothly, She's right. But this time, they have leverage. They are forcing my hand, and I have no way out of it. Talira's gaze softened slightly. You can't keep avoiding it, Zerath. If your mate isn't among the Naga, then you need to check the human females. The words are a dagger to the ribs. She does not say it cruelly. She does not mock the way so many others have. She is worried, truly worried, but she is also wrong. I clench my jaw. It is not her. Talira studies me for a heartbeat longer, expression unreadable. She exhales, tilting her head slightly. You sound so certain. I am. The bond does not lie. Yet something twists in my gut at the thought of Seren still standing in that arena, still watching me walk away. Talira folds her arms, tail coiling lightly against the floor. You're unraveling, Sirroth. I let out a sharp breath, too many expectations pressing down on me. Then let me unravel in peace, I mutter. She snorts. Unfortunately, the lords will not grant you that luxury. I grit my teeth, knowing she's right. But I am not ready for this conversation, for this decision. A sudden rush of footsteps echoes down the corridor. Two of my soldiers approach, their expressions tense. My lord, one of them says, bowing slightly, you are needed. I do not hesitate. Talira sighs, already stepping back. Go. I'll make myself at home, as you always insist. There is no warmth in me as I turn away, only her words lingering behind. The question I don't want to face. What should I do?
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Prothika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 37. Seren. The hallways stretch endlessly before me, the polished stone reflecting the flickering torchlight, cold beneath my bare feet. Every step feels heavier than the last, every breath more ragged. He left me. Not just in the arena, not just standing there like a fool with my lips swollen from his kiss. No, Zerath walked away without so much as a backward glance, trailing after that beautiful, perfect Naga female like I was nothing. Like I never even mattered. I want to tear something apart. I want to grab him by his stupid, perfect, gilded throat and make him say it to my face, tell me I am nothing. Tell me I was just entertainment for him. Tell me I am not real. But deep down, in the part of me that aches, I already know the truth. I have feelings for him. I don't know when it happened. Maybe it was in the jungle when he carried me back, bruised and bloodied but not broken. Maybe it was in the arena when he called me his. Or maybe it was always there, lurking beneath my fury, my fear, my refusal to be owned. But it doesn't matter, because I am not his mate. I will never be anything to him. The thought is unbearable. My fingers curl around the ring on my hand, twisting the silver band until my skin burns. I don't even realise how far I've walked until I am standing outside his war room. The doors are shut, the guards posted outside barely sparing me a glance. I should leave. I should turn back, go to my room, forget about him. But my feet do not move. The anger and hurt boil together inside me, forming something more dangerous, something desperate. I need to hear it from him. I need him to look me in the eyes and tell me I mean nothing. I step forward, ready to push past the guards. You're not going to find him in there. The voice is smooth, effortless, feminine. I whirl before I can stop myself. Talira stands in the dim corridor, her emerald scales catching the firelight, dark robes cinched at her slender waist. Her expression is unreadable, assessing. She is stunning. Every inch of her screams nobility, confidence, power. She is here, staring at me like I am some insect she has yet to decide whether to crush. My fists clench. "You seem lost, human," she says smoothly, tilting her head slightly. "Should I have someone escort you back to your cage?" Her words are a slow drag of a blade against my skin, too measured, too calm. I refuse to let her see my irritation. I lift my chin. "No need. I can find my way." Her lips curve into something almost amused. She takes a step closer, until she stands just inches away, looking down at me like I'm nothing more than an amusing little plaything, like she has already won. "I was curious about you," she murmurs. "The little human who thinks she belongs here." I hold her gaze, refusing to step back. "And—" her eyes flick over me, slow, considering. "And now I see what everyone has been talking about." The words slither down my spine, coated in something I cannot place. I keep my voice even. "Did you come here to gawk, or do you actually have a point?" Her smile sharpens. "I came to tell you," she says, voice almost kind, "that you will never have him." A laugh escapes my lips, bitter and sharp. "You think I want him?" Her expression does not change. "I think you already do." I force myself not to react, not to flinch, not to let her see that she is right. She steps even closer, her voice dropping to something quiet, deadly. "You are a passing distraction," she murmurs. "A temporary indulgence." I grit my teeth. "He is one of us," she continues. "And no matter what delusions you have, he will never choose you." A slow, creeping rage claws its way up my chest, not just at her words, but at the truth in them. Her smile does not waver. "Zerath and I grew up together," she says. "I have watched him break men in battle, watched him make the impossible bow beneath his will." Her voice softens, almost pitying, but even he cannot fight fate. A lump lodges in my throat. She leans down, voice a whisper against my ear. "And you, little human," she breathes, "are not his fate." I can't breathe, can't move. Her words sink into me like poisoned fangs, wrapping around the fragile, dangerous thing inside my chest. She steps back, tilting her head slightly, watching me crack. She smiles. "I will make sure of it." She turns without another word, disappearing down the corridor, leaving me standing there, shaking. Leaving me with the taste of humiliation, heartbreak, fury. I was a fool to think I could be anything to him. It was stupid of me to entertain the idea he would ever want me. I will not make that mistake again.
Chapter 38. Sirroth. Seren is not herself. The training pits echo with the familiar sounds of combat, clashing weapons, the sharp exhale of exertion, the hiss of steel meeting flesh. Yet she moves like a ghost. Her stance is perfect, her strikes controlled, but she fights like she doesn't care. Like it doesn't matter. That is not the human who defied me at every turn, who refused to break, who turned even submission into rebellion. I should be relieved. Should welcome the lack of defiance. Instead, my patience frays. She meets my eyes once, a flicker of storm gray beneath damp strands of hair, then looks away like I am nothing. That is when my tail flicks against the floor. That is when irritation burrows beneath my skin and stays there. "You look like you'd rather be anywhere else, little mouse," I say, keeping my tone mocking. A bait, a sharp hook. She always bites. Serene barely reacts. No sneer, no sharp retort. She exhales, dragging the back of her hand over her brow, expression impassive. Would it make a difference? My grip tightens on the hilt of my blade. Something is wrong. You're asking me? I step closer, my shadow swallowing hers. You don't seem to care about anything today. The human shrugs, adjusting the dagger in her palm. Not everything is about you, Lord Zerath. That title, spoken without a trace of heat, without challenge. Something about that cool, measured tone rakes down my spine like claws. She should be spitting it at me. Should be calling me a bastard. Instead, she just turns away. Something wrong, little mouse? I press, stepping forward, my voice low, dangerous. Her grip tightens ever so slightly, but her stance does not change. Nothing that concerns you, my lord. Sheathing her blade, she moves past me, the soft rasp of steel settling against her belt. No taunt, no glare. She is retreating. I catch her wrist, halting her steps. The touch is not firm, not meant to hurt, but the reaction is immediate. She goes rigid, not fearful, just cold. The stillness between us stretches, a breath too long, a heartbeat too tense. She pulls away, smooth, calculated. I have nothing left to prove today. That should not bother me. Yet it does. Before I can demand an explanation, a soft laugh cuts through the thick tension. Talira. She moves with calculated ease, her emerald scales glinting in the dim light, golden eyes flickering with amusement. Of course she would pick now to appear. She has never bothered to set foot in the training pits before. Politics interest her more than violence. So why is she here? Talira smiles like she knows the exact answer. She shifts her gaze between me and Seren, tilting her head as if she sees something I don't. You're distracted today, Sirroth. The words are lazy, teasing. Before I can stop her, she touches me. Fingers glide against my forearm, soft, measured, too familiar. The movement is calculated. Talira is never careless. She knows exactly what she is doing. The other Naga see it. Seren sees it. She does not react, not the way I expect. No tensing, no sharp remark, no burning glare. Just emptiness. The reaction unnerves me more than any insult ever could. Talira's golden eyes flick towards Seren, her voice mocking. Is this the human everyone whispers about? A challenge. Seren does not answer. She steps back, her expression unreadable. I've had enough for today. And she walks away from me, and I should let her go. But my tail coils slightly, irritation rippling through my muscles. You're leaving? I call after her. She does not stop, does not turn. I don't see the point of staying, she says smoothly. Excuse me, my lord. Again, that title. That distance. Something inside me snaps. Talira laughs again. I round on her, voice low. What are you doing? She does not answer immediately. Instead, she lets the silence settle between us, studying me like I am a puzzle missing its last piece. She smiles. I'm giving you a push. My tail flicks in irritation. A push for what? Her eyes glint with too much knowledge. You are hopeless, you know that? Before I can demand more, she steps back, her expression infuriatingly smug. Then she turns and walks away, her long robes brushing against the stone. I do not understand what in the abyss just happened or what Talira means.
Chapter 39. Seren. Talira played me. The realization sits like hot coals in my gut, simmering beneath my ribs, burning slow and insidious. She knew exactly who I was when she approached me that night, knew what she was doing when she spoke those carefully chosen words, making it seem as if our first meeting had been in the training pits. Lies. Zerath played along, as if nothing had happened, as if I had imagined it. I grip the desk in my chambers, knuckles aching from how hard I press my fingers into the wood. My breath is controlled, measured, but fury courses through me like a storm waiting to break. I should have seen it coming. I should have expected it. but it still stings. Not because I care. I don't. My heart just aches, that's all. A deep, unbearable weight presses against my ribs, suffocating in its quiet cruelty. I shouldn't have let myself feel anything for him. I shouldn't have let him touch me. I sure as hell shouldn't have let myself hope. I rip my hands away from the desk, forcing myself to breathe. Anger steadies me. Anger is better than heartbreak. I will not be played. Not by anyone. It's time to go. Leaving is not a question of if, only how. Zerath's stronghold is a fortress, surrounded by warriors, thick walls, and watchful eyes. But no cage is perfect. I learned that long ago. The underground tunnels beneath the stronghold run deep, remnants of ancient pathways carved through the stone. I mapped them days ago when he wasn't looking, because he was so busy with the more important matters. Zerath should have been more careful about what he let me see, what he let me learn. Maybe he thought I had given up. Maybe he thought I wouldn't dare. He was wrong. I shove what little I have into a cloth bundle, my hands moving without hesitation. A dagger, stolen from the training pits. A water flask, the dried fruit and meat I managed to snatch from the kitchens. It will be enough. I dress simply, wrapping my wrists and feet in cloth to muffle my steps. No boots, no armour. Speed is my weapon tonight. I take one last look at the room before I slip into the hallways. The fire in the hearth has burned low, its embers pulsing in the darkness. My bed, untouched. The silk sheets, cool and smooth. The place where he... I force the memory away. This place is not my home. It never was. I will not leave pieces of myself behind. The tunnels smell of damp earth and stone. The air is thick, suffocating, but I push forward. One wrong turn, one careless misstep, and I'll be found. I don't hesitate. The labyrinth twists around me, paths branching off into the unknown. I stick to the ones I memorized, counting my steps, listening for movement. The walls seem to press in, cold and unyielding. The darkness wraps around me like a second skin, the silence stretching between each heartbeat. I have escaped before. I will escape again. The tunnels grow colder as I move deeper, until finally I see it. The exit, a jagged opening in the rock, moonlight spilling through, illuminating the path forward. I quicken my pace, emerging from the underground into the crisp night air. The world opens before me. The jungle stretches in the distance, its shadows curling at the edges of the land. But I don't look back. Not yet. Not until I've reached the boundary of it. Until I've left Zerath's world behind. Hours later, the stronghold is a distant silhouette. A towering dark thing against the pale glow of the horizon. It looks so small from here. My pulse pounds in my ears, my body aching from the trek, but I don't stop. I stare at the place I swore I'd never return to. I turn my back on it. No more cages, no more chains, no more Zerath. This time I disappear for good.
Chapter 40, Sirroth. The scent of her absence is a wound carved into my ribs. Every breath I take tastes wrong. Every corner of the stronghold feels hollow. The moment I step into her chambers, the truth slams into me with the strength of a hammer to the gut. She is gone. The room is empty, stripped of warmth, stripped of her. A growl rumbles through my chest, deep enough to shake the walls. The guards outside do not move fast enough. Where is she? My voice cuts through the silence like the tip of a dagger. The two Naga warriors standing at her door exchange uneasy glances, their tails twitching. Cowards. My lord, one of them dares, shifting uncomfortably. I don't let him finish. My fist connects with his jaw before he has the chance. Bone cracks beneath my knuckles and he crumples like a broken thing, gasping in pain as he clutches his face. The other steps back, fangs bared in reflex, but he doesn't run. Smart. She left through the tunnels, he blurts out. We didn't notice until she was already gone. Another hit. This time I grab him by the throat, slamming him against the stone wall hard enough to make the torches flicker. His breath chokes off, his claws scrambling at my grip. You let her walk out of my stronghold? I snarl, my golden eyes burning into his. He wheezes. She's fast. Not faster than me. I release him with a shove, sending him staggering forward. He gasps for air, tail curling in submission. The rage in my blood is uncontainable. She ran, again. She thinks she'll get away. That's enough, Zerath. Talara's voice cuts through the madness, calm but firm. She steps into the room, her scales glinting under the torchlight, arms crossed. Those sharp eyes assess the destruction in an instant, the bruised guards, the shattered remains of my restraint. Beating them to a pulp won't bring her back. I turn to her, chest heaving. She's out there alone. Talira sighs, exasperated. Yes, because you've made this place so welcoming. I narrow my gaze, but she doesn't back down. She never does. She's human, Zerath. She can't survive out there for long, not with Zerroth hunting her. The mention of that filthy dark elf's name stokes the fire inside me into an inferno. If he touches her, I'll skin him alive, I snarl. Then stop wasting time. Talira steps closer, voice lowering. You can be mad at her later. Right now, you need to get to her first. The words snap me into motion. The moment I step outside the stronghold, I breathe her in. Faint traces of her cling to the earth, leading east, toward the jungle's edge, toward the lands beyond. Too far already. I move. The hunt is instinctual, primal, a drive as natural as breathing. My muscles coil and release, my tail cutting through the underbrush, my body moving with purpose. She has a head start, but she doesn't know the land like I do. She doesn't know that the paths she takes will betray her. The forest ahead whispers secrets in the wind, the trees bending toward the distant mountains. I follow her path through the jungle, feet barely touching the ground, my movements swift and efficient. But something shifts. The signs of her trail are too fresh, which means he isn't the only one tracking her. A dark stain marks the ground ahead. A footprint too heavy to be hers, too broad, the edges sharper than a Naga's. Minotaurs, or worse, dark elves. I unsheath my blade, fangs bared. She is running straight into their hands. Not again. Not when I just got her back. I will not let her go. Mate or not, she is mine.
Chapter 41. Seren. The town is a shadow of civilization. Low buildings sag under the weight of years, wooden beams cracked with time. The streets, packed with carts and bodies, reek of desperation, merchants barking their wares, workers hauling crates of goods, children darting between wagons with quick, practiced feet. A border town, caught between the fringes of Nagaland and the unknown beyond. A perfect place to disappear. I slip into the crowd, hood drawn low, movements calculated. Every muscle in my body screams for rest, but stopping is not an option. Not yet. I weave through the press of bodies, sticking to the edges, watching. Here, humans and Naga mingle under an uneasy truce, the market bustling with trade. Stalls overflow with dried meats, bolts of rough-spun fabric, glinting blades sharpened for a price. A pair of Naga warriors stand near a blacksmith's forge, tails coiling lazily, eyes sharp despite their easy stance. None of them pay me any attention. Good. The scent of burning oil and unwashed bodies clogs my throat as I near a group of humans loading supplies onto a wooden carriage. They work with efficient movements, exchanging terse words, the kind spoken by those who live too close to danger. One of them, a thick-shouldered man with deep-set eyes, glances up. Looking for work. His voice is rough, worn. I nod. looking for passage. Where are you headed? East, he grunts, securing a crate. Materials run to the next town. You can ride him back, long as you don't slow us down. Relief cuts through me like a blade. This could work. I open my mouth to agree. Then the energy in the market shifts. The noise dulls. Merchants lower their voices, heads turning toward the street's entrance. The air, once buzzing with trade, thickens with unease. A group of dark elves step into the square. Their movements are smooth, calculated, hunters walking among prey. My blood turns to ice. I drop my gaze, adjusting my hood lower, fingers tightening at my sides. The elves move in a slow, deliberate formation, not rushing, not speaking. They don't need to. Their presence is enough. A woman unloading a basket of fruit stumbles in her haste to move aside. A merchant behind her pretends to adjust his wares, but shifts deeper into shadow. Even the Naga guards tense. The leader of the dark elves stands in the middle of the group, tall, dripping in silent authority. His crimson eyes scan the market, movements unhurried. Like he has the luxury of time. Are they looking for me? I force myself to keep moving, angling toward the carriage without drawing attention. Blend in. Disappear. One of the dark elves speaks, his voice smooth as silk. We have business in this town. No one answers. No one dares. The leader's gaze sweeps the market, a viper searching for movement. I press closer to the crates, heart hammering against my ribs. The dark elves split, moving through the crowd. One of them approaches the merchants near me, too close. Where are you headed? The elf's tone is conversational, but behind it is not. The man I spoke to swallows thickly, shoulders stiff. Supply run, nothing more. The elf studies him, eyes flicking over his men, then landing on me. A slow, deliberate inspection. Don't react. Dirt clings to my skin, my tunic stained with sweat and filth. I made sure of that before entering the market, knowing that a clean face would stand out. The elf's nose wrinkles slightly, disgust. His gaze moves on. I'm a breath away from disaster. They question a few more traders, their voices like knives pressing against bare throats. One of them lingers near a woman selling dried meats, speaking low enough that I can barely catch the words. Any humans passed through recently? She hesitates, fear flickering in her eyes. Many. Any alone? Her fingers tighten around her stall. Humans come and go, sir. They don't stay long. The dark elf considers her, then nods. He turns. They begin to leave. I don't dare breathe until they are out of sight, slipping through the market's exit, disappearing into the winding streets beyond. The moment they're gone, the market exhales. Movement resumes. Voices rise. The tension bleeds away, though not entirely. The merchant beside me lets out a low curse. Damn elves. I don't disagree, but my relief is short-lived. They came here for a reason. If they don't find me here, they will keep looking. I grip a crate, steadying myself. I need to leave. Now, before my luck runs out.
Chapter 42. Zerath. The scent of dark elves pollutes the night. I've been tracking Seren for hours, but instead I found them. I crouched low on the ridge, muscles coiled as I observed their encampment. Lazy bastards. No guards posted, no wards set. Their arrogance makes them weak. They believe themselves untouchable here, so close to the human border, away from the reach of Nagaland. They're wrong. The fire in the center of their camp casts long, twisting shadows against the trunks of gnarled trees. Too few of them to be a scouting party, too many for a simple trade mission. I count 7. 7 dead men walking. Their laughter grates against my patience, a low, mocking sound that slides between the cracks of my self-control. They think they're safe. They think they have time. I unsheathe my blades, the hilts warm against my palms, my pulse slow, steady. I will teach them what it means to be hunted. The one closest to the fire doesn't see me coming. His voice is mid-sentence when my blade slides through his throat. He gurgles, hands clawing at the wound, eyes wide as the heat of the fire reflects in them. The others don't react fast enough, too drunk on their own egos to process the death blooming in their midst. I move to the next before the body hits the ground. Steel tears through flesh, my blade sinking into his side. I twist. A scream erupts, splitting the night. Now they react. Now they see me. I grin, blood dripping from my weapon. Let's play. One of them lunges, twin daggers flashing in the dim light. I sidestep, catching his wrist mid-swing, and snap it with a sharp twist. His shriek turns to a gargle when I bury my claws into his stomach and rip upward. Entrails spill, steaming against the cold ground, the stench of death curling through the air. The others are moving now, finally realizing their mistake. A blade whistles past my face, slicing a shallow cut along my jaw. I turn to meet the coward who threw it, his eyes wide, desperate. "He's alone!" one of them hisses. "Take him!" I launch myself at him before he can finish. My weight crashes into him, sending us both to the ground. His dagger clatters away. I wrap my tail around his waist, tightening until bones begin to snap. His scream feeds the fire inside me. I press my knee against his chest, pinning him, and lean close. "You should have brought more men." His hand scrambles for a hidden knife. I catch it mid-motion and ram it through his throat. 3 left. One of them runs. I laugh sharp and cold. He won't get far. I track his stumbling form, darting through the trees, his breath ragged, his steps uneven. His panic makes him sloppy. I let him think he's escaping. Let him believe that if he runs fast enough, if he prays hard enough, he might live. Then I drop from the trees, landing in front of him. He skids to a halt, panting, eyes darting wildly for an escape. "Please!" I slit his throat. Blood sprays across my chest, hot, rich, a final offering. His body crumples, twitching. Pathetic. The last 2 don't beg. They stand, weapons drawn, accepting their fate. A challenge. I smile, baring fangs. One of them spits on the ground. "You think you're untouchable, Naga filth? You think killing us will change anything?" I roll my shoulders, testing the tension in my muscles. "No, but it will make me feel better." They lunge at once, working in tandem, trained killers. I meet them with brutality. One swings low, aiming for my legs. I leap, twisting midair, and slam my tail against his head. Bone shatters beneath the impact, his body crumpling before he even registers he's dead. The last one doesn't falter. He keeps attacking, blade flashing in precise, calculated arcs. A decent fighter. Too bad for him. I catch his wrist, forcing his arm wide, and drive my claws into his exposed ribs. He gasps, sagging forward as blood bubbles past his lips. I hold him there, close enough that he can taste his own death. "You should have stayed hidden," I murmur against his ear. I rip his throat out. Silence settles over the clearing. Only the crackle of the fire remains, casting flickering shadows over the bodies littering the ground. I exhale, pulse thrumming, body slick with blood. None of it mine. It's not enough. Not nearly enough. These were scouts, pawns in a larger game. Jalith sent them. He's getting closer, but so am I. Seren's trail is fresh. She's near. I wipe my blades clean on the tunic of a dead elf, my mind already shifting to the next move. I will find her. When I do, I will never let her go again.
From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 43. Seren. The carriage lurches to a stop, jolting me out of restless thoughts. The road had been smooth moments ago, the steady rocking enough to lull me into momentary peace, but the sudden halt sends a ripple of unease down my spine. The murmuring voices of the merchants outside shift, transforming from idle chatter to hushed, sharp-edged whispers. I sit up, pulse hammering, and pull the curtain of the carriage window just enough to peer through the slit. Dark elf soldiers. Dread hits me like a falling stone. Not just any dark elves, Jalith's men. They stand in a loose formation, their black armour absorbing the last slivers of moonlight, their features unreadable. Predators among prey. One of them steps forward, gloved fingers curling around the merchant leader's collar before yanking him down into the dirt. The squat man with greying hair stammers out a greeting, his words shaky and placating, but Jalith's soldiers say nothing. They are not here for negotiations. A woman shrieks, the soldiers move, methodical, unforgiving. One by one they begin dragging people out, shoving them onto their knees. They're searching for someone. They're searching for me. I press myself against the wooden panels of the carriage, willing myself to disappear. If I make myself small enough, if I stay still, perhaps. A slow, deliberate laugh slithers through the air, smooth as poisoned silk. Jalith. My little runaway, he murmurs, his tone edged with satisfaction. You've led me on quite the chase. The sound of his voice is a dagger in my gut. He found me. The merchants tremble before him, heads bowed, shoulders curled inward. Jalith's presence demands submission without a single spoken order. I clench my jaw, pressing trembling fingers into the folds of my cloak. He cannot find me. A soldier strides toward the carriage. The door creaks open. The moment his fingers wrap around my arm, I strike. My knee slams into his gut, his breath hitching as he stumbles back. His grip tightens, but I wrench free, fingers snatching the short blade from his belt. Steel sings as I drive it deep into his side. A strangled grunt escapes him before I rip the blade free, warmth spilling over my fingers as he collapses. Chaos erupts, shouts, steel unsheathing, bodies lunging. I run. Boots thunder behind me, the sharp commands of soldiers splitting the night. The world shrinks to the ground beneath my feet, the frantic race between me and the inevitable. But I don't get far. Jalith's voice slices through the noise, amused, indulgent. Let her run. The soldiers slow. I don't. Wind lashes against my face, the scent of damp earth and crushed leaves filling my senses. The road vanishes behind me, the terrain shifting. The land slopes downward, uneven and treacherous. Ahead the trees break apart, an ending. A cliff looms, jagged rock giving way to nothingness. The sky stretches beyond it, black and endless, as if the world itself simply stops. A predator's trap. Behind me, footsteps close in. Jalith's voice follows, calm, inevitable. You always were a fighter. I whip around, blade raised, breath heaving, but he's already too close. His smirk deepens, a king admiring his conquered prize. There's no need for this, Jalith says smoothly. Come to me willingly, and I will be merciful. Merciful? My laugh is hollow. You're a liar. He tilts his head, unbothered. You wound me, little one. Have I not been patient? He steps closer, I step back. You belong to me. His voice drops to something dark, possessive. You always have. I grip my dagger tighter. I belong to no one. Zerath chuckles. Say that all you want, but we both know the truth, don't we? My heart pounds. You feel it, don't you? He murmurs, his eyes gleaming. The pull. Go to hell, I spit. He exhales slowly, as if my defiance is an inconvenience rather than an obstacle. Enough of this, he says. Come and we will finish the ceremony. Once the bond is sealed, there will be no more running, no more pretending. His hand extends, not in kindness, but in certainty. You have a choice, he tells me. Come to me, or be dragged to me. Either way, the result is the same. The wind roars around us, whipping my hair against my face. My fingers tremble around the blade. I will never be his. Zerath watches me, already victorious. But he doesn't understand. I will not be claimed. I take a step back. His gaze hardens. Seren, he warns. The precipice of the cliff crumbles beneath my heel. I exhale. Goodbye, Zerath. I leap. Chapter 44. Seren. The wind roars in my ears, a wild howl of freedom and finality. My body plummets through the night, the weightless descent a cruel mockery of the choices I've had stolen from me. Cold air lashes against my skin, my hair whipping around my face as the jagged rocks below stretch their unforgiving arms toward me. This is how it ends, not in chains, not beneath Zerath's boot, not as someone's possession. My arms spread wide, welcoming the fall. I should be terrified, I should scream, but there is only a deep, aching sorrow. Zerath. A sob catches in my throat. He should be nothing to me. A captor, a warlord, a beast of scales and sharp fangs. Yet I miss him. Not just the man who claimed me, the man who challenged me, fought me, pushed me past every breaking point I thought I had. The man who saw me when no one else did. A tear slips from my eye, disappearing into the wind before it can reach my lips. I will never see him again. Suddenly I stop falling. The breath is ripped from my lungs as an unseen force coils around me, yanking me to a halt in mid-air. My stomach lurches, my limbs flailing as if I'm tangled in invisible chains. No, 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 no. A grating, mocking laughter echoes above me. Did you truly think I would let you go so easily, little one? Zerath. He looms at the cliff's edge, the moonlight casting his dark, regal figure in silver. His crimson eyes gleam with triumph. His lips curl, amusement dripping from every syllable. I thrash against the unseen hold, but my body refuses to obey. The force gripping me tightens, dragging me upward, back toward the monster I had tried to escape. No, I scream, fury lacing my voice as I struggle. Let me go. The air crackles with energy. My limbs jerk violently against the unseen restraints. But I am not the one in control. Zerath's smirk deepens, his amusement sharp as a dagger. You didn't think I'd come unprepared, did you? He tilts his head, a mockery of sympathy. What a shame, little one. I accounted for everything, even this. The magic holding me in its grasp drags me through the air like a lifeless doll, until my feet scrape against the dirt. My knees buckle, but I refuse to fall. I grit my teeth, hatred burning through every inch of my being. I would rather die than be yours. Zerath tisks, feigning disappointment. Now, let's not be dramatic. You made me chase you long enough. This ends tonight. The magic shoves me forward. My body collapses onto my hands and knees, the earth biting into my palms. Zerath steps toward me, a collar gleaming in his hands. Cold realization spears through me. No, I lunge back, but the magic coils around me again, an unseen fist closing around my throat. "You will be silent," Zerath orders, his voice laced with power. My throat tightens. My voice vanishes. My entire body trembles as the collar snaps around my neck. It's heavy, suffocating. The second it locks into place, a searing pain erupts through my spine. Agony unlike anything I've ever known. A scream rips from my lips, my body convulsing as raw electric power lashes through my veins. Zerath's lips part in a slow, satisfied grin. Perfect. I writhe against the collar's punishment, my fingers clawing at the metal. The magic woven into it is alive, burrowing into my flesh, branding me as his. Tears burn at the edges of my vision. This is worse than death. Zerath crouches before me, reaching out to brush his fingers along my trembling jaw. I jerk away, but the collar tightens, sending another shock through my limbs. He watches me convulse, eyes dark with satisfaction. "You will learn, little one. You will kneel when I command it. You will obey." I gasp, barely able to lift my head. "I will kill you." Zerath only laughs. "Oh, you are exquisite when you're furious." He leans closer, his breath ghosting against my cheek. "But I promise, soon enough, you will beg for my touch." Revulsion and rage coil inside me, a storm barely contained. I will kill him. I will tear him apart with my bare hands. But I am powerless. Zerath straightens, turning to the robed figure at his side. A dark elf mage, the one responsible for my body's betrayal. Zerath flicks his fingers. "Take her, bind her wrists, and prepare the ceremony chamber. She needs to be properly broken in before we complete the bond." The mage bows. "As you wish, my lord." The soldiers step forward, ropes in their hands. I thrash, but the collar reacts again, sending a final wave of agony through my bones. As the darkness swallows me whole, I hear Zerath's final words. "We have eternity, my little mate, and soon you will thank me for this." Chapter 45. Seren. The chase continues. The wind carries the stale stench of human filth and desperation, but beneath it, something more insidious lingers. Dark elf magic. Zerath stands at the boundary of the merchant town, his jaw tight, claws flexing as his eyes sweep over the clustered hovels and weathered stalls. The place stinks of livestock and unwashed bodies, but the people, they are too quiet. Merchants stand stiff behind their carts, hands trembling as they pretend to busy themselves. Fear slithers through the streets, thick and cloying. Something happened here, recently. Zerath strides forward, his tail flicking behind him in slow, agitated movements. A few humans scatter at the sight of him, darting into alleyways, pulling children inside. Others remain frozen in place, their gazes darting to the edges of the square, to the faint, disturbed tracks in the dirt. Blood smears the ground in uneven arcs, hastily scrubbed at, as if someone had tried to erase the evidence, his teeth bare in a quiet snarl. The prince leading out of town, sleek boots, not human, not orc. Dark elves. A sharp inhale, and his claws curl into fists. He was too late. Heat coils through his chest, a slow-burning fury rising with every second wasted. He pivots, stalking toward the nearest merchant, a wiry man with a ratty beard and nervous hands fumbling at the hem of his tunic. Zerath stops inches from him, towering over the human like a looming storm. "Who was taken?" The man flinches. "My lord." His claws snap up, seizing the front of the man's tunic, yanking him forward so they are nose to snout. "Do not waste my time." The man lets out a high, keening whimper, eyes darting to his fellow traders, but none of them will help him. "There was a girl," the man stammers, his breath rank with fear. They were looking for her, said she belonged to their lord. His grip tightens. The merchant wheezes, legs kicking against the dirt. Where did they take her? Zerath growls. I don't... A flick of his claws. Fabric shreds. The man's chest suddenly bare and vulnerable. Zerath presses his talons against his ribs, just enough to break skin. Where? The merchant sobs. North. They took her north. Zerath releases him with a shove, sending him sprawling into the dirt. Coward. The moment he turns, another voice pipes up. A woman, older, her hair braided back in tight coils. They didn't kill anyone. That's not like them. Zerath slows. They had the authority of a royal envoy. The woman continues, her lips twisting. Didn't even ransack the town. Didn't touch anyone but her. His pulse hammers against his ribs. Zerath didn't send mercenaries. He sent his best, which means Seren isn't dead. Not yet. A slow exhale, but it does nothing to quench the blaze roaring inside his chest. Zerath had always been an arrogant bastard, but this was bold, a direct insult. Zerath pivots, striding toward the nearest horse pen. A stable boy startles as Zerath rips a bridle from the post, then swings himself onto the nearest warhorse. No permission, no payment, nothing. The stable boy barely opens his mouth before Zerath's tail lashes against the post, shattering the wood into splinters. Touch me, and I'll take your fingers next, Zerath warns, spurring the beast into motion. The town vanishes behind him in a blur of stone and wood. The chase has begun. Zerath has no idea what's coming for him. Chapter 46. Seren, a prison of silk and chains. A whisper of silk brushes against my skin, an unnatural softness that does not belong. My body is sluggish, heavy, and when my fingers twitch against the sheets, chains rattle. Cold steel bites into my wrists, shackles thin but unyielding. My ankles are bound too, the links stretching just enough for movement. It's enough to remind me I am not free. Memory crashes back in a rush of breath. Zerath, the cliff, the collar. I jerk upright. The room spins, a whirlwind of deep reds and obsidian, gold accents gleaming in the soft glow of wall sconces. Not a dungeon, a bedroom, lavish, expansive. A prison wrapped in luxury. The air is thick with incense, a scent that clings to my throat, suffocating. The sheets beneath me are silk, dyed a deep, decadent crimson. A vanity stands against the wall, its mirror framed in ornate silver. Dresses in dark blues and blacks, not my colours, never my choice, are draped over chairs, waiting. A queen's chamber, a mate's chamber. My stomach lurches. I fling the covers off, chains rattling as I stagger out of bed. My legs nearly buckle. Magic coils through my limbs, sinking into my bones, pressing down with invisible weight. I snarl at it, at the collar locked tight against my throat. A spell-woven leash. A slow clap echoes from the doorway. Zerath. He lounges against the doorframe, exuding effortless arrogance. His robes are draped lazily over one shoulder, exposing the sculpted lines of his chest. His silver hair is immaculate, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement, predator and prey. "You're awake," he drawls. I was beginning to worry. I lunge. The collar ignites. A shock sears through me, white-hot agony. My knees give out before I can reach him. I crash to the floor, a cry tearing from my throat. My muscles convulse, locking, shaking, betraying me. Zerath watches, savours. The pain fades, leaving me gasping. He crouches before me, his fingers brushing my chin, tilting my face up. "You'll learn, little one," he murmurs. "Your body already remembers." I snap my teeth at him. He laughs, genuinely amused. The chuckle slithers over my skin, setting every nerve on edge. "You will make such a beautiful queen," he muses, brushing a strand of hair from my damp forehead. "Once you stop fighting me." My breath heaves against my ribs, rage rising like a tide. I spit at him. It lands on his cheek, glistening against his smooth porcelain skin. Jalith stills. His fingers tighten, his nails digging in, sharp enough to prick. He smiles, slow, icy. With eerie patience, he reaches into his robes and pulls out something small. A ring. My ring, the artifact that had shielded me from his magic. A thin, glimmering piece of hope. His fingers roll it over his knuckles, examining it as if it was something trivial. A worthless trinket. Cold dread seeps into my stomach. "It's been quite the nuisance," he murmurs. "I couldn't reach you fully, couldn't bind you properly." His gaze flicks back to me. But that changes now. I lurch toward him again, but I was too late. Jalith snaps the ring between his fingers. The metal shatters. A violent pulse of magic erupts through the room, a shockwave rippling over my skin. Then nothing. I can feel the absence, a void where a shield once was. Jalith watches me drink in the horror of it, his smirk widening. "There," he hums, dusting his hands. "No more interference, no more barriers." My nails dig into my palms, desperation twisting into fury. I rip a nearby tray off the vanity, sending plates, goblets, and fruit crashing against the walls. A vase follows, shattering into 1,000 shards. He doesn't flinch. I hurl a candelabra. Jalith catches it mid-air, unimpressed, then tosses it aside like garbage. His patience, the unshakable calm, makes me want to scream. I lash out again, charging toward him, but the magic is too strong. The collar tightens, dragging me back down, pinning me to my knees. Jalith approaches slowly, crouching before me once more, his breath warm against my temple. 3 days, Seren, he murmurs, voice a silken thread of menace. I barely hear him over the blood pounding in my ears. 3 days until the ceremony. Until I bind you to me, fully, irrevocably. His fingers trace the collar's edge, pressing lightly. By then, you will kneel because you choose to. A laugh curls from his lips, rich with certainty. You will come to love me for it.
Chapter 47, Sirroth. The war chamber hums with contempt. The Naga lords sit coiled upon their thrones, their scaled tails curling and twisting over the polished stone floor. They listen, barely, flicking forked tongues between sharp teeth, eyes filled with disinterest. I came back to Nagaland, aware that I can't fight Zerath alone, but this is a waste of time. "She is human," Lord Vashtar says, his tone flat, utterly unbothered. "Not a mate, not a queen, not worthy of war. Jalith will not stop at her," I grind out, struggling to leash the fury boiling beneath my skin. "This is about more than—" "It is about nothing," another lord interrupts, waving a dismissive hand. "We are not fools, Sirroth. You would rip open the earth to chase a pet, but we will not." My claws gouge into the armrests of my chair, cracking the wood. My control is thinning, unraveling fast. "She's under my protection," I snarl. "My claim." The lords do not even pretend to take me seriously. "Your claim?" Vashtar repeats, amused now. "Yet you let her run." Laughter ripples through the chamber, low and cold, curling around my throat like a noose. I push up from my seat, the shadows stretching with me. Cowards. None of them flinch. One merely shrugs. Call it what you will. I turn, the rage crawling beneath my skin, searing, burning. I should kill them for their insolence. But that would waste time. Seren is out there. I will find her, with or without them. Talira is waiting outside, watching me with those sharp, too knowing eyes. The torches lining the corridor cast shadows over the deep blue of her scales, catching in the gold piercings lining her brow and the tips of her ears. Her expression is unreadable. That alone sets me further on edge. "They won't change their minds," she says, falling into step beside me. "Not unless I push harder. I keep walking. Do what you will." She exhales. "They see it as weakness, Zerath. They are fools." She doesn't argue, which means she agrees, but that does not mean she stands with me. A flicker of hesitation in her stride. Subtle, but I catch it. "Talira," I say, my voice sharp as steel. She doesn't look at me. It's my fault, isn't it? I stop, slowly turn. Her throat bobs, fingers curling into the fabric of her belt. "I spoke to her before she ran. A knife in the ribs would be kinder." The silence is thick, lethal. "What did you do?" She shifts. Nothing like that. I just pushed her a little, to see if she..." My hand is at her throat before I think to stop myself. Her sharp inhale barely makes a sound as I press her back against the cold stone wall, my grip tightening. She doesn't fight. Her golden eyes bore into mine, fearless. "You needed a push. I want to crush her windpipe. You made her run." My voice is barely a whisper, nothing but raw, shaking fury. Talira's lips press together, and her silence is an answer. A mistake. My claws dig in, but I do not squeeze. Not enough to kill. She doesn't struggle. She simply stares at me, resigned. I could end her here. I should. But I release her, shoving her away. My own rage feeling like it might consume me whole. "If she is hurt," I say, voice low, trembling with violence, "I will burn this kingdom to the ground. And I will start with you." Her shoulders square, her chin lifts. "I'm still on your side, Zerath." "Then leave, and pray I never see you again." She hesitates, then turns and walks away. The storm inside me does not settle. It worsens. The scent of blood and sweat thickens the night air. The encampment looms ahead, a gathering of monstrous forms bathed in the glow of towering bonfires. Minotaurs are creatures of war. They wear their kills on their skin, bones and rings, scars carved deep. I stride into their midst, unchallenged, but watched. A dozen of them turn, towering forms shifting, the weight of their presence enough to still the air. One steps forward, Grathor, the largest among them, the most vicious. He regards me, head tilting. The Naga Lord comes crawling. I rip my blades from my back and let them drop. Steel clangs against the earth. A challenge. The camp stills. The warlord at the back of the gathering exhales, amused. "You wish to die here, Zerath?" I roll my shoulders. The fight is inevitable. I need warriors. Grathor grins, shifting his weight. "Then prove yourself." The Minotaurs roar. A fight. A test of strength. Good, I move first. Grathor barely has time to lift his war axe before I drive into him, teeth flashing, claws striking. Steel meets flesh. The world is nothing but blood and motion. Grathor swings, but I am faster. I lunge under the arc of his axe, my tail whipping out, knocking his feet from beneath him. He does not fall. He's too strong. But I do not need him to fall. I sink my fangs into his throat. His roar of pain shakes the trees, his fists hammering into my ribs. Something cracks. I ignore it. Hold. Tear. Blood sprays across the dirt, and Grathor finally collapses. The Minotaurs erupt. Warlord Korgash watches from his seat, his dark eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "You fight like a beast, Naga King," he murmurs. "Perhaps you are one." I wipe the blood from my mouth, stepping forward. "Then fight for me, Warlord." His lips curl. "For a price." I do not hesitate. "Name it."
Chapter 48. Seren. Pain is an old companion, but this is something else entirely. It slithers down my spine, a slow and insidious thing, coiling around my ribs before sinking its claws into my flesh. My knees slam against the cold marble floor of Jalith's throne room, muscles spasming as another jolt tears through my body. I refuse to scream. The gathered dark elves watch in silence, their amusement veiled behind sharp, impassive faces. Their prince sits atop a lavish throne, legs crossed, fingers lazily drumming against the gilded armrest. Jalith's lips curl into something almost gentle. "Still so stubborn, little one," he muses, his voice a silk-wrapped dagger. "I wonder how much longer you can last." My teeth grind against the agony searing my bones, but I lift my chin, glaring at him through strands of sweat-dampened hair. He wants submission, wants me trembling, wants my pride shattered into dust at his feet. I will give him nothing. A flick of his fingers. The magic woven into the collar constricts, dragging me forward until my palms slap against the floor. The pain does not come in waves. It is a drowning, a devouring. My body seizes, nerves set ablaze by unseen hands. A sharp gasp escapes before I can swallow it down. Jalith hums, pleased. I will kill him. I will carve that satisfaction from his face with my bare hands. My vision blur. My breaths come in ragged gulps, sweat trickling down my back. "You're strong," he says, full of admiration, but it makes my stomach churn. But everything breaks eventually. I force my weight onto my heels, forcing my shaking limbs to hold me upright. The floor beneath me tilts, but I lock my spine, refusing to collapse. Jalith's amusement deepens. He lifts his hand again. The collar pulses. A scream rips free, unbidden. The world shatters into raw, unrelenting agony. The sound of my own voice is distant, like something detached from me entirely. The pain becomes a living thing, burrowing into my skin, wrapping around my throat like unseen chains. It stops. Air rushes back into my lungs, my body trembling from exertion. The silence presses down. I lift my gaze, hatred burning brighter than the fire in my veins. Jalith watches, patient, expectant. "Say it," he commands softly. My heart pounds against my ribs. "Beg." I would rather die. I fist my nails as I steady my breath, forcing my voice to remain level. "You'll have to try harder than that." His smile sharpens, but his gaze darkens. "Such fire," he murmurs. It makes me eager to see how quickly it fades. He leans forward, elbows resting on his knees, his expression shifting into something thoughtful. "You believe you hate me, little one, but hate is merely passion turned sour, and passion," his eyes gleam, "is the foundation of devotion." Revulsion curdles in my gut. He is not simply tormenting me. He is waiting, watching, measuring how long I will fight before I fall. The realization settles like a stone in my stomach. Jalith is in no rush. He has 3 days until the ceremony, 3 days to mould me into something else. "You will learn, eventually," he murmurs, "to kneel, to obey, to crave." I spit blood onto the pristine floor between us. His gaze flickers to it, then back to me. He laughs. The sound is a dark, terrible thing. "So eager to make this difficult for yourself." His hand lifts once more. Pain crashes over me like a tidal wave, drowning my defiance in its wake. I don't remember hitting the floor. But I do not beg. I will never beg.
Chapter 49. Sirroth. Blood will drown Jalith's kingdom before this night ends. The wind carries the scent of war, thick with steel and the promise of death. Beyond the ridge, the dark elf stronghold rises like an obsidian monolith against the horizon, its towering spires gleaming under the pale light. Shadows prowl the ramparts, archers and spellcasters waiting, their sharp eyes sweeping the darkness beyond the walls. They do not see what lurks beneath the cover of the trees. Zerath crouches among the massive forms of his new allies, hulking Minotaur warriors, their armor dented, their weapons thirsting. The ground beneath them trembles from their barely contained rage. They are not creatures of patience. They are beasts of battle, bred for carnage. Tonight, they will get their fill. One of the warlords, a towering brute named Threx, steps closer, his axe resting against his shoulder. "We wait much longer. My warriors will start killing each other just to pass the time." His voice is a deep, guttural thing, carrying the curse of 1,000 battles. Do we charge, Naga Lord, or do we stand here measuring our lengths in the dark? Zerath's grip tightens around the hilt of his sword. "We go in. Now." Threx grins, teeth sharp as broken stone. The command is silent, a movement of his hand, and the Minotaurs move as one. The Dark Elves do not hear them until it is too late. A horn blasts from the towers, the panicked wail splitting the night, but the walls are already being torn apart. The first line of Minotaurs slam into the iron gates with a force that rattles the bones of the earth. Metal groans, wood splinters. The elves rain arrows down from above, but the brutes do not falter. Their shields take the brunt, and those unlucky enough to be hit barely seem to feel it. They crash against the walls again, until the defenses buckle beneath sheer brutality. Sirroth doesn't wait. He's a blur of motion, weaving through the chaos, sword flashing in the firelit dark. Magic crackles through the air, bolts of violet light striking where the Minotaurs break through. But they do not slow. The dark elf captain rushes forward, blades twin flashes of silver, eyes alight with magic. Zerroth meets him mid-charge. Their clash is brief and bloody. The elf moves with lightning speed, his strikes aimed at Zerath's throat, but Zerath is faster. His sword carves through his opponent's ribs, splintering bone, severing sinew. The captain's mouth opens in a silent scream as his body crumples to the ground, lifeless. More surge forward to take his place. Sirroth doesn't hesitate. He slams into them like a force of nature, his sword an extension of his fury. Every strike is precise, merciless. A head rolls, a body crumples. A soldier screams as his chest is split open, his lifeblood spilling onto the black stone. Another comes at him from the left. He dodges, spins, and his claws sink deep into soft flesh. A severed arm hits the ground. A roar erupts from behind him. A Minotaur barrels through the fray, impaling 2 elves on the massive horns crowning his skull. He shakes them free like a beast flinging aside carrion, then stomps forward, trampling the fallen beneath hooves the size of a war drum. The stronghold is falling, but Sirroth isn't here for conquest. He is here for her. A flicker of movement above, a dark elf standing atop the parapets, barking orders into the fray below. His robes are embroidered with symbols of rank. A commander. Sirroth moves like a viper, striking, fast and without mercy. He dodges between charging bodies, carving a path toward the stone steps leading to the parapet. His boots hit the stairs 2 at a time, sword dripping red in his grip. The commander barely has time to react before Sirroth's blade is at his throat. "Where is she?" His voice is low, a growl that shakes with the promise of slaughter. The elf spits at his feet. "Dead soon enough." Sirroth doesn't wait. His claws dig into the soft meat of the commander's throat, lifting him off his feet. The elf thrashes, kicking, choking, but Zerath only tightens his grip. "Tell me," he snarls, "or I carve the answer from your ribs." The commander's face contorts in fury, even as his breath wheezes past crushed cartilage. But there is no fear, only the madness of loyalty. Sirroth hates dark elves. He flexes his fingers, a sickening crunch. The commander's body falls limp, his neck broken. Useless! But the war rages below, and there are more to question. Sirroth turns on his heel, stepping over the crumpled corpse. Fire glows in the distance, painting the walls in shades of orange and red. Screams echo. The minotaurs fight like beasts possessed, leaving ruin in their wake. He will have his answer soon. Zerath will not keep her.
Chapter 50. Seren. They drag me through the obsidian halls of Zerath's fortress, my feet scraping against the polished floor. Chains coil around my wrists, digging deep into bruised skin, but the true prison isn't metal. It's magic. Ancient words hum through the air, weaving between the towering pillars of the ceremonial hall. The dark elves stand in rows, draped in silken robes, their faces lifted toward the domed ceiling as they chant. The sound isn't loud, but it presses against my skull like iron, each syllable latching onto my limbs, my bones, my very breath. They are binding me. I thrash against the guards gripping my arms, my body refusing to submit even as my mind is trapped in an unseen vice. My muscles lock. My spine bows forward, dragged toward the centre of the chamber, toward him. Zerath stands at the altar, clad in deep amethyst robes embroidered with silver filigree, the patterns shifting like veins of molten metal. He watches me with the satisfaction of a hunter who has snared his prey at last. The room is suffocating, not from the heat of the torches, but from the weight of what's happening. They are forcing the mate bond upon me. My body moves against my will. Terror curdles in my gut as I stumble closer to Zerath, my boots catching against the marble, but I can't stop. My breath tears from my lungs as the magic tugs at me, dragging me into the centre of the spiralling runes carved into the stone floor. The symbols glow with eerie violet light, curling like grasping fingers. The collar around my neck tightens. Zerath smiles, stepping forward. No need to struggle, little one. It will be over soon. The spell forces my body to still, but my mind is a storm of rage. I meet his gaze, hatred blistering behind my eyes. I will never be yours. Zerath chuckles, as if my resistance is nothing more than a child's tantrum. You already are. The moment you ran, you ensured this would happen. You should have accepted my kindness when you had the chance. I snarl, my teeth bared like an animal. He reaches for me, his fingers brushing my cheek, and the spell burns beneath my skin, urging me to lean into his touch. Number. My vision swims. The runes beneath my feet pulse harder, their glow winding around my ankles, binding me. The pull intensifies. My heartbeat stutters, my ribs threatening to cave in under the pressure. The mate bond. It's forming. No, no, no. A scream builds in my throat, raw and agonized. I don't want this. Not with him. The pain drives deeper, clawing at my lungs, wrapping around my soul. Somewhere in the haze, I feel it. A tether, faint but unyielding, pulling in the opposite direction. It's not Zerath. A name rips from my lips, shattering the chanting, cutting through the magic like a blade. Zerath. The chamber trembles. Gasps rise from the gathered elves as the glow of the binding spell flickers, the magic quivering like a beast sensing its first wound. Zerath's expression sharpens, his amusement vanishing. What did you say? My body convulses against the spell, against the unseen hands trying to wrench me toward him. The pain threatens to splinter me apart, but I cling to the single truth that surges through my veins with undeniable certainty. I scream again, the words ripped from my very soul. Zerath is my mate. The entire hall shudders. The runes crack, jagged fractures splitting the stone. The magic's hold falters, just for a moment, but it's enough. A vicious growl tears from Zerath's throat, his calm composure shattering like glass. You stupid girl, he snarls. You think shouting his name will change your fate? You are mine. The magic slams back into me, harder, crueler. My legs buckle. The collar flares with agony, burning deep into my skin, forcing me to my knees. I taste blood. But I do not take it back. I do not surrender. Zerath looms over me, his fury barely restrained. He grabs my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. But there's something else in his gaze now. Doubt. His fingers tighten. No more games, little one. You will be mine, even if I have to carve Zerath's name from your very soul. The magic swirls again, darker, crueler. But deep in my chest, beneath the agony, beneath the pull of Zerath's spell, something else stirs. A whisper in the blood. A presence on the horizon. He is coming. I will hold on until he does.
Chapter 51. Sirroth. The ceremonial hall looms ahead, its spires jutting toward the storm-cloaked sky. The stone walls, sleek and unyielding, echo with the rhythmic chants of dark elves weaving their cursed magic. Blood drips from my blade, a trail of crimson marking my path through the slaughtered guards who tried to stand in my way. Their bodies litter the courtyard behind me, limp and broken, the scent of iron thick in the air. They were nothing. A mere delay. She is inside, my mate. The realization hits like a strike to the chest, raw and unforgiving. It makes no sense. I tested her and wasn't my mate, but I feel it. The bond reaching for me, weak, corrupted, struggling under the force of another. Zerath. He is trying to take her from me. The great doors shudder as I slam against them, the stone cracking under the force. Magic swirls around the threshold, a ward meant to keep intruders out. Pitiful. I snarl and dig my claws into the crack between the doors, muscles coiling as I rip them from their hinges. The temple shudders, and the elves inside turn in unison, their chanting breaking into gasps of shock. I step into the hall, blood-soaked and seething. Zerath stands at the altar, his violet robes flowing like liquid darkness, his smirk sharp enough to slice through bone. He watches me with amusement, one hand lazily resting on Seren's shoulder. She kneels at his feet. The collar around her neck glows, tendrils of magic snaking through her body, forcing her submission. Her fingers dig into the marble, her entire body locked in rebellion. But the spell keeps her still. I see the fear in her eyes, the fury. I feel it, the wrongness in the air, the distortion in the bond that should belong to me. Zerath chuckles. Ah, Zerath, you're late. The smugness in his voice scrapes against my nerves like a rusted blade. My gaze flickers to Seren. The magic coils around her like chains, binding her soul, suffocating the tether that should only ever belong to me. I bare my teeth. You dare tamper with a mate bond? The laughter that leaves him is mocking. Mate bond? How delightful. You truly think she belongs to you? He crouches beside her, tilting her chin up, his nails skimming over her skin. She jerks back, but the spell holds her in place. A deep growl rumbles through me, rattling the very foundation of the chamber. Zerath exhales, exasperated. Really, Zerath, you of all people should understand. Mates are fate-bound, not chosen. You have no claim on her. His fingers trail lower, just enough to make my vision blur with rage. I do! The runes on the floor flicker, magic rising once more, thick and cloying. The spell tightens, forcing Seren closer to him. Her body trembles with the effort to fight it, but it's relentless. Her lips part, and in a raw, shaking voice she gasps, Sirroth! The world snaps. My chest erupts with heat, a power I have never known unraveling inside me, raw and primal. My bones shift, skin stretching, reshaping. The shadows curling beneath my skin surge forward, overtaking me, spilling into something monstrous. Zerath's smirk vanishes as the stone cracks beneath my feet, as the very air trembles under of what I've become. I step forward, the last remnants of my armor crumbling from my body. My transformation is absolute, horned and massive, darkness seething through my veins, claws extending, my fangs gleaming like obsidian. This is the gift of my house bloodline, and I'm thankful for it as it makes me and my clan formidable warriors. Jalith takes an instinctive step back. He murmurs. There it is. He grins. Kill him. The guards surge forward, their blades gleaming with cursed runes. I move faster. The first dark elf meets my claws, his throat ripped clean before he can even register the strike. The second barely raises his weapon before my tail lashes, splintering his ribs in an explosion of blood and shattered bone. More come. They are nothing. I carve through them like parchment, tearing limbs, crushing skulls, shattering bones with each devastating blow. Their screams fill the hall, but it is not enough. My eyes lock onto Jalith. The fear finally seeps into his features. He raises a hand, summoning tendrils of darkness, throwing a wave of magic toward me. The spell collides, wrapping around me, trying to crush me, to suffocate me in its grasp. I take another step. Jalith's expression falters. I reach through the spell and rip it apart like thread. He barely dodges as I lunge, claws grazing his shoulder. He spins, conjuring another spell. But I am faster. My tail slams into him, sending him crashing into the altar. The force cracks the stone, his body denting the surface. Blood drips from his mouth as he straightens, eyes wild. You! He snarls. You should not! I will rip you apart, I promise. He summons a dagger, the tip gleaming with dark magic. Try. We collide. Claws meet steel, spells crackling against my skin, each strike shattering the floor beneath us. Jalith is fast, his precision lethal, but it does not matter. He is fighting a goddamn force of nature. I catch his wrist mid-swing, twisting. The dagger clatters to the floor. He grits his teeth. I slam him into the stone. His body crumples under the force, blood pooling beneath him. Jalith coughs, a broken laugh slipping through his lips. It's too late, you beast! The bond is formed! Seren cries out, her body jerking as the spell tightens around her. No, I growl. Jalith grins through his bloodied teeth. You may have won this fight, Zerath, but she is still mine. The runes beneath her glow again, magic curling like shackles. I don't think. I don't hesitate. I carve my claws through Jalith's chest, my fingers wrapping around his heart. His smirk falters, turning into something strangled, desperate. His lips part in disbelief, but no sound leaves them. I rip his heart free. Jalith's body slumps forward. The runes flicker. Then they die. The spell shatters. Seren collapses. I'm there before she hits the floor, catching her, pulling her into my arms. Her pulse is weak, but she is mine. Chapter 52. Sirroth. The battle is over, but the blood has not dried. Jalith's stronghold stands in ruin, his warriors dead or fleeing. The ceremonial chamber still stinks of burned magic and desperation, the remnants of the shattered bond still lingering in the air. My claws ache from the kills I've made, my muscles tight from battle. But I don't stop moving. Seren is in my arms. Her weight presses against my chest, her pulse weak but steady. My grip tightens around her as I step over the wreckage of what was meant to be her prison, ignoring the torn banners, the remnants of Jalith's rule crumbling into dust beneath my boots. She needs rest, a place untouched by the filth of this place. I find a chamber still intact, a bed draped in dark silks, undoubtedly prepared for their disgusting ritual. The thought of Jalith forcing her here, laying claim to what was never his, ignites a fresh wave of rage. I lay her down carefully, brushing strands of damp hair from her face. The magic he used on her still lingers, its mark imprinted on her skin like invisible shackles. It will take time for it to fade, time for her strength to return. But she's here, alive. My fingers linger against her jaw, a silent promise. I will return, I murmur. I rise, stepping away before the pull of her keeps me here longer than I should. The minotaurs await me in the ruined courtyard, standing among the wreckage of slaughtered dark elves. The leader, Karavu, watches as I approach, his massive frame outlined by the burning remains of Jolith's empire. You've done it, Karavu says, voice rumbling with approval. The Dark Lord is no more. I nod. And now this place must fall. He grins, pleased. And we take what we want. The demand is unsurprising. The Minotaurs did not fight for free, nor did I expect them to. They are mercenaries, warriors of profit and blood. The stronghold, its gold, its weapons, its wealth is theirs now. I don't care for this place or what it holds, I tell him. Take everything. Burn the rest. Karavu gives a sharp nod before his warriors move in, tearing through what remains, looting, destroying. The fires grow, licking up the stone walls, smoke rising into the heavens like the last breath of a dying god. As the flames spread, Karavu turns back to me, his expression unreadable. You gave me your word, Zerath, he says, crossing his arms. Someday I will collect. A debt unnamed. I keep my word, I say simply. Karavu smirks. Then I'll see you again, Naga. He doesn't linger. His warriors move in unison, their heavy footfalls fading into the night as they take their spoils and vanish into the darkness. I watch the stronghold crumble, the fire swallowing it whole. A fitting end for Jolith's legacy. The ceremonial chamber is quiet when I return, the firelight from the destroyed fortress casting shadows along the walls. I expect to find her still resting, but the moment I step inside, movement catches my eye. Seren. She is standing. She turns, and the second her eyes lock onto mine, she moves. No hesitation, no words. Just motion, fierce and undeniable, as she closes the distance between us. Zerath! The longing in her voice calls out to me. She falters a bit, her weakness apparent, but the look in her eyes hints of determination to reach me. I meet her halfway. Then she's in my arms. Her hands fist into my shoulders, her breath uneven as she crashes against me. And before I can say a word, before I can tell her to rest, to recover, her lips are on mine. Heat ignites, violent and consuming. I don't think. Don't hold back. I seize her, my hands curling around her waist, pulling her into me. She tastes like defiance, like survival, like something raw and desperate. The bond flares between us, no longer fractured, no longer tainted by Jolith's magic. Her fingers tangle in my hair, nails scraping against my scalp as she presses harder, as if she can pour all of her anger, her relief, her emotions into this one act. I let her. I take all of it. When she finally pulls away, her breathing is ragged, her pupils wide. It's you, she whispers, voice breaking. You're my mate. The words strike deep. I had known it the moment I entered that chamber, the moment the bond had screamed for me through the chaos. But hearing it from her lips, hearing her acknowledge it, claim it undoes me. I grip her chin, forcing her gaze to stay on mine. You are mine, I growl, the words leaving no room for argument, no room for doubt. Her hands press against my chest, her heartbeat thundering beneath my touch. And you're mine, she fires back. The possessiveness in her tone does something wicked to me. I crush my mouth against hers again, claiming, devouring, sealing what has already been written in blood and fate. She was never meant for Jolith. She was always meant for me. My curse is finally undone.
Chapter 53, Seren. The ceremonial chamber is bathed in flickering torchlight, the aftermath of war still clinging to the walls like ghosts unwilling to fade. The scent of blood and magic lingers, heavy with destruction, but none of it matters. Not when Zerath stands before me, his body still hewn with battle, his golden eyes locked onto mine like I'm the only thing left in the world. He is my world. I don't think. My body moves before my mind catches up, feet barely brushing the floor before I crash into him. His arms wrap around me instantly, pulling me close, and the sheer heat of him scorches through every nerve in my body. His breath is ragged against my hair, his tension unyielding, as though he's still standing in the middle of the battlefield, sword in hand, ready to carve through whatever stands between us. But there's nothing left to fight, no one left to take me from him. Yet neither of us speak. I tilt my head up, searching his face, tracing the sharp angles and the wounds he hasn't yet tended to. His lips are parted, his chest rising and falling with heavy restraint, but his grip on me never falters. "Say it," I whisper, my voice barely a thread of sound, but it cleaves through the tension between us like a blade. His throat bobs, something dark flickering in his expression. "I own you," he rasps, the confession dragging itself from deep within him, rough and unshakable. I close my eyes, exhaling against his skin. The bond between us sings, something ancient, unbreakable, curling around my heart like vines taking root. It doesn't matter how it happened, why fate decided to intertwine us like this. What matters is the way his hands tremble against my back, as though he's still afraid I'll disappear. What matters is that I want him, that I choose him. I open my eyes and lift my chin. "Then take me." The words unravel something in him. Zerath moves fast, too fast, his grip tightening as his lips claim mine in a searing, all-consuming kiss. There is no hesitation, no lingering restraint, only the raw force of everything we've held back for too long. I meet him with equal fervour, fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer until there's no space between us, no barrier to keep us apart. His hands trail down my back, fingers mapping my body like he's trying to commit every inch of me to memory. My own touch is just as desperate, gliding over his arms, his chest, feeling the scars, the wounds that mark him as a warrior, a noble, a Naga who fought to the death to bring me back. The torches cast long shadows against the ruined walls, our breaths mingling in the dim glow. There is nothing but the heat between us, the unspoken need finally given voice, the fire of our bond flaring to life in a way that neither of us can stop. Zerath growls against my mouth, breaking away only to drag his lips down my jaw, my neck, his hands anchoring me to him as though the universe itself might try to steal me away again. "I almost lost you." His voice is raw, his breath scalding against my skin. "You didn't." My fingers tighten around his shoulders, pulling him closer. "You never will." The words are a promise, a vow. Zerath presses his forehead to mine, inhaling sharply, his body taut with restraint. "Seren," he murmurs, my name a reverent prayer on his lips. I reach up, brushing a hand down his cheek, my own heart thundering in my chest. "I'm here." In one swift motion, he lifts me into his arms and carries me deeper into the chamber, past the remnants of battle, past the shattered pieces of the life I once knew. I let him. Tonight is not about the chaos that led us here. It is not about curses or prophecies, fate or war. Tonight is ours. I will let him claim me as much as I claim him. The air in the chamber grows thicker, charged with an electric tension that makes my skin prickle. Zerath's golden eyes burn into mine, their intensity almost unbearable, as he lowers me onto a makeshift bed of discarded cloaks and furs. The rough texture beneath me is a stark contrast to the heat of his body as he hovers above, his muscular frame casting a shadow that swallows me whole. His scales glint in the torchlight, a mesmerizing pattern of gold and black that seems to ripple with every breath he takes. I reach up, my fingers trembling as they trace the line of his jaw, down the column of his throat, and over the broad expanse of his chest. His skin is warm, almost feverish, and I can feel the rapid beat of his heart beneath my palm. He shudders at my touch, a low growl rumbling in his chest, and I know he's holding back, restraining the primal force that threatens to consume us both. Don't hold back, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the crackling of the torches. I want all of you. His eyes darken, the gold deepening to molten amber, and he leans down, capturing my lips in a kiss that is both tender and possessive. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, claiming me in a way that leaves no doubt of his intentions. I moan into the kiss, my hands sliding down to his hips, urging him closer.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
He rolls and puts me on top of him as we both lay together. I bury my face in his neck, savouring the feeling and smell of him. I love you, I whisper without thinking. He stills, then pinches my jaw to look at him. I love you more, now and forever, he replies. We kiss again. Finally, we found each other.
Chapter 54. Sirroth. The stronghold looms ahead, its spires cutting into the storm-choked sky. Torches burn along the ramparts, their flames flickering in the heavy dusk. Soldiers stand at attention as I ride through the gates, Seren nestled against my chest. She has been quiet since we left Jalith's ruined fortress, her fingers tangled in the folds of my cloak, her body pressed to mine as if she still fears this is all an illusion. But I feel her. I know her. The bond between us hums beneath my skin. No longer hidden, no longer an echo of something lost. It burns now, fierce, undeniable. My mate. My true mate. The moment we dismount, my second-in-command, Zerath, strides forward, his expression unreadable. Other Naga lords linger behind him, their faces steeped in skepticism. "Zerath," Zerath says, his voice edged with caution. "We've heard rumors. You returned alone from the Minotaur encampment, leaving half the army behind. You disappeared into enemy territory. And now you bring her back." His gaze flickers to Seren, doubt plain in his eyes. "This is why you risked everything." The other lords murmur in agreement, but I don't entertain their scrutiny. I release Seren only to step forward, my glare cutting through their whispered disapproval. "You will not question my decisions." My voice is a growl, rumbling through the courtyard like distant thunder. Zerath crosses his arms. "Then tell us, why should we accept this human? Why should we believe she is anything more than—" "Because she is my mate," I snarl, "and I will prove it." A ripple of shock moves through the assembled Naga, the tension sharpening like a blade drawn across stone. Seren stiffens beside me. I glance at her, meeting her storm-gray eyes. "Tell them," I say, my voice softer now, meant only for her. "Explain what happened." She hesitates, then lifts her chin, her hands curling into fists. "It was the ring," she says, turning to face the crowd. "The artifact I wore blocked the mate bond. That's why neither of us could feel it before." She lifts her bare hand where the ring had once been. But it's gone now, and I feel it, just as he does. The lords remain silent, their doubt lingering. I exhale sharply. Fine. If words are not enough, then I will break their disbelief with something irrefutable. Turning on my heel, I stride toward the dining hall. The others follow, a silent tide moving in my wake. Inside, the great table is still laden with remnants of the last meal. I grab the nearest plate, my claws scraping against metal as I lift a piece of roasted meat to my mouth. I bite down. Flavor explodes across my tongue. The taste is indescribable, rich, spiced, warm. The textures unravel in layers of sensation I have long forgotten. It crashes through me in a rush so intense I almost stagger. Gasps rise around the room. For years, food has been nothing to me, a necessary function, a hollow, tasteless ritual, a symptom of my curse. But now, a low sound rumbles in my chest, something primal, something exultant. Zerroth stares at me as if I have transformed before his eyes. The curse. Gone, I say, my voice rough. I take another bite, then another, as if to ensure this isn't some trick. But it is real. The lords exchange glances, their unease shifting into something wary, something almost reverent. Seren watches me, her lips parted, her expression unreadable. I set the plate down and step toward her, reaching for her hand. My fingers encircle her wrist, pulse thrumming against pulse. Seren, I murmur, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. Be my mate. She inhales sharply. I tighten my grip, tilting her chin up so she has no choice but to look at me. Not because fate demands it, not because our bond is written into our blood, but because I choose you. My claws graze her skin, careful, reverent. Stand beside me. Rule beside me. Let me claim you fully in every way. Her breath shudders, her lashes trembling. Have a ceremony with me, I continue, voice dark with promise. Let me make it official. Let the world see what you are to me. She stares at me for a long moment and I wonder, has she already decided? A slow smile spreads across her lips. Yes, she whispers. A roar erupts from deep inside me, a sound of pure, unrestrained victory. I claim her mouth in a searing kiss, my arms locking around her, my tail curling around her waist. She melts into me, her fingers tangling in my hair, gripping me just as fiercely. The bond sings between us, stronger than ever. I vow nothing, no one will ever take her from me again.
Chapter 55. Seren. The sacred chamber is bathed in golden torchlight, the scent of burning resin thick in the air. Intricate carvings of ancient Naga rulers line the walls, their watchful gazes cast in shadow as they bear witness to what is about to be sealed in blood, power, and fate. Only a handful of Naga are present, Zerroth, a few trusted warriors, and Talira, who stands with her arms crossed, silent and unreadable. Their presence is a mere formality. This is not for them. This is for us. Zerath stands at the centre of the ceremonial dais, waiting. The obsidian altar gleams beside him, ancient and worn smooth from centuries of ritual. A golden chalice rests atop it, filled with the sacred elixir infused with Naga blood, binding magic, meant to seal the mate bond. My heart pounds as I ascend the steps to him. He is dressed in nothing but loose ceremonial robes, his broad chest bare, the scales along his collarbone catching the flickering firelight. His expression is solemn, yet fiercely possessive, his golden eyes dark with meaning. I don't hesitate. I reach him, standing before him as the world narrows to just this moment. His hands lift, trailing along my arms, his fingers lingering over the marks left by Jalith's collar, the ghosts of my suffering still visible against my skin. A flicker of fury passes through his gaze, but he tamps it down, replacing it with something softer, something reverent. The officiant, an elderly Naga priestess, steps forward. Her scaled fingers brush over the chalice, the liquid inside shimmering under the torchlight. She speaks in the old tongue, her voice rich with power. A mate bond, unbroken, a union blessed by the gods, a promise beyond flesh, bound by soul. She turns to Zerath. Do you claim this female as your mate, your queen, the keeper of your fate? His hand tightens around mine. I do. Her gaze shifts to me. Do you accept this male as your mate, your protector, the one who holds your heart? I meet his eyes, and the truth spills from my lips. I do. The priestess takes a ceremonial dagger from the altar, pressing the tip into Zerath's palm first. A single drop of his blood falls into the chalice. Then she does the same to me. Our blood swirls together, merging, binding. Zerath lifts the chalice to his lips, drinking deeply before passing it to me. The moment I taste the elixir, warmth rushes through me, wrapping around my bones, sinking into my very core. The bond ignites, searing into my soul like an ember catching fire. His power merges with mine, our essences entwining. The priestess steps back, nodding once. It is done. You are mated in the eyes of gods and kin. Silence falls. Zerath's fingers find my chin, tipping my face up to his. My mate, he murmurs, voice thick with emotion. A tremor of something powerful rolls through me, a recognition as old as time. I am, I whisper back. He kisses me, slow and deep, sealing our bond with something far older than ceremony. Gasps ripple through the room, but I don't care. This is for us. The chambers are dimly lit, the only glow coming from the golden lamps casting shifting shadows along the walls. Zerath closes the heavy doors behind us, locking out the world. His breathing is uneven, as if he's restraining himself. I step closer, resting my hands against his chest, feeling the steady drum of his heartbeat beneath my palms. Say it again, I whisper. His hands grip my waist, claws pressing against my hips as he exhales raggedly. My fingers trail down, undoing the tie at his robe. He watches me, golden eyes molten, his breath hitching as I slide the fabric from his shoulders. The bond between us sings, a pull so fierce I can hardly breathe. Then prove it, I murmur, tipping my head back in challenge. A growl rumbles deep in his chest, and then he moves. His hands seize my wrists, pinning me back against the silk-draped bed, his mouth devouring mine with unrestrained hunger. The mating bond thrums like a live wire beneath my skin. Zerath's body presses against mine, his scales cool and smooth, contrasting with the heat radiating from his core. His hands release my wrists, trailing down my arms with a possessiveness that sends shivers down my spine. His claws graze my skin, leaving faint marks that I know will fade by morning. But for now they're a reminder of his claim. I arch into him, my fingers holding onto him as his mouth moves from my lips to my neck. His fangs scrape lightly against my pulse, and I gasp, my body trembling with need and ecstasy of what's to come. His hands slide down to my hips, gripping me firmly as he lifts me onto the bed. The silk sheets are cool against my back, but they do little to soothe the fire building inside me. Zerath looms over me, his golden eyes glowing with an intensity that steals my breath. His hemipenis is already visible, the twin lengths thick and imposing, the barbs catching the dim light, and it makes my stomach clench with a mix of apprehension and desire. You're mine, he growls again, his voice low and guttural, as if the words are being torn from him. Every part of you, every breath, every heartbeat. I reach for him, my fingers brushing against the sensitive space between his hemipenes. He hisses, his body jerking at the contact, and I feel a surge of power at the way he reacts to my touch. His hands tighten on my hips, claws digging in just enough to make me gasp. Show me, I whisper, my voice trembling with need. Show me what it means to be yours.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. For a moment, we stay like that, our bodies still joined, our breaths mingling as we come down from the high. Zerath's forehead rests against mine, his eyes closed as he savours the moment. My mate, mine forever and always, he vows with the look in his eyes that says I'm his everything. My mate Zerath, I'm yours as you're mine, I whisper back, promising him. He pulls me close, his arms wrapping around me in a protective embrace. The bond hums contentedly between us, a constant reminder of what we've become. Together, bound, forever. I am exactly where I belong,